I knew his ass was about to be late. Unwithered truth, speak. Yes, keep talking, keep speaking. Keep speaking, unwithered truth. Also, hi, chat. Yahoo! Yahoo! Alright then. T-Dread! Yeah, I mean, he's... we were supposed to have underscore already. This seems to happen a lot. Also, chat, how's my microphone? I want to make sure it's balanced on OBS. Oh, what the fuck? Wait, who's echoing? Oh, Crashmaster's echoing? Okay. Okay, they said my microphone volume's okay. I'll put the guests on in a second. We're waiting for underscore. Alright, here's the deal, chat. If underscore is dead for more than, like, 20 minutes, he's getting replaced with Cyanide. Yeah, yeah. Pretty much. This seems to happen quite often. The UCN stream? No, not for that one. Give me a second, chat. I'm pulling up all necessary graphics. Holy Sigma. Yeah, I'm like that one painting where God is handing David, or is it, what's his name? Adam. It's like me, I'm God, and I'm handing all of you viewers. Yeah. I'd love to say he was God. Dude, I had no choice. Cyanide was late. Yeah, give me a second, Chad. I'm pulling up all the stuff I need. We're almost ready. We'd have to do like 8. Alright, chat. Chat, I'm gonna make a daring attempt. Chat, I'm gonna make a daring attempt to boot up my second monitor. This may crash the stream. Fair warning. I'm gonna make a daring attempt to boot up my second monitor so I can read you guys. This may destroy my entire computer. Alright, hold on. Chat, are you still with us? Are you still with? Am I still? Oh, I'm still alive. Huge. Oh. Nice. Yeah, lucky ass. I have like 1 megabyte of RAM. Alright. Huge. I feel like it'd be hard not to. Yeah, I'm putting you guys on now.
Point unless game theory says so. At this point, it's on the tier list. It's talked about by a lot of people in Ritos. Like,
yeah,
I think unless game theory says it, we're at peak with 14 theory.
Yeah, 14 theory is peak.
Chat, everyone say hello
live view would actually be insane,
to our
though.
guests.
Hello.
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 Chad, go watch 14 Theory on my channel.
Oh my god.
Or you're lame.
I'm plugging it. Oh my god.
I need money.
Yes.
You guys are fucking
go
goobers.
Watch Narrow Raven's 14
Goobers.
Look. If you want to know the true story, if you want to solve UCN, just go watch 14 Theory. Boom.
Just go watch
Done.
14
Amen.
Theory.
Alright, chat.
Yeah, my
Part
headphones
1.5 and part 2
are
coming soon.
Chat, is their
my headphones are
volume
freaking out. I'm just gonna mute
is
for a
their
second.
volume roughly at the same level as mine? Now I will wait 14 seconds to hear the
Yeah.
answer.
Oh
Yes.
my.
Is their volume like roughly the same loudness?
Yeah, just come
All
on.
right,
come
so
on.
I got everything I need to solve FNAF. I got a cup of coffee in my left hand and my mouse in my right hand.
Great.
Matthew
all I
Patrick
need.
is 15 letters. Dang it.
I'm a little
Oh.
bit louder. Okay.
Wow.
I will boost
Imagine
I
we
will
were
boost
so
them
close. He's
slightly.
Springtrap? Wait.
There's
What's,
no-
what's,
Seriously reacted to Ritos, react to Narrow Raven.
No, he's Matt Pat is actually Springtrap. He's not Golden Freddy.
Yeah, I bet.
Oh
that's
yeah.
Matt Impreg.
Wait,
I was
Matt Pat-
drinking Nero.
bring
I
up
was drinking my
Matt Pat
coffee.
Impreg.
Don't make me spit it out. I will be so sad.
Someone just brought up Matt Pat Impreg. I don't know.
Yes, I
about
did
that.
see the Ritos vid on 14th. It was the coolest
Okay,
thing
how
ever.
about
You
now?
should check it out on my channel. I
Yeah.
created it.
Chad, am I the same level
Yeah,
or
that was
quieter
really
now?
cool.
Everyone type
sweet.
14 if the audio level is good. If the audio level is balanced, type 14.
How long are we gonna keep up this spam
if
14
if
thing?
the audio
I
is
think we're
terrible,
keep-
type -14.
I want it to be a
Negative 14, yeah.
thing where every single time I appear on someone's channel or even my own channel, I just want people to spam 14 at just the pure sight of me.
Alright. I guess this should sound bussin'. You're doing pretty good. Oh, underscore's here? Oh, what the fuck is happening to my second monitor? Oh, God. Everybody prepare. Alright, I fixed it. We're saved. Aura. Okay, huge. He's not flaking. Massive. Yeah, alright, chat, we can actually start. Alright, good. Alright. Chat, I know underscore like turbo research for this stream, so I'll just read chat and we can hang out till he gets here. Yeah, when I was off the perk. So far, no crashes, Austin. So far, no crashes. Miraculously. Give it 14 minutes. In FNAF 2, in the Foxy Go 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 minigame, only one of the children has a sad face. All right, if this is clickbait, I'm banning you. Okay. If this is misinformation, he's getting banned. I have eyes on you. Okay. I'm looking. He's right. Oh, I think it is the scan lines, but no, I see what he means. I won't ban him though, because the scan lines make it look like he's sad. All right. You lived to see another day. Transform. Are we sure it's different, or is it the scan line? Oh, okay. Alright. Hey, underscore, how you doing, bud? Everyone say hello. Someone in chat clickbaited us. Alright, with that being said, welcome to hell.
Actually, that's purgatory. That's a nightmare, actually.
Okay. But before that, I need to put on my funny, music, so it's not the same song looping repeatedly the whole stream. Or chat will crucify me. We will be on the teasers, yeah. We're about to start. Dude, it's so useful. Alright, go for it. The Bible. That's capped, I can't hear you. How can you... It's... They're... Huh. Weird. Wait, they're... Huh. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna take a look at this. Alright, chat, give me a sec. Cause it says on Streamlabs you guys are coming through. That's fucking weird. Alright, hold on. Well, no, like your audio. It shows your audio. Give me a sec, guys. Okay. Let me see. All right, chat. Are they still quiet?
Are you still quiet, chat?
Chat, are they still off?
Fans of YouTubers. That's crazy.
Mute theory. Now we're getting mute theory.
Chat, type 14 when you can hear them. When you can hear them, type 14.
14 if you can hear us.
Still seeing mute theory.
Yeah, I just got like 4 messages from people on Discord that they couldn't hear.
We got one yes. Okay.
Here, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
All
right, good,
Looks like
good.
everything's better.
Huge.
Okay,
See,
so
I'm
I'm
just a
on page
genius.
14 of the Bible as requested by Crash.
We're reading the Bible right now, guys.
Okay, so this is Genesis 16:3. Are we ready?
Why are
I'm
you
not
reading the
reading all
Bible?
I wanted
page
to see
14.
I wanted to see if page 14 and 15 had anything at all. Just curious.
Hagar.
But that would
Ishmael.
surely
You're reading
change
about
from Bible to
Hagar versus
Bible.
Ishmael? Okay, sure.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hold on. Is there anything?
Just kind of skim it. Skim it and see if there's anything you think.
Actually, thinking opening the Bible and being like, okay, let's read page 14. Looking at the lore. I don't know if that's the best idea. I don't think I don't know if Scott.
Look.
would-
Scott's
he
a
did.
Christian,
He did.
so there's your evidence.
I'm not. I'm being completely real, guys. As one of them, as John the Night Guard put himself as one of
Yeah,
them.
no, it's
don't
literally
think if
nothing.
I-
I can't even say what it's about
Yeah,
on stream.
All right,
If
anyway.
I made a franchise, I wouldn't base it that much off the Bible, but yeah.
Look, let's be clear. There's no real afterlife in FNAF, because like I know it's the
Yeah,
whole
yeah.
thing
Let's
about
begin.
ghosts having unfinished business, but
Let's
like,
begin.
Come on.
Alright,
Let's
moving on.
begin.
All right, teasers.
All right,
Okay,
let's see.
Nightmare Freddy.
The first teaser, we got the final chapter.
Surely.
Peter, do you wanna
This-
stream this just in
Yeah,
Discord so we can all
fuck
look at the same
no,
stuff?
no, my Ethiopian internet not gonna tolerate that. That shit's better.
I see.
So, funny enough, so this teaser was the first one, but two of them came out the same day. The same day, May 7th, 2017, was Nightmare Freddy and Nightmare Bonnie. And what's weird about this is that what's weird about Nightmare Freddy's teaser to me, I don't know if it means anything, but for some reason, the 8s and 7s in the source code did not start until Nightmare Bonnie. Nightmare Freddy has nothing in the source code on 8s and 7s.
I would imagine that's because Nightmare Bonnie's is the first one that says "wasn't me."
Yeah, that's
So,
the weird thing too.
that-
So is this Scott telling us it was never Freddy? He was never a contender. Because
I think it's more.
Oh, sorry. I was
was
just gonna say in like FNAF 1 and 2 era, he was one of the contenders for a while, along with Foxy and Mangle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember Bonnie ever being a contender though. I feel like it was more so that he's like, this is the new game. He's Nightmare, and then he starts teasing the actual story of the game with the next one.
That makes sense.
Rather
Like
than
they were,
necessarily-
they were both uploaded on the same day, May 7th, 2015, and
Yeah.
they were like about 3 hours, just a little over 3 hours apart. Like it was like 15, 26, 18, 45. Like military.
See, the other thing is like, regardless of if we think Freddy or Bonnie or whatever is a contender for the Bite of 87, we now know that the game isn't about that anyway. Like the Bite of 83 is what's going on. And I suppose we should probably talk about whether or not we think Scott was genuinely just trolling people with this, and that it was supposed to be a mislead.
Yeah.
Like that's why there's so many 8s and 7s in the source code.
Is it just a mislead or is it intentional?
I
feel like
it's so weird because here's the thing, when you stop and look at it, to me it's very clear that this bite in FNAF 4 does not line up with the bite of 87 at all, because it just doesn't really make sense. Because like we hear literally that in
But
FNAF 1,
Markiplier
like, why
said
would
so.
Fungi why would phone guy say it's amazing that the human body can live without the frontal lobe when it's very clear that crying child
He freaking
dies? That's
knows.
one of those,
Yeah.
that's,
I mean-
that's one of those simple things where I'm like, what is that a cover up? I don't think so, because that's just like such a lame excuse. Like the kid
could
dies.
I could argue that the human body surviving without the frontal lobe could be that it's just not an instant death, that he could have survived into, like, Jeremy, or if we think Jeremy is the victim, he still could have died eventually. It's just that the human body can't survive without the frontal lobe, so he could have been alive, quote unquote, for a
Yeah.
while. I don't necessarily think that's the case, but you could make that
Yeah,
argument.
that's
but
one of those arguments where I'm like, it's like
Yeah.
fudging it, where it's like he might have been alive for some time, but it's like FNAF 1 takes place at least a good amount after, so why would you say, oh yeah, he survived for like a day and then he died? Like that's so whack.
So to confirm,
yeah.
the Bonnie teaser is the first instance of 87 in the source code, and was it me, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So so when you brighten up the first teaser for Freddy,
Yeah.
you don't get much. You just get like the words nightmare on the bottom left, and then you see the Freddy and the freckles. This one is the same thing. It's a different text. They all have different text styles. It's the same thing. Was it me? Nightmare Bonnie's there, and then when Brian, you see the words nightmare again. For all four of
Nightmare,
them,
okay.
you see the words nightmare.
Nightmare. So-
Yeah, it's.
I know what you
I
just
just find it interesting how like it was. The
I
same
don't even know
day
what that's
both of
from. My
these came
brother
out,
just says it.
And then 8 and
Oh,
7.
man.
So anyway, do we
Guys,
think?
what if it's
Do we think that Scott's original intention was to make the game about the bite of 87, or was it all a ruse? Was it a bait?
No.
Yes.
So
Can you do a
I-
poll in like the chat? Is that a thing you can do? I'm curious on what.
Dude,
the
I started
chat
streaming
would
like
think of that.
yesterday. I have no idea how this thing works.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I do
What
want
do
to
you
give
mean?
my
You
opinion
streamed
on
so
this.
many times. Don't lie.
I do want
Yeah,
to
I
give
just-
my
I just never
opinion
did a
on
poll.
like what got intended.
yeah.
So if we go in like for this, we had to think of okay. So Scott during the development of FNAF 3 wanted to make one more game, and that was it, and that would have been FNAF 4. At the time, we had no hints of like a bite of 83 or any other bite other than said bite of 87. I think it could have been maybe in the early development it was meant to be the bite of 87 and changed later to a bite of 83, or it was always meant to be bite of 87 but then changed after FNAF 4.
We do know that while writing,
Okay,
he kind of just
I-
comes up with things on the fly, so...
Yeah,
So
would've
I have a counterpoint to that, and what I think is because I've heard the idea before that this bite of 87 thing was intended during development, but changed, and that's why we see 87s become 83s in the source code.
yeah.
I think maybe it could have been the germ of the idea, like way before any of these teasers, before models were made, before anything, that he was like, oh, maybe I'll make a bite of 87 game. But part of why I think this is definitely not just like him changing his mind halfway through is because in terms of the release date of the game, in the beginning it was announced to come out on October 31st, so Halloween of 2015.
Yeah.
Later on in the development cycle, he sent an email to Dawko, which Dawko revealed meant the game was going to come out in August. He changed it to be earlier. I think it was like a week or two
it was,
earlier.
like, July
And then the game
20th,
came
I
out.
think.
Well, then the game actually came out in July. It came out earlier than his pushed forward release date. So he not only pushed it forward by a couple of weeks, he then pushed it forward again with the actual release. And in my mind, there's no reason for Scott to just even say it was as late as when he told Dawko it came out in August. You know, he was going like, okay, you know, I'm going to release this game. He tells Dawko it's going to come out early, and then he goes, oh shit, I've actually screwed myself because I didn't realize I made a mistake, and it shouldn't be the bite of 87. If that's the case, why then release it 2 weeks even earlier than that if it still makes no sense? Like, why not make more work and effort to make this fit a little bit better? And why have this strange, like, you know, like all these things that people think are evidence of it being the bite of 87, like the mangled toy or the toy Chica beak, all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Why do all of that, keep all of that in when it would be easy enough to remove those things or change the sprites, you know? And then
Did release games early quite a lot
Yeah,
too. That's
it's-
another thing.
That's what
Yeah.
makes this very confusing and hard to decide. Because like Scott has made games constantly in a pretty successful and quick amount of time, and
Yeah.
FNAF
Yeah.
4 still did release.
He's a
without,
speedrunner.
Like he's a speed maker, if anything.
Yeah.
And it's like
Yeah.
we can't say like. Did he just decide like, oh, I think this is enough for the game, oh, I finished, I might as well release it earlier? Because on Halloween, he did the Halloween update, and he obviously didn't seem to have that plan. So it's like, it's so weird because we just don't have a good development cycle time wise for Scott, because he's always made games quick, even if 4 is a bit more detailed. Obviously the models and stuff like that just take more time.
Stardust
It's-
on
but I
the
think
image that's about
just-
to come
it's
up
just
on
like-
stream, by the way. There's an image that I'm
It's
about to
just
pull
like-
up
Well-
for you guys. Stardust on that one.
if I could just very quickly just say on that point, though, I don't think that he would release the game early if he thought it was broken, like lore-wise, because later on he goes on to say, it surprised me that no one figured out all the Easter
Yeah,
eggs,
he expected
and also
it to work
that
out.
I didn't leave any random, and he didn't leave any random Easter eggs in the game. So he wouldn't have said those things unless he's being really disingenuous. If it was a case of, oh yeah, I fucked up and made the wrong game by accident and then released it anyway early. You know, I don't think he would have made those statements like, it really surprised me that no one figured it out. But anyway, I don't think it was a mislead.
Let me see.
Hey, okay, listen. I know you want to do the Nightmare Fredbear, that one teaser, but what I said earlier was I have something interesting for this. A while back, I made a FNAF resource website, and I made a page specifically analyzing all of the FNAF 4 teasers, and I'm looking at it right now, and I really want to read off some of what's here, because it's some things that nobody mentioned yet. I want you to go back to the Foxy teaser.
Okay.
Oh, actually, I want to ask one.
He's got
question
a
about that Foxy
tongue.
teaser
I
real
knew
quick.
it.
I want to ask one question. I heard from somebody say there's a 8-7 in like one of Foxy's eyes. Has anybody
Yes,
else confirmed?
that
or
is
denied
correct. That is
That's
correct. That is correct.
The
One of his
one
eyes has
red
an
con.
And
87.
I'm like,
This
what?
is the
Am
one
I
red con.
blind or something?
No, it's
where
there.
is it?
All right,
It's,
let me,
I don't know, but I have that written down
yeah,
here.
I can put it into Lightroom. Hold on.
I don't remember
I
which
just
eye.
want to see because like I tried
the
to
left
find it, but
eye,
damn it.
his right eye, but it's on the left.
His
You can just see the edge of
lefty.
the, even without brightening and up, is
Oh,
you can see just the outline of 8 and 7 around his
So-
pupil.
yeah.
I think
in
you're a
the, like,
fucking liar.
center of his
I mean,
eye.
I'll just put that in the.
yeah, I see the
No,
8.
I'll
I
show
can
you.
kind of make out the
Well,
8.
if you look in the open chat, you can see it right there very clearly.
yeah,
Yeah.
there you go.
So
Am I
I feel like
stupid?
the 87 was
that's
kind of a
Am I an
troll.
idiot?
Look on the
Yeah.
right image.
Mine
Look
idiot
on the
or
right
is
image
this
that he sent in chat.
Okay, hold on.
no. Yeah, it's really hard to make out unless you like really see it.
It might be my image might not be high res enough
No, like
that we got from the thing.
No, look in chat. Underscore sent it into the chat.
Alright, give me a sec.
Unless you don't want to open it in chat.
No, I
and-
see. I'm
yeah,
not.
'cause
I mean, I'm
I
not
saw
gonna
that in,
open
like, someone's
Discord,
video, and I'm like,
but like I'll save the image and then I'll show it to chat. Here, chat. I'll show you guys.
I'll like draw on it in Photoshop. I'll send it here.
No, I meant I opened it in Photoshop. We're good. Okay.
So, a few notes about the Nightmare Foxy teaser, if you'll let me. Your first three, obviously, you had Freddy with
I still
Nightmare
don't see
Bonnie,
it.
Nightmare
I think
Chiba,
I'm
Nightmare,
blind.
Nightmare Foxy. I'll post some images here. This shows everything because this one had a lot more. 87 in the eye,
Oh, I
out of
see it.
order
I see it.
in the teeth,
Mm-hmm.
and then Nightmare is still hidden in the upper row of teeth.
So
Like the
what
image I
if?
just
What
sent.
if? Right?
yeah,
ready?
this one came. This
Ooh,
He had
I,
out of
I have,
order.
I have a good thought. I have a good thought on that, but I'll let you guys start. Oh, I
Let's
see.
see.
It. I
That's
see
all
it.
for the Nightmare Foxy teaser, but
I see the 87.
you see the eye?
Look, chat. I see the
see it?
87.
all right. So this one came out June 11th.
Chat. Type 14 if you see
2015,
it.
everything
Type
2015,
14.
June 11th. And it's weird. The source code did change with one specific detail. It added this weird number code, like it's the hashtag like symbol 1E90FF. And that's not just that's not even the same code. Like that's the color code, but it got changed. In other teasers, it's copied again. I don't know if that means anything.
What's it? 1E90FF.
And then,
Yeah,
yeah.
1E90
Underscore. It is actually in both eyes.
Yeah, that's a light blue.
87?
Yep.
Oh my
it
god,
is.
yeah.
It's in both eyes. Look at stream.
Holy crap.
Wait, I
Yeah.
need to
I
pull that
never-
back up. I didn't know that.
Here,
I
let me,
just knew it was in the first one.
I'll add a mask on it and do adjustments.
Seriously?
Image adjustments.
So, yeah,
brightness, contrast. Look on stream.
So yeah. So Nightmare Foxy appears. He has the metal tongue, but it's not seen.
You'll be able to. You'll be able to see it in a sec.
second.
I'm doing layer adjustments.
And when brightened, you find the words out of order. So yeah. And I guess if you do look in both eyes, yeah. Can you like draw it so it's easier for maybe like a little people to see? Just
Yeah. I know.
ones.
I have it in like a little box.
Oh, it's really obvious.
No, he said it's obvious.
Yeah, it is. Wow. Hey, by the way, I was asking, where are you getting the info on the dates you think these teasers released?
the Wayback Machine.
Because I have a Wayback archive that did all these when I initially made that page, and you keep saying a date, and I keep saying a date or seeing a date that's like a week before that.
Okay. You know what? It might not be when the teaser's released. That might be my bad.
Okay.
I think I just wrote down when the changes occurred in the source code.
I'm seeing April 27th for Nightmare Freddy, May 7th for Bonnie, May 16th for Chica, and then May 29th for Foxy.
So
That's
I'm going
just
to.
where I'm seeing like the earliest I could find for them.
I'm going to imply something
here's a-
incredibly stupid.
here's-
Give me a sec. I'm going to imply something
Do it.
very
Okay.
stupid.
Oh, boy.
He has 87 in both of his eyes, and then on his teeth, out of order is written. What if that's saying that the reason he's out of order is because he did the bite of 87?
Once he committed the bite of 87, yes, he did.
That's
Well,
what
I was
that's
thinking.
That
That's what I
does add
said
a
in,
lot, especially with the week before seeming to imply it's with it's
Yeah,
Foxy.
because they have 87
That's
in
what I said
both his
about it.
eyes,
That's
and then
exactly
it says
it,
on the
yeah.
teeth out of order. And he's out of order for a reason, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what it said. That's what I said in my week before theory. Originally was that I think it's weird. I actually think if the unwithereds don't exist and the withereds are just supposed to be the classics broken down, I think that's why Foxy is still like quote unquote withered in the first game. They never bothered
why would they
repairing him.
repair him?
Like that's why he's got all the holes on him.
But as far
it's
as you
like- I
know,
think
it's never been
if-
any kids before.
Yeah, exactly. It's yeah.
Well,
And
guys,
it's also
we solved
it's
the
interesting
bite.
that it's
Sorry, continue.
because we've got the or me, and then we've got the next one's like the hat, and then we have the Nightmare Fredbear one, right? And then
Yeah,
that
no,
one
this
calls
is
back to
or.
these, and it says, or was it probably me?
Yeah,
But it's
it
interesting
says-
that
Yeah, it says like on the top left, you see like,
Or
or
was
was
it?
it me?
That's
in
Nightmare
his
Fredbear's one.
stomach it says probably
Yeah,
me.
says-
yeah, I
in the-
never. I
Ooh,
tried.
that
to
one's
look.
fun.
Does it say probably? I just
It
see like, the letters
says
I can make out as
P-R-O.
P-R-O,
Okay.
and then
Which
E.
one
So
says
I'm like,
probably?
Promise me, probably me.
It's so obscure that it's up to
That
interpretation.
one, T-Dread,
That's the
with
problem.
it's
Oh,
like
yeah.
zoomed in on his
With
The
stomach.
Nightmare
Nightmare Fredbear
Fredbear one?
purple bow tie one.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna
but-
lie. I didn't notice the words in the stomach mouth until literally probably a couple weeks ago when I saw a Razbowski video. I'm like, how did I never know
So-
about this?
People ultimately debate whether it's probably me, as in I did the bite, or it's property of me, referencing the last teaser where it's property of Fredbear's Family Diner, it's the bow tie and hat.
I
Is
done
that
see it.
property of Fredbear? People
I see
debate on
it.
those two.
Enhance.
It is probably.
I think
Zooming
because
in.
it was it me or was it me, and then or was it probably me makes sense.
I mean,
but
Now the funny thing is, ultimately, it doesn't really matter because both are true.
yeah, well
Technically.
that's
Yeah, it's very much the case.
well, what I was gonna say was like we have the was it me, then Foxy is or me, then we have a break from those, and then we have the Nightmare Fredbear or was it probably me. It's kind of interesting if we're trying to say that Foxy is the bite of 87, and then Fredbear is the bite of 83.
Well, to correct-
It's interesting that they're broken up in sequence.
There's
Yeah.
there's no 87 on this image, right? Anywhere?
No.
No.
Okay.
The 87s
right-
stop after the hat image.
Okay.
Yeah, and then the
Or-
83s.
let me-
Sorry, the
Alright,
87s
no,
stop.
so-
or- wait.
Oh yeah, so I checked it. It's weird. The 87s do appear still pretty much until the end. Eventually on the end teaser. The 83s start to come up on July 21st, which I think is 2 days before FNAF 4 released on the 23rd.
Let me
Oh, also,
correct
And that was
you.
yes, that was the purple hat and bow tie teaser.
The 83s started popping up on the Plushtrap teaser.
Oh, I see. Was or
Let me
was.
see.
Yeah, it was-
Like I'll just let you know. I used the Wayback Machine. There might be time gaps that it's not accounting for.
yeah, it could be a couple of days.
I
that
just
it
know
doesn't-
like on the 18th to the 20th, you still have 87s, and then by the time of the 21st, you get the 83s, which is in Scott Games.
Yeah. Let's see, let's see.
There's also.
Oh yeah.
let me see.
That would account for Plushtrap too. You're
Yep.
This is also something
Oh.
I'm reading from Reddit. Could be entirely false, but the first teaser of Nightmare Freddy was released 87 days before the anniversary of the first game's demo.
That's
Now,
hilarious.
That could be. That
Oh
I'm
my
not
God.
doing the math on
I
that
have
one.
not fact-checked that. I have
87
not fact-checked
theory.
that.
Oh no.
We just have our from now on. We're not allowed to use words in our theories anymore. It's all numbers. We have to equate it with a
Yeah.
number. now.
Okay, hey, someone earlier mentioned like a weird hex code or something in the I don't know about that hex code, but I do have here written down a series of ciphers that appeared in teasers.
The fuck are we
And I-
talking?
So
What?
the
Where?
the one I said was 1E. It's 1E90FF, which it changed. It doubled. That one doubled and replaced another figure in the source code, even though that number, that hex code thing was already there. I'm not sure if it's a hex code. I haven't tried it myself. It's
The
just
hex
I-
That
tried-
is
it's
a
a light
hex code,
blue.
definitely.
It's a light blue.
A light
I just
blue.
have it in
Light blue,
Photoshop
yeah.
now. It's like light blue. There's nothing.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
not even like purple.
So
Enhance.
about that Nightmare Fredbear teaser, which is weird, is that it's blacked and gray out, and there is a Caesar cipher there that
Oh
when it's
my
like moved back one
fucking
letter,
God.
it spells.
Sorry.
It spells
So-
it spells
Underscore.
Fredbear.
Look at.
What?
Look where ground level is. Look where we're underground, dude. Look where ground level is.
Is that I think that's just
I
a
mean-
sky and trees.
So in the
Yeah.
game, it is a sky and trees, but like,
Which is one of those things where I'm like,
Well,
I
I'd
don't
like to think
believe
about, like, the
this stuff
perspective
is
of it.
underground.
Well, it is now, but
being underground.
Oh,
That
Lord.
does not look like a basement window, though.
So
Yeah.
this is one of those weird
Yeah,
things.
they're
I didn't-
usually
once
thinner.
again, found a lot of research when doing FNAF 4 stuff. When you can apparently, according to some people, when you like combine the colors of Nightmare and Nightmare Fredbear and you overlay them, they match that black and grayish Fredbear, which to me
Okay.
just points to more evidence. Because at this point, I'm very much convinced that Nightmare and Nightmare Fredbear are one and the same entity. But to why the change was made, I can't come up with a solid answer. There's a few ideas,
oh my
but I'm not
god,
sure.
Chad,
Was that
look,
Foxy's pirate thing over there,
it's
Curry?
Freddy.
What the heck is that purple?
It's Freddy.
It's purple
underscore
guy.
E-
Oh, it's
I think that's just distortion. Because
Yeah.
of all
Underscore, you
because
said
the
there was like a
adjustments
list
I
of ciphers. Do you,
So-
do you...
I have a
Oh,
list of
oh,
ciphers.
I have a few
Yeah.
myself. We might have the same.
You mentioned the Fredbear one. Like, I have the exact string it is. I can explain the exact, like, exactly what it was and how you solved it. So, but let's start with something some people might know of. And I see someone in chat mention. I see a few people in chat mentioning it right now. Everybody knows about 1982, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's
So
that is
Mhm.
yeah.
Which
that's
one?
a-
in
you-
the
yeah,
source
go
code,
ahead.
in the source code on Sky Games throughout the span of the FNAF 4 teasers being released. I'm also just reading off the website page I made, so that's fun. In the source code of Sky Games throughout the span of the FNAF 4 teasers being released, Scott added 2093 and 0871 as multiple out-of-place text strings. Finding the numbers between 2093 and 087 gets you 1982, because if you either
Yeah.
take one away from 2093 or add one to 0871, you end up in the middle with 1982.
Yeah, that the 2093 can be found in the purple hat and bow tie. The other one I forget exactly where. It was a little tricky for.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I don't have any info on which pages those were found on specifically. It's just the first cipher I put down.
On the Wayback Machine. You can find the 2093. It's June 12th to 25th. That's the purple hat and bow tie teaser on those
Yeah.
couple like 2 weeks.
So I guess do we think that
That's
actually
really
means
so
something?
fellas,
That you have to use.
What is 1982?
Yeah.
Do we think that
It's
actually
weird,
means
'cause
something?
The only time in this franchise, to my knowledge, that we have known about 1982 was in the Silverized novels, when that was implied when Charlie died, the year she
Yes.
died. But then that was retconned. And it's weird because then we have the bite of 83. So I'm thinking, is that actually still important, or is it a retcon? And the thing is, we don't really have a lot really about that. Is that supposed to be when Fredbear's did open? But then that's now that's like contradicted by the novel saying it's 1979,
Well-
and now the games, maybe Secret of the Mimic.
Well,
I
is
think
saying
we'll-
1979.
yeah,
okay,
It's hard to
I-
say.
I was at the
Probably.
demo, and I didn't see this personally, but I was told that people saw it. Like, while I was there, people were like, "Did you see the Fredbear's Family Diner pizza boxes?"
Yeah, they're there. They're there.
Yeah.
So Fredbear should be open as early as 79. So,
Yeah.
and you know what? I thought, oh, maybe 82 is when Fredbear's opens. Yeah, no, that kind of is dead too.
I
Yeah.
think we'll get into this later in terms of the Fredbear plush,
Oh,
but
no.
I have a theory that was Charlie, that the Fredbear plush is Charlie in that game, at least when it
Charlie
initially
plush.
released.
So the first death. It would
So I think it would be that she died before Bite Victim, and that was like a pointing at 1982 as a relevant date, but not the date the game takes place in.
That wouldn't be a bad
You-
theory
yeah.
overall at the time. I'm conflicted on if it still means anything now, because beforehand, if we discovered this back in the day, the Silverized literally said that like Charlie was like 1979 to 1982. That's when it was first mentioned, and the Silverized didn't really that much later after FNAF 4, so it feels like a solid fit. But do we think
Yeah.
now it still means anything? That's what I'm unsure.
Don't
I think-
don't-
Like, okay, you got the puppet plush in Help Wanted 2, right? You
Yeah.
got that from entering 1983. I
Exactly.
think that's a pretty clear indicator that she
Mhm.
did, like, currently, even in games, they retconned her whole plot to probably be 1983 instead of 82.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree, especially when in a like the Silverized, when it changed so much to match more of the games, that got retconned in 1983 too. So maybe it was an early idea by Scott to make it happen.
I've
earlier.
heard
Maybe this is proof it happens after.
I've
Bite
heard the
Victim? I don't
argument
know.
that originally the intention was for Charlie to be dead before Bite Victim, but that the fact that they retconned the age in the Silver Eyes by the third novel is indicative that they actually also did the same thing in the games. That originally the intention was she was dying in 1982, but then when we get into Sister Location, Scott changed his mind on who the plush was.
Let me know when you guys are ready for the
changed it
trailer.
to when Charlie died afterwards.
Oh,
yeah.
Hey,
the trailer.
you think we're done with the teasers?
Yeah,
No,
there's a
keep
lot
going.
more
Yeah.
teasers.
Man,
to
we're
go
not.
through.
We are not done.
You
with
mean
those
like
teasers.
Halloween
I did
teasers?
I
you
got
wanna do?
so many more ciphers,
Get
clown.
back there. Get back there.
Dude, I didn't even
I
know.
got so many more
I didn't even know
ciphers.
about the ciphers. I'm a fake fan. Let me
Damn
see.
it. Okay. I didn't get the. I don't remember which one the Fredbear one was. I do know there's two ciphers. There's one for the Fredbear teaser that gave Fredbear, and there's one in the Plushtrap one. Underscore, you want to
Oh,
yeah,
there
those are the
is.
two. I do have
something
both
about
those.
Plushtrap's
Okay.
teaser that's bothering me
In-
right now as I stare at him.
In the source code of the Scott games, while the Nightmare Fredbear teaser is up, Scott added GSFEC FBS.
Do you
as
still have
an
this
out-of-place
website?
text string.
Your website?
Yes, I do.
Could I pull it up on
Let me,
stream?
let me link it to you. And if, do it absolutely.
Okay.
It's I lost the domain a long time ago because I did not care, but you can still bring it up because it still exists somehow. Magic. If you take those letters that I listed out and subtract each letter in the alphabet by 1, they go back to Fredbear. So the Nightmare Fredbear teaser did show that his name was going to be Fredbear. And then there's a Plushtrap teaser or a Cipher.
Yeah, and just the fact that like you have the fact that that teaser when you overlay Nightmare and Nightmare Fredbear on it, you get that color palette. Even more evidence just saying like, yeah, this is Fredbear. They are both Fredbear. They might be the same entity. What does that mean? Nah. I don't know.
See, I also find it interesting with the 87 to 82 thing. 87 is included in the answer to get to 82. So it seems like that might be the earliest hint that 87 actually isn't what we're talking about. Like you think at first, oh, it's another 87, but then when you work out the code, it goes back to 1982. So you can kind of go, oh, wait, hang on. Maybe there's more to these 87s than
Yeah, because that means you have like kind of three important dates in some way. You have 1982, 1983, and 1987. And I've heard a really crackpot, well, not crackpot at the time, but like I heard a theory that maybe it would be a bite of 82, but I'm like, where would that really go? We have no evidence anything about that. Would that mean there's a first bite? But then it's like, what does that? I don't really buy that.
Yeah. Guys, back to the teaser with Plushtrap. It says terrible things come in small packages, right?
Yeah.
Now this is what I was just thinking about that, and I was like, what if it's not only Plushtrap? What if it applies to some other things? There's only one other thing in that game that I think it could apply to. That would be the second friend Fredbear. Would be a terrible thing. Which,
Or the plushies that turn into the nightmares.
or yeah, that's true. But like, if it was the case of Plushtrap and second friend Fredbear, that would mean that it's probably William speaking. Well, like I would think that was.
This
William
might be a hot
speaking.
take. I really don't think it was Purple Guy at the time of FNAF 4's release. I don't think he intended, I'm gonna have the killer talk through this.
Yes, I agree.
Honestly, with 82, I feel like at the time it did not seem to be.
It might be
case.
now.
There wasn't even really any good evidence, especially since like it's weird even just for it all to be William, which is one of those things where I'm like, how much of a retcon was it? Is it possibly someone else? Because in like one of the it's like, what is it, the night 3 minigame, you can go and find the purple guy Easter eggs, but then second friend Fredbear is still talking to you.
Yeah.
So I'm like, is that actually William? Is that someone in the shadows? I don't know. It's weird.
I mean, the Freddy file says it's William, but like,
Oh, yeah, that's the thing. That's why I'm like, how much of this was retconned or changed?
Yeah.
You have the Plushtrap teaser pulled up right now, and I'll just briefly describe the cipher that one had, because that is the last cipher that we know of, unless there's some other weird text color crap.
I've checked a lot of these. The only two ciphers I found were on the Fredbear and on Plushtrap.
This one had some little text strings that was like CYH, GVH, and GPE, but then it also had 13, 12, and 11 hidden around, and if you subtracted the letters of those three by, CYH by 13, GVH by 12, and GPE by 11, you would get PLU, SHT, RAP. So that also
says Plushtrap. Okay.
It just says Plushtrap.
Just some it was probably just like some fun little ciphers for like for Scott
To get
be
their
like, who are these
names,
characters? Like,
yeah.
oh yeah.
Okay.
What's
up?
What's the 8815 in the? I'm
That's
looking
the
at your website.
file name for Plushtrap's teaser. That's its file name.
And what's 4JPEG and 4.2 JPEG?
4.jpg is
Yeah, so
what-
all the teasers for FNAF 4 were all the majority of them before the
Nightmare
end,
Fredbear.
it was all 4.jpg.
Interesting.
And
What
some
do
of
we...
the some of the JPEG names are weird. Like some of them are like the end JPEG, which is the end, in the dark Jack O'Bonnie, and in the dark is Nightmare Balloon Boy. Then you have Go to Pieces, which is Mangles, and then it's just Boo, which is the See You Soon with blurred Jacko Chica.
So, do we know what 815 means, or
8815.
is that a code or?
BB 1 IS. I have no.
What's
I'm
the-
sorry.
I don't know what
character in the
8815
UCN
means.
What's the
roster.
8th letter?
That is like
Balloon Boy.
because
Balloon Boy is shite. I don't
that
know.
is a strange one because everything else is like okay maybe NC Nightmare Chica, NB Nightmare Bonnie, something big is coming, shocking Fredbear is coming, NFB Nightmare
Well,
Fredbear.
if you put
What
it,
is 8815?
if you put it in letters, it's HHAE, which
No, cool.
yeah, that
but
doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, I was trying to think of them as like letters, but like Balloon Boy something. That doesn't really mean anything to me.
Chat, any ideas? Because the rest of them mean something.
So
I mean,
the rest of the files seem to mean
815,
something.
right?
Yeah, it's
Oh,
8815.
guys,
That's
it's
where
the
we-
release date.
Wait, is it?
Yep.
Yeah, August
that's-
8th, 2015.
I'd actually say that's
Okay.
more evidence for Secret of the Mimic.
Oh,
because that's formatted the same as
it's-
4625. So
Hey,
go ahead.
It's literally on the page right
Ah.
there. It literally says it in the like additional notes spot at the Plushtrap.
Oh,
It
yeah,
says
you're right.
8/8/2015
Wow, we're
release date.
Oof.
Yeah.
Or it was the release date at the time. It was the release date that was
Yeah.
announced with the Doco thing, right?
Okay,
Because
would
it came out in July, right?
Would it be funny if he had this weird meta plot where it is okay, it's 87. Now it's 83. And then he also had this thing where he kept pushing it forward, just like he did with the in-game release date time.
Oh boy, yeah, he pushed it to it was
Oh.
Halloween for 87, then it was August with 83, then it was 82 in July.
To me,
there's
I
one
still
thing
don't
wanna
see
know.
why he wouldn't. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I mean, you say your thing first, because mine's not concrete.
Oh, well, I was just going to say, I still don't understand why he would release the game twice over early. Like, I know it's his thing to release it early, but I don't know why, if the game was so broken lore-wise, that he was like, oh, I don't know, I'll just keep all the Mangle stuff and the Toy Chica stuff and whatever. If it was so broken lore-wise, why he would release it twice over early.
The only
FNAF
thing I
3.
can think of is that maybe Scott was confident enough that it
That it what? You cut out?
Mhm.
Wait, sorry, I didn't hear you. cut out.
Definitely lagged.
Crash Master. He
I think
crashed.
he's withering.
Bro's having trouble.
He
You
crashed.
back?
He's dead.
Yeah, he's
Oh,
gone.
no.
He's dead. Okay, we'll
I killed him.
Let's get my thing off
We'll
like
never
that.
know. He nearly solved FNAF.
Scott assassinated him.
I
He had a
have-
breakthrough. Yeah, he crashed.
Oh, there he goes.
Oh,
he's
dang.
back.
Oh, be back.
Crash.
Hello.
Whoa.
Crash, you're
Okay,
you're
am I here?
fucked.
Am
Oh
I-
wait.
Yes.
Yeah.
Am I here?
Oh, he's unfucked.
Yes.
You're back.
I'm sorry. I don't
No,
know. For like
14
10
took him.
seconds, I got so scared. I'm like, why is it not working? Okay, can everyone hear me? Am I cool?
Yeah,
Am I
yeah,
cool?
we can hear you now.
Oh, we hear you
Okay,
now.
I was gonna
Yeah.
say, I the only thing I can really think of is that maybe Scott didn't want to put more for like that Halloween update since it was coming out on Halloween, and maybe he thought like, hey, the game's good enough in general. I think that's fine because obviously to us thinking the game is weird and not fixed
Sorry,
or and the
continue.
lore's broken, it's not to Scott. Scott might think it's fine.
Yeah.
Then he's like, what if I want to add more stuff because it's Halloween? Maybe he pushed it earlier and then he started
Well-
doing stuff for Halloween. That's
Well,
the
if
only
it
thing I
was
can
the
really
point
think
where-
of.
No, but what I mean is, like, if he realized later that, like, oh, this doesn't make sense to be in 87, why still keep in all the Easter eggs that lead up to 87? Like, or that make you think, like, because that's why people think Mangle's in it or why Toy Chica's in it. Because it's, oh, that's remnants of when it was an 87 game. But if that was the case, it would be really easy for Scott to take those things out. It's the same with, like, people thinking that initially he was going to be, Crying Child was going to be the puppet. It's like, if that changed before the game released, it would take 5 seconds for him to edit the sprites and take out his like black and white striped shirt. You know, it would just be.
No, sorry. I was gonna say that's the thing though. It's like to us, maybe to Scott, he thought it was fine, or maybe we would get it because he literally said like and I actually did copy and paste this, but then I released part 4, and somehow not a single person found the pieces. The story remains completely hidden. I guess most people assume that I filled the game with random Easter eggs this time. I didn't. So
Well,
it seems very
exactly,
clear to
so-
me that to Scott, it still was fine and worked out, but to the fan base and us, like, and we all noticed, like at the time FNAF 4, not a lot of people, pretty much no one was like really sure what was going on.
Yes,
We
but I
still
think
don't.
in that case he would be like, if it was a case of he just made a game and then very last minute changed it, even if on release he was like, it's fine, they'll figure it out. You know, it makes enough sense. If like months later people hadn't still figured it out, I don't think he'd be like, why don't they get it? You know, I think he would be more so like, maybe it's on my part because I filled it with, broken stuff that's from an earlier version of the game when it took place in a different year.
Yeah. Even and this was only a month. This was on August 24th when he posted this. Like the fact that the pieces have remained elusive this time strikes me as incredible and special, fitting conclusions in some way. And because of that, I decided that maybe some things are best left forgotten forever. So maybe he was satisfied enough with it at the time. It's not clear. I tried to sometimes think of like, just because we don't understand something doesn't mean that it's the thing where it's like, just because you write a story and you created it doesn't mean that everyone's gonna understand it because you know the lore, you wrote everything, you plotted all this out.
Where's
so to the creator,
the
it's gonna
child
be
face,
easy.
by the way, when he's done talking?
By
Where's
the
the
teeth
child
in his
face?
mouth.
His
The
stomach.
teeth?
Is that really?
yeah.
I'm so skeptical on that.
It's air
It looks like
quotes
Mr.
child
Cupcake
face.
to me.
Mr.
Looks like
Cupcake.
Mr. Cupcake to me.
You would have to really brighten it up, but
Okay.
I think you will probably be able to see it if you hit the. Oh
it's
wait,
like-
actually you don't.
It's like towards the ME and Fredbear. It's like
Towards
around
the ME.
the right side
It's
of the image.
probably a coincidence in modeling, but like
Oh, I see
it
it.
looks
I see it.
really funny once you see it.
Okay,
I
hold
don't
on.
know, man.
I'll-
I think
I'll-
it's just.
I'll
I think
look
it's.
for it.
I think it's Nightmare Cupcake.
You don't have to
Nightmare
brighten, you
Fredbear
just have
just
to
got
zoom
hungry.
in.
You said it's by
Look,
the
Nightmare
ME.
Fredbear.
Okay, so
He just got hungry and he just wanted
it's
to
by-
eat Nightmare Cupcake.
it's like
Oh, this thing?
2 over from the 15.
This thing?
Yeah.
I'll
Yeah,
circle it.
It's like the
It'll get
middle.
circled
It's like
in
the
the
middle. It's very
It's
much
just that
near the
little
middle
guy.
right. It's the middle right. You have to zoom in. Yeah, right there. Right there. You see like the little 2 glowing things. A little to the left.
Hmm?
And okay.
This is like
I didn't
yeah,
circle.
right
I
there.
didn't
Right there.
circle.
Yes, right there.
Did I circle it or no?
Yeah.
Yes, you
Yes,
did. You did.
okay.
You see like the
You
little
got it.
2 white
Yeah, I
dots?
see him. I see him.
I thought that was like, oh,
weird.
it's Nightmare Cupcake. He just got hungry and ate it.
I can see why it would look like that, but I also it could just totally be.
Yeah, I think
artifact.
it could be
I'm not
artifact.
really
It's crazy.
convinced. Maybe you could say, oh, because the bite victim, it's the stomach mouth. He bit him technically. Like that's the only thing I think of. I'm not convinced,
Yeah.
really, honestly.
It doesn't really matter
I
either
think
way. It's like, yeah, you
it's
bit
a
someone.
modeling thing.
All right, now
Okay,
is it trailer time.
sorry,
I had one more thing for
Oh,
teasers.
yeah.
but
Okay,
this
okay,
is
okay.
the
Same
loosest
here.
thing I had.
Alright.
You have one more thing? I'll go first.
Yeah, you
I
go
was
first.
messaging someone last night about FNAF 4 stuff.
Mhm.
Talking about the 87s and 83s and N82. And they mentioned something that I had never seen, and I don't have like an image of because Wayback Machine is failing on me right now. But they said that
Wayback Machine is so buggy.
they said that at some point in the changing of the Plushtrap teaser, 1984 did pop up at least once.
Oh my!
So there's another one.
84?
Oh,
All right, are we gonna try to salvage
Whoa,
this?
no.
This,
heard
this,
that before.
this is
Right?
a reputable person, so I trust them in what they're saying on that.
So we have
This is
just never-
82, 83,
and
84, and 87.
And 85,
Oh,
I
God.
guess. That's also important in 85. It's not in the game, but
I have
know it's
I
Yeah.
had some theories about what could have been in 1986.
Oh, 86? Oh,
We'll never
Uh.
each year something happened. In fact, how
Yeah.
did these guys not just get shut down so
If
quick?
84 were hugely relevant, it would have to be in something that happens after the event of the minigames, and I can't imagine that if it was like super intentional or was very important, that Scott wouldn't have left some
1980s
remnant
baby.
of it in
probably-
in the source code.
it probably matters just as much as 1982, which is not a bit.
Not
Yeah.
Yeah.
not
I mean, look, if that's the one thing it did disappear fast, and there's nothing to my knowledge about 1984. It might have just been a flub, or it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
He misclicked.
Yeah.
Okay. You had one more thing for the teasers, and then we're gonna do the trailer.
Yes, it's like it's just me being dumb, probably.
Mm.
I find it so weird that Plushtrap acts so similarly to Pit Bonnie and the MCI's death at the same time.
How
what
so?
do you
In
mean
what
by
way?
that?
Yeah, what do you mean?
How?
Okay, so so in the game, the only times we really ever see Pit Trap move is usually in darkness or in shadows. Even when he's brought up in like Return to the Pits, usually in some dark corner where he comes from. Even when he first appears, he shuts off all the lights and then he walks out. And then there's also the MCI's death, which we know they're slumped over, and I believe it was Return to the Pit. They're in chairs, tied up, slumped over.
yeah.
So I just found it
let
weird that he
me-
kind of feels like a hybrid of the two.
It is
Let
odd
me see. Is
because
there anything? I did read the character encyclopedia. I want to see. Is there anything about that? Maybe what Plushtrap? Let me see.
'Cause
My
if
only,
you're-
my only thing with that would be that it's just that's sort of the common behavior of a lot of the all the animatronics are stunned by light in all the other games.
yeah, that's what
Except
I was
for,
gonna say.
think Springtrap
that
isn't,
as well.
which is interesting.
Yeah.
And then interestingly, we know this is a real place from sister location. The Plushtrap hallway is a real place. So I'm assuming it's
It
another
is,
Yeah.
it's another experiment
another
he's
experiment
doing
room.
for something.
Though we don't see it in Dittophobia, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah.
What's weird is there's 5 dots in there too,
Testing reflexes. He's training
Uh,
Michael to be really good at flashlights.
and a 6th one for the player.
It's interesting how Plushtrap is one of the only characters for FNAF 4 who gets a lot of attention too. Like he appears in FNAF 4, UCN, Help Wanted, Special Delivery, Security Breach. Like obviously
The
everyone kind of does
Plushtrap
this way.
chaser story.
And then the
Mhm.
short
Yeah.
story Out of Stock too. And he's one of the characters in UCN summoned by Dee Dee.
Oh, by the way, there is in Dittophobia, now I can't prove this. In Dittophobia, there is strangely a just air quotes like standing tall toy rabbit thing in the
Interesting.
bedroom, which obviously FNAF 4 doesn't have a bedroom. You could say that's maybe Plushtrap, or you could say I don't know what the frick that is.
It's
Standing
Theodore.
tall
might-
toy
he might be a
rabbit
bit of
does feel like
Theodore.
Plushtrap.
It's like
No, it's
there's
like
something
literally
weird about
Dittophobia.
it. It makes him
Like-
it makes him nervous. It makes him nervous.
It does feel like
Dittophobia.
Plushtrap. He's described as a rabbit plush toy, the type of animatronic he is, and
Woody,
he's
that would-
literally
that would
this toy
appear to
version of
be-
Springtrap first
Now-
appears in FNAF 4.
Now, I might not be getting my description of what Dittophobia says exactly accurate. It is just some rabbit thing that is, small. It's not a nightmare. It's not a giant nightmare. That is described as like, okay, there's the caterpillar toy, there's the robot toy, there's the phone, and there's the rabbit thing that accompanies them for some reason. That's how
If-
Dittophobia
if-
does it.
Yeah.
If Dittophobia references a rabbit toy, I think we can be very, very sure that it's
Probably it's
Plushtrap.
Plushtrap.
I think
yeah.
there's
Yeah.
nothing else it could
All
be.
right.
Yeah.
Then yeah,
Unless we want to go with the toy Bonnie figurine from or the Shadow Bonnie figurine.
pass.
I think it's like the story that's all about FNAF 4 has to have a reference.
That would make
to-
sense.
If it's talking about a rabbit toy, it's
for it to be
it's a
Plushtrap.
Plushtrap.
All right,
You know,
trailers.
there is one more interesting thing about Plushtrap that I just want to call out. A lot of people, at least from what we saw in the FNAF 4 minigames, they say Plushtrap is just like that Spring Bonnie finger trap toy. Okay,
Yeah.
they say Plushtrap is a plush Spring Bonnie. I want to make it very clear that maybe that's what the fans think. But when you look at stuff like Freddy Files, the encyclopedia, he is always referred to as a plush Springtrap. He's not a plush Spring Bonnie. He's a plush Springtrap.
Yeah, I could
And
confirm
And that's a
that as
very
well.
interesting distinction.
I have the line right here. This toy version of Springtrap first appears in Five Nights at Freddy's 4.
I mean, and it's literally withered. So
That's literally what it says.
I mean,
The
and
I
concept
here's-
of a
so-
plush finger
here's-
trap
I-
scares me.
I won't go too much on a tangent here. Here's the thing. So depending when you think the character, not the character, the logbook takes place, I believe it should take place at least by the time of FNAF 3, since all the night cover pages do have the FNAF 3 office. And here's the weird thing about that too. I think it's possible that the nightmares, if Michael does see them in some capacity as nightmares, it might take place around that time too. Considering the fact that it's like we cover with like everybody says like it's around FNAF 1 because of the phone call and the nightmares and how they react. I'm like, if Plushtrap is added to that,
Yeah, it could
Wouldn't
be.
that mean FNAF 3?
Well, could it be Michael's dreaming
that's-
about it after FNAF?
And that
3?
even ties in with the fact that he draws Nightmare or Nightmare Fredbear in the logbook. So you have this kind of pile up of like maybe FNAF 4 is around, or the Nightmare sections for Michael is around this time in a way.
And fun
That-
epic
I think
bonus
that's
on that,
saved.
to add on to that, in the sister location private room, when you're looking at the Plushtrap hallway, Plushtrap isn't actually there. And maybe that's why Nightmare BB
he's
was said to be
gone, he's
canon.
gone.
Because Nightmare BB was actually sitting there during the experiments. But Michael's just seeing Plushtrap in his
Oh,
memories
my-
that would
because...
be crazy.
because-
yeah.
Yeah, oh, I'm cooking.
Interesting.
No. Yeah, no.
Yo,
yeah,
that is crazy to think
I've-
about.
I'm cooking.
I've been down this path before. Nightmare Balloon Boy's canon. He's probably the real thing in the rooms. But you take plus Springtrap, that maybe someone could claim that puts FNAF 4's Nightmares for Michael at least after or during FNAF 3.
Yeah, I think he dreams about it.
That's the thought process.
That gas
Does
will make you
anything
see
about-
crazy things, man. Keep that air flowing.
Whoa.
Whoa.
So hang on. I never thought of this before, but by Scott saying that Nightmare BB is canon, is that implying that Plushtrap isn't? Or
No,
like,
I think he
because
was just talking
replaces
about
him?
No.
So this
No,
is what
The
Scott
Halloween
said.
characters.
I have the image he used. He said, this is what he said. Nightmare BB was originally just for the bonus game before, in parentheses, before I decided to make a separate Halloween edition, and in parentheses. However, Nightmare BB fits into the story and can be
Yeah.
considered canon. That's what he said at the time.
So nowadays,
So
I'd
then,
say
yeah,
he
maybe
was
we're
actually
talking
in the
about multiple
chair,
dreamers.
and yeah, Michael. Yeah, so I think nowadays you could say
Yeah.
after Didophobia, he was in the chair for
Oh.
the actual kids. Yeah,
And then the Plushtrap was made. And you know what? Before Didophobia, you could have said the Plushtrap got, was not part of the experiments at all. But I guess now you could say maybe he's just chilling in the bedroom.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because he matches the furry creatures more than if you put Nightmare Balloon Boy in that other room. He's
Yeah,
kind of like
yeah,
a
yeah.
toy. But then you just put Plushtrap with the rest of the furry nightmares.
Yeah.
That was a cool little
good.
discovery.
Okay, we should
Yeah.
be able to do the trailer.
Okay,
Yeah, let's go.
we'll be on this for another 2
I'll say-
hours.
so this will be on. So this is just one thing I want to add because I did look at the FNAF 4 music. This is about the trailer, by the way, and not going off tangent.
Okay.
It's weird because the music that plays, the music track used for the trailer, it's stock music. So just keep that in mind.
Yeah,
It's called Lucifer.
Okay.
fitting.
What the
Okay,
heck?
bro.
No, yeah, I don't think Scott was intending that at all. I think he was like, "Oh, the song's
No,
good."
but here's it gets weirder. It gets weirder. We'll watch the trailer and then I'll explain why that's super
Alright.
weird.
Begin.
I'm watching the stream right now.
Now, you guys will be a little bit far
Also,
behind,
the
but
Nightmare
I'll pause on
Fredbear
all
in
the important
survival
stuff.
logbook isn't the same as the actual one. It's
We'll
a little
analyze
weird.
every single text string.
Oh, we will.
So this is the
Yeah.
original. This is the original trailer made by Scott, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, because the music did change in Click Team.
Oh, I should probably unmute it.
All the
What is-
music on the Click Team ports is called Evil Power, which is just like, oh wow, so standard and boring. Evil Power.
What is it that you think you see?
What is that? Do you see?
Now, bear in mind, we do have to approach these at an angle of just FNAF 4, not experiments, not sister location.
Yeah, we
Mhm.
have to remember this was the game that Scott said he was going to finish. Keep that in mind.
Well,
Think
yeah,
of
well,
think
I
of
can-
you
I
turn
can
your
split
brains to
that into-
2015 mode.
I think I see nightmares. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the guy just sees nightmares.
Yeah.
He's tweaking.
What do you think? It's cut dry, I think.
So that's it. That's all we have to say about what is
Yeah,
it that you see?
I mean, what else can we get? It is just nightmares.
Yeah,
yeah, probably.
I'm seeing horrifying versions of my friends.
Oh
That's it.
wait,
It'll-
yeah.
we'll talk on the
Unless,
next few dialogues
Oh, no.
unless,
Oh, yeah?
unless we. Okay, so right. I was just gonna say on the whole sister location nightmare experiment thing. Scott did say after sister location released that he only ever had the one retcon. We're not gonna go into the whole retcon thing, but we had a discussion recently that the retcon probably isn't in FNAF 4 based on the way that post is worded, because he says like, I only ever did one retcon, blah 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 blah, and then he talks about FNAF 4 and sister location separately, and he says, I made sister location to clear up a misconception about FNAF 4. Now,
Yeah.
if the
Better
intention
retcon.
of
There's
FNAF
no
4
way.
was for it to be some sort of, well, not even necessarily
No way.
like experiment or whatever, but hang on, what do you think you see? you're not seeing what's really there. I know it's probably about nightmares, but if they were mannequins and you were seeing nightmare versions
it fits.
of them,
Yeah, it fits.
and he's saying, "What do you think you see?"
Yeah, the shoe fits.
I just because
is
it's
also
just to
one of those-
me. Go ahead.
Oh no, sorry. I was just gonna say this is one of those weird things too, where I'm like, I'm not convinced that 83 and 87 was a retcon, because he says like, or at the very least, maybe you could say maybe by the time of sister location, maybe then he just didn't consider it, because he says I use sister location to clear up a misconception from FNAF 4. Currently, there's a misconception from sister location, blah blah blah. But he says I use sister location to clear up a misconception, not an error, not a retcon. He says misconception. So to me, that's one of those things where it's like, maybe I think he did plan it for.
I think it's just the bite of
or at the
87.
very
Oh, it's
least,
definitely
like-
80.
Yeah, I think it's the bite of
I've always
87.
thought that
83.
misconception was definitely like, oh, this is an 87.
But it's
Because
interesting
people
then
just
to
didn't
be
look at the
talking
TV close enough.
Yeah, but to be thinking about it in that way, then that misconception that he clears up is 83, right? But it specifically also shows you that they're real. Like, it's in the exact same misconception he's clearing up. He's also like, if he's talking about retcons in that post, that would be a pretty big retcon to be like, no, they weren't nightmares. They're also.
He also said in the Doggo interview
I don't-
that he used it to. He wanted to steer it somewhere better. That's what he said. He said. So I think it was a
Yeah, he
retcon.
said he
story
wanted.
of
Well,
FNAF
he
4.
said he wanted to ground the story again, not
Yeah.
not necessarily in reality, but something a little more to like be less confusing and be like, this is so interpretable. It's based. It's not even a story anymore.
Because 4 was
I
very
wanted to
abstract.
ground the story, so I made the killer a mad scientist who built a giant underground fake house.
True,
And he has a nightmare.
true.
Look, he said,
So
look, it's a
basic.
story we can at least follow instead of interpretations about dreams or maybe not.
We did follow it,
Yeah.
mostly.
Mostly.
They're mostly false.
We
All right,
tried.
Anyway, that's all I wanted to say.
Okay.
Okay, that's what.
Wait,
that's
one
what
more
he-
thing. One more thing. In
Oh.
the trailer, the lamp that you see on the left side is the same lamp that we see Michael's room,
Oh my
sister
God.
location.
No
Whoa!
way!
And the FNAF
I
movie.
wonder what
Which
that
is
could
one of those
possibly
things to
mean.
me that proves that this is a real place. This is a real place, at least in the new lore sister location.
Did they put that lamp in the
You think
movie?
Michael stole his father's lamp and took it to his room?
T-Dread.
Yep.
Screw you, father. I'm taking your lamp.
I like the way it illuminates.
It was right where you said it would be. The lamp. It was in this. It was in the nightmare.
All the
chambers.
light bulbs were there.
I just thought of something.
Hey, what's up?
What have you brought home? What if it was a survival logbook that had the two spirits attached to it?
No, he brought the lamp home.
Yeah,
that
it's
is
the lamp,
that is
obviously.
very.
In FNAF
I mean, that
3,
would be
and
like
this is
the most mega
FNAF 3 office.
assigning meaning to things that didn't have that meaning originally thing
Yeah,
ever.
Oh,
But
you know what?
Yeah, the
I-
logbook didn't even come out until like around FNAF 6 UCN, so it's definitely not the
Yeah.
original meaning.
I have a counter offer on what he brought home, but I'm gonna have to save that till we get deeper into this.
psychic friend for actually that would make any sense.
Lamp theory.
Not that either.
Yeah.
Well, it's close enough.
Gibby,
Anyways,
Gibby
let's keep going.
thinks that because the crying child's room and this house are so different, that the intention was always that you play as Michael in FNAF 4 night
Well,
gameplay.
you know what? I agree
actually
with that,
agree.
but there's a very different reason for that.
Okay, would you like to say,
Oh.
or will you say later?
Oh, we're gonna.
Ooh.
No, we're saving it. We're gonna have to
Okay.
get there.
Oh,
Yeah.
I want to say something so bad about that because it's so weird.
I am
We'll talk
playing.
about
Yeah,
it later.
it's
We'll
gonna
talk
get
about it later.
weird.
I'm pressing the space bar.
Yeah.
Let's finish the trailer.
Also, chat,
Yeah,
I'm
let's
sorry
do
the
it.
quality
Yeah,
is
for
shit, but Scott only uploaded this in 480p, so I can't really do anything about that. All right.
Boo.
Upres it. Upres it.
AI.
Ugh.
Oh.
The mimic.
I sure hope nothing shows
Still
up.
It's not.
Yeah, it's gonna be delayed for
All
us.
right. What game do you think
Yeah,
you're
it's
playing as the
paused for
next
us.
Okay.
text screen? By the way, you can put the stream
I'm
in
thinking
2
playing
times
FNAF
speed.
4.
Your latency will get cut in
That's
half.
also weird. What game do you think you're playing?
Okay,
FNAF
what
4?
game? Now
don't
that
know.
one's goofier because it's like, okay, yeah, obviously we're playing FNAF 4, but
Yeah, this one's hard. This one I have no
Again,
idea.
if it's like, if it's made like, okay, it's probably, we can also go with the idea. It's like, it's just spooky trailer text. It's not trying to tell us the
Yeah.
lore,
Yeah.
you know. But
Yeah.
the what game do you think you're playing? Again, if the idea that these are set up intentionally, it's like, what do you think you're doing? Oh, you're surviving. What game do you think you're playing? You're actually playing this other game with the intention. I don't think it was Nightmare
Yeah, I think
Chambers when it came out.
My-
No,
yeah,
no,
no.
no.
Michael
Definitely
thinks
not.
he's actually having nightmares while it's the actual mannequins the experiment.
Yeah, it could be just another like this
thinks
isn't
he's
real
just-
kind of thing.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's almost like reverse gaslighting. He's like getting back to the root. You are playing nightmares, real things. You're not just having nightmares when you go to sleep.
Although it could be to throw you off, like you think you're playing as the crying child, but you're not. You idiot. But that'd be more like, who do you think you're playing as? Would be better text.
Yeah.
Well, I think
it's so oddly
I think
specific.
that applies to FNAF 4 overall because I think it's genuinely was set up to make the community think it was going to be about one thing and then it was revealed to be another. In the same way that FNAF
Yeah.
2, when you're playing that game, you're like, oh, it's a sequel. Oh wait, no, it's a prequel. Oh, it must be about the MCI. Oh wait,
Always
no, it's
freaking
not.
does
It's about the
that.
DCI.
Yeah,
You know,
and then
so
you're playing
this is
FNAF
kind of the
4,
same thing.
and it's like, oh, we're the crying child, and
Why
it's
did we
like,
do
okay,
seven?
maybe air quotes, but then no, you're technically Mike.
Yeah.
Michael.
Mike victim, Mike victim.
No,
I like how Scott had to release an entire book to damage control that theory. Fucking step closer. Fazbear Frights
it
is just
got me
mad
on
bad
board,
damage
so-
control.
Yep, and not gonna lie, Step Closer, one of my favorite Frights stories.
It's pretty good.
overall.
Up there
Yeah,
with
Step Closer's
In the
good.
Flesh. Ha 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 ha.
No.
Ugh. Ugh.
Da, da, da.
We're still waiting for the next.
Yeah, we are.
Um.
All right, it's here. What have you brought home?
We haven't said it. Spoilers.
Stop it!
Okay.
You're spoiling us.
I'm just thinking the only
Yeah.
thing I can think of for goofiness is that he brought Ennard home in the fake ending by accident.
Oh
He
gosh,
entered
I
inside
hate
of
when-
him.
Don't you hate when you bring
Okay, well, this is-
Aggression.
This is genuinely good evidence that we were always supposed to be playing as Mike, and that Mike was always supposed to be Foxy Bro and Mike Schmidt at the same time.
We'll get to this
Because
later. We'll get to
what
this
have you
later.
brought home from Freddy's?
We'll
Yeah,
get to
but I'm
this
just saying,
later.
it's
We
I'm
need-
just throwing it
Yeah,
there.
No, I
I
want to
wanna
say. I
say
want to
stuff
say.
too, but we need
Okay,
to
let me
finish the
let me
story.
do one thing. One thing.
I want to say.
Fuck all of you. Let me say one thing. Okay. In the title screen, you quite literally have a bunch of these robots stalking a house from afar.
Yep.
Now, is that supposed
Yeah.
to be symbolic or underscore? Do you think that's like meant to be like, oh, that means a thing?
Well, I want to throw something
Just go
just
off.
wild out
Go
there
off.
and let everybody rip it apart like
Go.
piranhas. I don't want to answer your question about whether that's literal or symbolic. I want to say something else cool.
Keep going.
That house up on the hill out in the middle of nowhere is just undeniably the Midnight Motorist house. Now chew on that one.
Yeah, that's fair.
Mm-hmm.
No,
Yeah, no, I agree.
Can I say something?
He thought we were
can I
gonna
say
be like,
something about that idea?
no, no.
Yeah. No, wrong.
CJ, can I say something about that idea?
Yeah,
Do
yeah.
it.
You go and then Unwithered goes.
So here's the thing. Now how close are they? It's hard to say. I think the Twisted ones do in some ways have a lot of similarities with the Nightmares,
sure.
which is something I've been
Yes.
working on.
Yeah.
And it's the fact that in the Twisted ones, the animatronics literally do bury themselves
Mhm.
outside,
Yep.
and then they come out at night. And
Yeah.
and the fact that we now know with Sister Location that the bunker does attach to multiple sections of the different areas of the Afton household.
Yes, sir.
Is it possible that maybe maybe I don't know if it's exactly like the bunker is like it's not, is it directly to the house? Do they just have like secret passageways? Do they come at the bunker in a different passageway? It's hard to say, but it's like I do think, is it possible that maybe they have to trek their way to get to those areas? in
My
the house,
only problem
and then
with
they
that-
eventually come back.
My only problem with that is I don't see why mannequins would need to crawl out of the dirt.
Well, I'm not
I
saying in the
wanna-
dirt. It's just like the image of like how they're hiding in the shrubbery outside.
I want to throw out two better counterpoints,
All right, yeah.
which is one, and I'm only saying these because I just finished writing a Midnight Motorist video, talked about this topic, and then killed it. So I know the two reasons that I killed it. One, the dirt mound is undisturbed. Okay,
In what?
there,
Midnight Motorist?
you would think something's under there, and if it was an animatronic like that, it would be out at this point at night.
Yeah.
Mm.
Like that
true.
dirt pound would be more disturbed. But two, let's say it goes to that house and takes that kid. It doesn't take that kid. It walks off with that kid. It does not vor that child.
Yeah.
That was
I
just
mean,
yeah. It's like I think that's very, very fair, especially since it's Midnight Motorist, and midnight starts the gameplay of all the games. So very
Yeah.
true.
So
Mhm.
I obviously we love comparing the mound to the twisted ones, but that maybe a good throw off, maybe a good red herring on that
I
one.
think it's either
for a
the
twisted one.
grave or the entrance to SL.
Besides, we don't even have like reason to believe twisted ones air quotes exist in the games.
No, we've never seen them.
Yeah. Just to say, it was an idea I just had trying to like with the outside imagery, and I do think the nightmares and the twisted ones are similar in some ways. Just an idea throwing out, but I don't think it really sticks. I don't think the nightmares bury themselves outside or anything.
I mean, yeah, they're mannequins. I'm pretty
Animatronic
sure, so-
zombies. Who would ever think of that? Oh wait.
All right.
Wait, guys, I have an idea for
Mm.
this.
Oh yeah.
Text quote real quick. This is very much a strand of ideas that are really it's weird. What have you brought home? Go back, Midnight Motorist. Mike is the guy that leaves the house. This is just a scenario, okay? Couch person, Mrs. Afton. It's William Afton, of course.
Everyone scream.
Yeah, Junior's just in a random bar. So he goes out to go to the mount to look at upon his brother's grave. What he brings home. Now this doesn't make sense in wording, but it makes sense in idea. He goes home, and what he sees when he gets home is his father doing the thing he said was that he would be sorry when he gets back. So after what he brings home from that experience is him going into the FNAF 4 nightmare
It's like
experiments.
metaphorical.
So, yeah, like this is definitely not. I don't know if this is the meaning, but it's just an idea. Because what if you brought home and then it's FNAF 4? What he brought home could have been FNAF 4 in of itself. Yeah,
I think we can all agree that the
idea.
thing that Michael at least brought home was some PTSD.
I was
Yes.
just gonna say that, like, legitimately, that could be what it is. He's brought home PTSD from
Oh,
Freddy's.
baggage.
That's like he's
Yeah.
brought home this.
You got really
Baggage.
close to that Midnight Motorist video. I just finished writing, which
yeah.
was about
Nice.
Mike as the runaway and doing stuff like that. But at the end, it split off because I had a different idea.
I feel like
What you have brought home,
Hey, go ahead. I've been waiting for you to say what you think this means. So
I would imagine that footprint is actually going to be Shadow Freddy. He goes hypothetically to the mound, comes home. Don't put too much thought into what William's saying, but think about that he is going to, from that trauma and that point on, with Shadow Freddy terrorizing him, going to have just have the nightmares, not be any experiment rooms, just have nightmares, and Shadow Freddy specifically terrorizing him in said nightmares because he is Nightmare.
that's true.
That is my what have you brought home.
That's almost exactly an interpretation I have. I don't know the footprints. I'm thinking Shadow Freddy or Golden Freddy. Either one I'm cool with.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're basically the same
Yeah.
thing.
I mean, Shadow Freddy is
I
like
think Nightmare.
Nightmare,
Yeah.
Nightmare, Fredbear, nah.
Exactly.
they also like they have
Could
all the
we-
same
could we
mechanics
argue-
in the games too. Like they're deliberately meant to be like
Yeah.
the exact same fucking
One's
thing.
just the shadowy version of the other one.
So could we argue that because Mike has the drawing of Nightmare Fredbear in the logbook, and there's always been like a question since Sister Location. Oh well, are the dreams like only nightmare experiments, or are they like did Michael go through them, or did somebody else go through them, or what the case is? Do we think it's possible that Michael could have had those dreams first, could have had those nightmares first, and then William created a chamber to replicate the dreams that his son told him about, rather than being the other way around? Because I think usually what I hear is William made a chamber, Michael went in the chamber, then years later he had a dream about it, like reliving that experience. But could it be the other way around?
Damn.
That
I
is
made-
exactly what I think is going on.
Yeah, it could
I
be.
made this perfect image
Interesting.
encapsulating all the. Oh, is this?
I guess the FNAF one phone
Yes,
call just
this
gets
is-
mixed in
I'm
there
gonna
after
copy-
he works there. But he has the nightmares for
Okay,
years.
I imagine that he would
probably.
have these dreams
for years. Yeah.
In the
yeah.
side chat, I made a
Yes.
chart based on all of the versions of FNAF 4 to see what kind of version most people would think about.
Mm.
This is all of them I could find or think of myself. The by the way, I trademarked a few of them. Here's the thing.
Trademark.
At this point, I am convinced. At this point, I 100% believe that at the very least, Bite Victim and Michael see them as nightmares to some extent. I would
Yeah.
it's I would say I would favor Michael being the one doing the experiments in some extent, because I can't think of a reason why so early in the timeline, like William would experiment on crying child. If anything, it's
I
it's
don't-
like
I-
it's
yeah,
just
I don't
it's
think
just a
he
thing
ever
where it's like
did.
I could see an interpretation of the story, but it's just like I can't understand why it would be so early in the timeline. So I figure Michael would be the one, because at least it makes a lot more
Yeah.
sense for him in any kind of version of the story. And the thing is, I think that's in some way what the punishment is during Midnight Motorist, in a way where it's like he'll be sorry when he gets back. So maybe he puts him under. And the thing is, I think in some version of the story, Michael is kind of subservient to William.
Yeah,
like
for
he doesn't
sure.
have a lot of his will.
He's
or
literally
strength,
shown as
I
a
think,
dummy,
until sister
like
location.
being puppeted. Yeah.
Okay, I relate to Michael, so
Yeah.
chill out, please. But it's a thing where I'm like, is that the punishment? I'm not sure, because the thing is, I think it's both nightmares and experiments. Because the fact is, there's so much FNAF 1 and 3 imagery with them, and you have the phone guy call, so we know it should Michael having the nightmares as nightmares, I think takes place later in the timeline.
Question about
Yeah.
Shadow Freddy luring Michael away. The only question I have, so like, is Shadow Freddy just the embodiment of evil, or does it have allegiance? Does it have like actual allegiance to William, or is it just a force of nature?
Well,
Oh, that's interesting.
probably.
Yeah.
You wanna go?
Yeah, I have a theory on Shadow Freddy, which we might talk about later, but I suppose I can throw it out here now.
Yeah.
This was something we were talking about on the big live stream with loads of different people, but
Yeah.
this kind of goes against what I just said about the order of events with the nightmares and stuff. But I was considering that the nightmare chambers, or maybe the nightmares themselves, I'm not sure, could have been either in pursuit of or accidentally resulted in the creation of Shadow Freddy. So, because throughout the game, we play nights 1 to 4, then Fredbear shows up. Then on night 6, Shadow Freddy appears, and we're later told that he is William's wickedness made of flesh.
Yeah.
So I've always wondered what William was actually experimenting for. Like, what was his goal? Because we don't really know. He's like, his child dies and then probably becomes Fredbear, but we also don't really know what happens, if that's at all related, because all the other kids get possessed anyway, and they don't necessarily go through.
I don't
these
think it's
chambers.
remnant based. The only thing I can think of is something like fear, maybe.
Well, yeah, so he's just-
agony,
yeah, but
but
that's
we
what
don't
I'm-
have
he's
a-
just
we
thinking-
don't have a lot of
Like
yeah,
what?
we don't have a lot of evidence that he knows about agony.
It's just like, what's gonna happen
But
if
that's
I
what I'm
build up
saying
all
is
these
maybe-
negative emotions in one place? Is what? Yeah.
It's weird too with Shadow Freddy, because I personally believe that Shadow Freddy does have some kind of ties. I don't know if he's like a servant or a partner of William in any way like that. I feel like the shadows are definitely more chaotic neutral. It is weird though, where it's like you have Nightmare where he says like, I am your wickedness made of flesh, and he also says the shadow fears me.
That's
which makes me
trippy,
think
yeah, I
like,
hate that line.
I've
Hate that line.
been coming up with a lot of evidence to say like, you have a lot of like this left hand, left side imagery with Shadow Bonnie. And so I'm like, what if Shadow Freddy would be the right hand? He's William's right hand. And then you have this whole thing with FNAF 3 with like, he's leading them towards William. I don't know if he's exactly like a partner with William or William's controlling him, but I think he might be, maybe if we think the shadows, maybe it's like how Shadow Bonnie is kind of maybe trying to stop people from getting Shadow Remnant. Maybe Shadow Freddy is like Eleanor, where it's trying to gather more agony, gather more remnant. And what better than to lure victims toward William and then let those ghosts springlock William so he's in pain for 30 years? How much agony would that cause?
However, my only problem with
That's
that
crazy.
is that in FNAF 6, Henry says that William set a trap, and I can't think of anything the trap would be except Shadow Freddy.
No, but that's what I mean. That's why he's much
is-
more of a neutral force, where he's not exactly working with William, but he's kind of
Well, he
doing
says
those
he led
actions
them
to get
there
most
again. Like
amount of it.
he's like, "Go, Shadow Freddy, bring them over here."
Yeah, he said he set some kind of trap. I
Yeah.
don't know what
Well,
it was, but he led them
if
there again.
I wonder if Shadow Freddy, if William has actual control over Shadow Freddy,
It was
or
a
if it's a
projection.
case, because he says, "I'm your wickedness made of flesh," which sort of means to me, it's like my bad intentions literally manifest this
Yeah,
thing to
in
show
you,
up.
yeah.
Like, not William
yeah, I
might not be
totally
aware of it or might not control it,
A
but he could be like,
stand.
"Oh, I want the kids to come
Shadow
here," so and then
Standu.
it just shows
Shadow
up, like, and it
Freddy.
just gets generated.
Shadow Freddy. What? Like
Stupid.
that's why I'm like in the idea of like he might be he's not really like just in my head right now. This isn't 100%. I'm just thinking he's much more of maybe where Shadow Bomby's maybe like chaotic neutral. Maybe Shadow Freddy's like a neutral evil or chaotic. It's like I think the creatures are much more chaotic.
Shadow
forces, where
Bonnie
I'm like,
being happy as
maybe
they
he's
do.
like following. Yeah, maybe he's like following William and he's helping him cause agony, but only to benefit from it. He's not like helping William to benefit William. He's helping William because he knows like, oh, guy likes to murder and make chaos and hurt people. That powers me. I'll do that.
Hey,
Yeah,
hey,
that's all-
you have what's his name? It is not your flesh that sustains me. It is your fear.
Oh, don't get me started. I don't understand how the heck AR Springtrap is copying lines from Nightmare and Nightmare.
Well, because it's his
That's
wickedness
so
made
weird.
of flesh, brother.
Oh yeah.
Also, he talks like
That
fucking
makes sense.
Pennywise in
That's
AR,
awesome.
dude. Springtrap and FNAF AR talks like he's Pennywise. More fear, please.
Wait, let me say. He's like, "Come here, Georgie. I have a gift."
That's
for
actually
you.
really good.
A Springlock, a
That's
Springlock
really good.
suit. I could do a decent AR
Yeah.
William. I think like it's like, you will not be spared. You will not be saved.
I smoked for
that's good.
40 years. All
I
right.
did the Freddy
You know
Fash
what's
Kush,
weird?
Michael. Try it.
There was a crate of cigarettes in the back in the safe room.
That-
It's the
yo,
only thing to do for 30 fucking years.
Okay, that's good.
Hey, bro. Maybe that's
what
why
have
his-
you brought
maybe
home,
that's why
though?
his lungs look like that, bro.
So
in
underscore, what did he
FNAF
bring
6.
home, do? What did we bring home, do?
What?
What did we bring home?
We brought home the nightmare.
Shadow Freddy.
Brought
I
home the nightmare.
said that,
Oh.
and trauma, both at the same time.
All right, Unwith the Truth, what about you? What do you think?
Okay. I think it's probably something to do with like trauma, or something to do with Michael. Like he's brought home the idea of playing Five Nights at Freddy's to his house, like in his dreams.
Oof.
Makes sense.
Or it could be from the Bite of 83, because there's a lot to talk. We'll talk about it when we talk about the gameplay. But I think we've talked this particular
we
title
take the
card to
Brought Home
death.
angle seriously.
Oh, you don't think we could do more?
If we take the Brought Home angle
Check
seriously,
the
I'd probably
closet, what does
say
that
Shadow
mean?
Freddy
Check the
I'm worried about.
or PTSD.
I saw a crazy theory recently about the closet, but we'll
Oh my
talk
God.
Oh my gosh.
Close the doors. That's pretty cut dry.
They turn
this
yellow.
this text is all very basic, but at
Yeah,
the end of it,
yeah,
I'll say
yeah.
something very specific about the text.
All right.
Unless you want to pause it right now. Well, I guess we have
on
the
which
delay, so I
on
can't
which
tell half the
text?
time what you're doing.
On which text?
Not any specific text, just text in general.
All right, I went to
Which
watch your
you
back.
guys are already probably seeing it.
Wait,
But-
I just noticed something. The text color was some of it yellow.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, yeah.
listen.
changes
That
from
is
red to
you are jumping the gun on what I'm about to say.
No, I just
Okay.
noticed that right now.
No, listen. Okay, the text color or at least the last half of the text color goes from red to yellow. That is the
Yeah.
exact opposite of the
Yeah.
FNAF 3
Mhm.
text color trailer, where it goes from
Yellow
yellow,
to
bleeding
red.
out to red.
And that means what?
Interesting, right?
Yeah, just cool. By the way,
Yeah, just cool, bro.
yeah,
if
it
you
is-
haven't already, underscore, you can set the stream playback to 2 times, and that'll significantly reduce the latency. Somehow.
Really?
I'm
Yes,
not
just
gonna
do it.
lie. I just every now and then I'm checking the live stream too. Mine keeps going back, so I literally put it at like 1.5 times speed.
Yeah,
It's
if you do
like-
2 times, it'll somehow like skip forward in time. It's fucking weird. All right.
That's cool.
Yeah. Okay. And so then we have.
So, yeah,
So
that's
I
it.
suppose
It
we
was
could
just-
we
it
could
was just
take
about
the
the-
we could
the
take
red and
the
yellow text bar.
backwards. We could take the backwards red to yellow to mean a couple of things,
Mhm.
because we could take it as like, oh, we're going back in time in the series, like we're going further and further back. This is going
Yeah.
kind of like reversing
Yeah.
time in terms of like what's happened to William, like we're going back before that happened. We could take it that way. We could take it as the text is being revealed to being whoever was talking in the FNAF 3 trailer, which seems to be one of the MCI victims, because they say stuff like we have a place for him, all this kind of stuff. because the FNAF 3 trailer seems to be showing us what happens in Follow Me. So we could take it as like that's an indicator of the speaker, or like who is saying all this stuff. Like, what have you brought home? Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Which could
really
be
like
also
that
Fredbear
idea.
plush.
I like that idea a lot, especially when it's like it goes from yellow to red in FNAF 3, where it's like, and then we going back to yellow. We're going from red to yellow, where it's like the original days of Fredbear's, the animatronics, the golden animatronic, the golden era. But then pretty much after that, it's all bloody red in their ledger, agony, all that stuff. So I definitely see that.
Someone in chat said he brought the mimic home. No.
Oh,
No.
how?
No,
How does that even work?
No.
Someone, I don't know who said this before. I've seen it though. Is that like the 4 moving up and then the 5 Nights at Freddy's?
was Matt.
Is like the 4 is like waking up
Yeah,
out
that
of
was Matt,
bed.
that.
Was it?
That is
That was
ancient
according to-
game theory.
That was an ancient game theory where Matt said like the
Yes.
4 is almost like if you were
Oh,
lifting
is that
yourself
dream
off of
theory?
a bed.
Probably.
I
No,
love that.
that is not Dream Theory. Though. I think that is probably the original one. Unless it is
the
Dream
first one,
Theory.
the
I might be
87
I
wrong.
forget which one it was, but I just remember Matt said like the 4 lifts up from the side, like if you were waking up
Yeah,
out of
yeah,
a
yeah.
bed. And
That
I'm like,
probably
that's
was
a bit of a
Dream Theory.
that's a
Oh,
bit
yeah,
of a
you did
stretch
that.
to me.
That sounds like crazy
Yeah.
Dream Theory crap.
All right. Is there
Yeah, I was
anything else we want to
thinking
talk about
too,
the
yeah.
trailer?
I'm trying to look and see if
So,
there's any like
I
updated
wanna-
sprites or anything.
So here's one thing. It's the
Mhm.
fact I want to go back to that where it's like the fact that the original music for this trailer
Lucifer.
was literally titled Lucifer,
Mhm.
and that is stock music. So
Yeah.
I'm like, that's weird, but it's probably nothing.
Yeah.
Then there was this interesting theory. I'll give credit to Doctor of Spice. It was years ago, around the time of FNAF 4.
Mhm.
It was called Deep Nine, Hell, and Scott Religious Views.
Oh boy.
Now, I'll just kind of summarize it where it's like he's thinking Deep Nine may be reverting to the ninth circle of hell, which is treachery. And then he's like, maybe, and this is what he says, or he or she, I'm not sure. Maybe the brother of the crying child has been sent here in his dreams, and his punishment for betraying his brother's trust by scaring him with the mask and then eventually causing his death is to live out with his little brother had experienced in his final days,
Mhm.
i.e., the nightmares. And the brother is chained up in the bedroom where the crying child lived, and this explains why he can't leave. There is a little bit more to that. That's the important part. And this is where it gets really weird, because this is what freaking Scott replied. He didn't say much.
Scott answered.
Let me make sure Scott answered to that.
Oh.
I have, bro. You have no. I looked at all his Steam posts. This is what he said to that Steam post. Let me make sure. He said, "No, it's not a hell reference. Interesting theory, though."
Okay.
No, yeah, that's what I.
And I'm
would
like,
do
No,
the
if I was
fact
in
that
Scott's
actually
shoes.
is kind of weird how close it is to the idea of Michael being here.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there is some more stuff where it's like, or
Yeah.
the purple guy has already killed him by this time. We're experiencing what the cruel brother is seeing in hell. And he says stuff
Mhm.
like that. Like, there's a few little things here and there, but I just find that very interesting where it's like, even though it's like you have to Lucifer, then he says hell and it's religious, and even though Scott says it's nothing hell related, that makes me think, was that maybe it's like almost a reverse
The
of
inspiration for
UCN.
UCN. I was gonna say the inspiration.
A reverse of UCN in a
Guys,
way.
when are
Definitely.
we confirming that UCN was Nightmare Chambers? When are we confirming that? Because
I
Scott
have a
obviously doesn't want to
theory.
do anything about hell.
So that's what happened to the FNAF 1 pizzeria after all these years.
oh
I have
my
such a huge theory about FNAF 4.
same layout, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So I'll.
That's interesting because if we took the idea that this would again be like later on, not necessarily when it came out, but like that this is a sense of, because like for example, like all of the animatronics pick you up when they kill you.
Yeah.
So the same way that my crying child was picked up, and then you get bit.
That's
It
a
could
good
be
connection.
interesting if this is some sort of like whether it's created in his own mind or if it's created by something else. It'd be interesting if Nightmare Fredbear is the Fredbear plush and is actually doing this as like punishment.
There is a Shadow
I don't
Plush
know.
is a theory that it's it's Shadow Freddy or the
Yeah.
equivalent.
Yeah,
That's a
I
theory.
don't know
Oh, yeah.
about that, but
So
yeah.
to tie in a little bit more, I was looking through a lot of the music of FNAF 4. There's that whole thing about Deep 9 and Night 9, which is a whole thing. The one of the music tracks in FNAF 4 is called Deep, which is the ambience heard when in the box ending after beating Nightmare Mode. You have another, and then another one is called Underworld Series Dramatic Cue, which is the old title track that can only hear it in the game's original Steam and mobile releases. It's a stock one, but then it's like you keep piling all this stuff. I'm like, Scott, I know some of these are stock tracks, but why do you have so much like weird underworld undead? Then you have this one guy's theory of hell and crap. I'm like, what is going on
It's
here?
probably just a tone he was
I
looking
would be
for.
very, yeah, I'd be very hesitant
especially
to
with all
look
the
at the
red and
file
the black.
names.
Yeah.
I'd be very hesitant to use file names of stock stuff as evidence because what I would be more interested in is what those files are called in the re-release
games,
with all the original sounds. With
because Leon Risk
because those are intentional. Like
I don't know how much of it changed.
Like isotrophobia is the fear of mirrors that's in
what did
UCN?
Leon Riskin rename all this?
in
Because I
UCN.
think didn't Leon compose the stuff for the mobile ports or like one of the ports?
Yeah, a few
I'm
of them,
forgetting.
like the Click Team port trailers music.
Yeah.
That was called Evil Power.
All right, well, that's,
a lot of it didn't.
Duh.
The thing is, only if it was copyrighted to change. A lot of this did remain the same.
okay.
There's also another one called Don't Blow It, which is the dark ambiance used in the general main the night's ambiance for it. Here's a funny one. Well, I say funny, it's an interesting one. This is the very sad music that plays during night 6, like with the crying child in his plushies in the dark. It's called Hard to Say Goodbye.
Ooh.
Might I say though that the one directly beneath that, if you're looking at the wiki, is deep ambience with scary alien noises.
I did not look.
Plushtrap.
So to be clear, I'm making a lore
Plushtraps
document.
and alien?
I didn't really take that seriously. I'm like, are the
That's freaking
nightmares
awesome.
aliens?
Well, that's the
That
thing.
is
Is like
awesome,
if
bro.
you like, I'd say Hard to Say Goodbye is because it's a sad sounding track, which sounds like a a melancholic thing, and that's probably what maybe inspired Scott to look at it in the first place. And I don't think necessarily though that we can say, oh, this one's important, but deep ambience with scary and alien noises isn't, or
Yeah. I took the ones that felt like they had very interesting titles or were original music. Like some of them, like the alien noises, that is just obviously there's nothing there. I would hope not. The last thing FNAF needs is aliens. Please no.
Yeah, it doesn't even say the one in the trailer for the Click Team's port. It just says the track that's used in the port trailers was composed by Alec Kaskin. Does that necessarily mean it was originally composed?
Not sure.
For
that kind of stuff is hard to trace the origin of.
The original trailers got new music because a lot of it was copyrighted.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, I will say, do you guys want to do you want to talk about something else, or do you want to go straight into the dreaded minigames?
Which do we do first, minigames or nightmare sequence?
Well, there's not much. The nightmare sequence is a loop. Well, we could look at The Office.
Yeah, but I suppose looking at like the
I think you do the minigames first because the nightmares are going to have a lot more like ramifications where we can jump into sister location, while the minigames are pretty straightforward except for like one thing.
Straightforward? Oh no.
Except for one thing. There's one thing in the minigames that are not straightforward.
All right.
I am curious to see how straightforward this is.
Hopefully we can figure out.
By the way, we're overanalyzing every single dialogue box that pops up. We're gonna we're going in.
Look, I read it. I have notes. So many notes.
Oh, this is gonna get fun.
Okay.
I have to deal with something in these minigames that I'm not decided on right now. That's the problem.
All right, I need you guys to entertain.
I gotta while we're doing this.
Do something real quick. Entertain chat for like 30 seconds. I'm gonna take the fastest piss ever done. I'll be right back.
Dude, can I mention something that I think I forgot to say while we were talking about?
Just say whatever. Say whatever.
The experiment rooms, but you guys went on to Nightmare and Shadow Freddy real quick.
I'll be right back.
There was one thing I remembered about the Nightmare rooms.
Okay.
Someone mentioned that they thought maybe the Nightmare rooms were inspired by someone having nightmares instead of the other way around. Yeah. I want to take that and blow it into a bigger proportion. And I don't want to claim, because I might have to look into this later and decide, maybe the crying child is the first one to have the nightmares, or maybe Mike's the only one to have the nightmares. That doesn't matter. It just matters that one of the Afton kids has the nightmares. I think that maybe a way you can look at didophobia. And when that came out, I always tried to look at it and say, how does this kid having these nightmares translate to Michael having them later?
Yeah.
But what I think might have been the actual purpose of didophobia is if you look at what the fan base has been doing for years since Sister Location showing those rooms, obviously that grounded the story, but then you had people debating, did Michael go in those rooms? Did the Crying Child go in those rooms at some point? Usually that was the biggest one. I think the point of Didophobia might have been to show us, hey, these experiment rooms did exist. However, they are not the before, they are the after. And the fact that this and here is this child to show you that Michael did not get experimented on, the Crying Child did not get experimented on. They came first. Here is a kid to fill the role that you have been trying to fill with characters that don't need to fit there. And here is something that is coming later. That is not why these things have happened.
That's a really good observation.
Yeah, that's very much. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I've always found it weird ever since Didophobia came out. I've always been like, why the fuck is this Rory guy getting introduced? If it's not a parallel, I've been like, I don't want to think that we're playing as some random kid who has no importance at all in FNAF 4. Like, I don't want to play FNAF 4 and be like, I guess I'm playing as Rory, you know?
Yeah. That's the same thing I have with FNAF 3 and what we found. Like, oh yeah, I'm playing a weird janky version with this rando guy. How exciting!
I mean, I guess you could argue the same would be. Well, I suppose they're different cases because Frights is less likely.
Well, no, I'm saying that's the whenever I hear that theory, I just like I roll like, oh my god, yeah, I'm so excited to play as rando guy number 5 in Frights.
Yeah.
Unwither, were you gonna bring up another example of something like that happening in Frights? Because I have one that I can't prove as much as I have a lot of faith in what I just said about Didophobia, because I think that is maybe like very much the intent of what that story could do.
That's a good point. Yeah.
I might have another example of that happening in Frights somewhere, but I don't have as much evidence for that.
Well, I was going to say what we found because it's like we literally have FNAF 3 happening with a different guy, except for the details don't line up.
Except for the fact that it's so different.
That is what I was going to say, is that maybe what we found was, hey, here is a character to fill an unnecessary character, of course, but necessary to fill the role of where you keep putting important characters in spots I didn't mean for them to fit. Maybe that's what Scott's doing with some of these stories.
Could be. It could be. It's like also, it's not even meant to say like, oh, FNAF 3 you play as this guy. It's just saying you don't play as Michael. That's interesting. Yeah, that's an interesting idea. I kind of don't like it because I like Michael being the fright guard much more. But yeah, I can see that being
at least for Didophobia.
Right, do we solve the lore?
It's always been kind of been a. Should I recap from him? Or do we not care?
Yeah, I think just really quickly, I'd repeat
what if the purpose of Didophobia was to do a thing where always you've had this debate of, since Sister Location, okay, it grounded the story, but who do you fit into the experiment rooms? Do you put Crying Child? Do you put Michael? Yeah. What if the point of Didophobia was to say, I'm not what came first. I did not cause the nightmares. The nightmares, either Michael or the Crying Child had them, and then that inspired the rooms. And the purpose of Didophobia is to say, you have been trying to fit Michael or the Crying Child into this room for years. No, here's Rory. This is a kid I needed to make to fill the spot you keep trying to insert Michael or the Crying Child into, that they don't need to fit into, because they were first. And they don't have to be here for them to have those nightmares.
So you think they were never in
That's what I'm pitching.
So the experiment rooms are just based on their nightmares.
I think one of those two had the nightmares first. I won't make a claim on who, just one of the two. Maybe the Crying Child had them, and that's why they're inflicted on Michael, or maybe they're inflicted on Michael because of his trauma. Either way, one of them had them first, and that inspires the rooms. It is not the other way around like most people think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I just also want to say one thing before we get into the minigames. Look, this is just to be clear, this is my opinion. This is not involved with anybody else in this call or anybody else in the community at all. In my opinion, I believe that based in the Cyclopedia, the Crying Child does have the nightmares in some capacity. I also believe Michael does, but I want to say it's both, and I want to get this out. I know that a lot of the lore books do have errors. And I have been looking at those errors, and I've been keeping track of them while making my own document lore.
Same.
Basically, I'm calling it the Omega Guide. Okay. And basically, it's like a lot of those errors are very, very small, and they're very, very supplementary. So saying that an important character with original art, and it's one of the most important characters in the series of one of the most important games, is an entirely big error. That just seems to be so much of the community being like, we don't like this interpretation.
Yeah.
We hate it. Here's the thing. There's a difference between making an interpretation and solving FNAF. What I'm trying to do from this point out is solve FNAF. So I have to take this evidence and use it. That doesn't mean though that other people could have not seen the nightmares in chambers or nightmares, because there's a lot of evidence for Michael, and I think it's very clear he sees them in some capacity.
I do have something to add to that.
I just want to say it's like I just don't like people ignoring that, because it's like you can make your own headcanons, that's fine. Just don't claim it as the story or a fact.
You know, I completely forgot that you're right. You're completely right. The encyclopedia absolutely does say that I think it's the nightmare. It's either Plushtrap or Nightmare Balloon Boy's page. It says that the crying child has the nightmares, and I agree. So,
I'll read it real quick.
I'll agree that he definitely does.
Character in Five Nights at Freddy's 4. He's terrorized by the nightmare animatronics in his bedroom. Quote.
It's if in that case, it's probably he has the nightmares. They're inflicted on Michael after his death, and then they inspire the rooms. In my opinion,
I'd say that's pretty damn accurate.
What were you gonna say about it, T-Dreads?
I was gonna say the Scott does a very frequent motif or theme in this series where people, just regular humans, can interact with the dead kids on other planes of existence. So it's very possible that Michael gets these nightmares because of the whole, like, Cece's in the logbook, he's in communication with the crying child. He could be experiencing that through, because that's what happened to him.
I know Nero did have a theory very similar to that idea. Nero, you want to say it? It's about like the scooper and stuff?
Oh, I love this
Scooper
one.
and FNAF 4.
Yeah.
I think I know this one.
Okay, so
I know this one.
Go ahead.
So Withered Circle refused to hear me out on this. So
Okay. Throwing shade already. I love this.
Yep. Withered, if you're watching this, fight me. So basically the theory that I have right now goes a little something like this. So you have Michael dying via the scooper, which injects him with remnant from the FNAF 4 experiment victims, whether you think it's Rory or Crying Child or whatever victim you may think it is.
Interesting.
And in this like state where he's a skin suit or whatever, FNAF 4 essentially sets up the concept of what later becomes UCN, because in a way, even though it may not be intentional, he's controlling the body of, like, let's just say Rory for simple sake, in this like UCN experience. And since he has the MCI in him with Ennard, that also explains the nightmare animatronics as well, because that would also be him kind of seeing that, plus in the FNAF 1 phone call, the random like hospital equipment that appears behind him, and all the Fredbear imagery. It's essentially his ultimate custom night.
That's a good idea.
Slight tweak.
Go ahead.
Slight tweak. You don't need anything to do with the scooper to have to do with the experiment victims, because you can just have the remnant of the MCI in the scooper. Now, and you know what? I'll loop it back. Trust me. You can just have the remnant that went into the fun times, which is of the MCI, all their endoskeletons melted down. You can still have some of that left in the scooper. That gets in Mike. And if you subscribe to a little thing called Shatter Victim, where the crying child is kind of in all of that anyways, the MCI's remnant going into Mike gets the crying child in there too. You can have those nightmares.
Yep.
Yeah, that's kind of why I say just like it could be Crying Child or Roy or whoever you think it is. I don't really say who, because it's just a theory. I don't really care who you think it is. It's just it's someone who's experienced them in some way.
Yeah, that's
yeah. I like the version. If I had to simplify a version that I liked, he gets injected with remnant from the MCI victims, and maybe even the Crying Child if we go with Golden Freddy with their Golden Duo, and maybe even interacting from the logbook. Because I know Sire made a very interesting point about the idea of like how there's no Michael Afton in the Silver Eyes continuity, but then you have this whole plot line with like Carlton getting injected with the MCI's remnant, and then he sees what they see. So I'm like, maybe there is something going on there. Don't go. That's just an idea I find interesting by Sire Squawks. So I'm like, maybe that's the idea where he's experiencing stuff from the MCI, but also like his past with the phone calls, and then also like Fredbear and Nightmare through his brother.
That's
some kind of combination like that.
That just straight up happens to Larson in Frights, because he gets stabbed by the Afton. He gets stabbed by Afton. Gets some of that remnant in him, and then he sees visions of the ball pit and the victims from the ball pit.
Can I also?
It just straight up happens like that.
Can I also bring up that, like, regardless of remnant, regardless of the MCI, regardless of the scooper, now I'm not using this as to say that it's 1-to-1 or anything like that, but the movie shows us that the kids can go into Mike's dreams.
Yep.
Like
Yeah.
he has
Oh, yeah.
dreams at the location, and then they're in his dreams. Like they're literally
sure.
able to talk to him and see his memories and all this kind of stuff, which we might be able to go into a little further with the Fredbear plush as well.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
They're also able to
Yeah.
influence them.
They-
Like Golden Freddy
Also-
specifically makes his dreams scary and makes his like brother say things that he didn't say. Like
Yeah,
he's
think
able
about
to
that.
use them to
here's
screw
here's
them.
another
my-
weird thing too. Actually, before because I do think we should get to the minigames at some point. It's the fact, and this
Yeah.
is
Haven't even
I was watching a
started. Oh,
theory
no.
video because I know that it's when you speed up the laughing of Nightmare Fredbear, it sounds like a kid laughing, which to me
Yep.
in my head I'm like, Dave, crying child, is that you? And then I recently found this out because like I didn't think of this. You speed up Nightmare's laughter. It's not the same. It's like it's like a maniacal grown-up man, grown-up's voice, like
Yeah.
maniacal laughing. I think personally, in my headcanon right now, that's a proto William. That's a proto. It's not the same voice as before. It's just location, all that. I think this is like proto William, kind of maybe symbolizing that. And he's maniacally laughing because it's like Michael and William kind of butting heads. They're not exactly on the same side.
That makes so much sense if Nightmare is William's wickedness,
Wickedness.
and then the laugh
Yeah,
sounds like a freaking evil guy. I never thought about that. I
Yeah.
never put that together. But that
Yeah.
that does actually make a lot of sense. in that
Oh
way.
yeah, that's
And then
yeah,
Nightmare,
I love
and then
using
Nightmare
this
Fredbear's
clip.
just a kid, obviously. That's probably just inspired by the Crying Child or the Crying Child's death to Fredbear.
Let me see. I have a playlist of theories. I just want. It's by Naruto actually.
That sounds so familiar.
That's yeah. It was a very small theory on Nightmare. That was the first time I ever heard it, and when I heard it, I'm like, holy crap! That's what Nightmare's laugh sounds like sped up. I'm like, it's Dave and William.
It sounds like it's straight up like Vampire.
F4. I'm downloading all the sounds so I can speed them up.
We'll speed up all of the laugh. It's and that's the thing. It's like we know from original FNAF.
That just gave me an
where
idea.
FNAF where kind of reflects that it literally is like sped up children, like it slowed down children.
Yeah,
So you have this idea again reflected in FNAF 4. It's very interesting.
so you know what? It's so crazy that Nightmare and Shadow Freddy reflect William in ways, but it's so annoying to try and figure out how that makes any sense because you'd think, oh, the Shadow Bonnie would be like William and the Shadow Freddy would help the kids out. But it's the opposite. It's always been the opposite, and it's been so weird to figure out why is the bear animatronic associated with the rabbit guy?
So with the whole left and right imagery of like left being Shadow Bonnie and the right, which I think is the right hand man of like William being Shadow Freddy. I did credit to Sire again in that Shadow Stand video where he says like it's kind of like a reflection of Spring Bonnie and Fredbear, but a dark reflection. You have William controlling Spring Bonnie as the bad version, and then you have not Henry and Fredbear, but you have a dark reflection being Shadow Freddy, Spring Bonnie and Fredbear gathered again, but it's the duo much more evil and twisted.
Yeah.
Because like William's the rabbit. Why else would he have? Why would he need another rabbit if he's already an evil rabbit? He would need an evil bear. Thus being.
I don't think he does
Shadow
not. I
Freddy.
don't think he chose what they look like.
Oh.
Well,
wait.
yeah,
Okay.
I'm just saying storytelling wise.
No, this reminds me of something. This reminds me of something Candies does. Because Candies, it has games where there's like physically in the first one there's the rat, and then Shadow Cat appears, and then when there's a game without cat, the Shadow Rat appears.
Huh.
Does that make any sense? Like I'm saying that when you have, like you're saying, you have William as the rabbit, it has the bear shadow counterpart, and then the opposite, where let's say bear thing, shadow rabbit counterpart. Whenever they're split up, there's always the opposite, and that one goes with it. That is really interesting.
Yeah, it's like I feel like everything we've said so far, it's like we just need something a little more to get a conclusive answer to Elias, because it's like I've been trying to understand the shadows, and I feel like I've got a lot of data and ideas, but at the same time, I'm still like, what really are they? You know, it's like we have a lot of evidence and ideas, but like, what was the lore and real intention for this in Scott's story?
I have a crack
that I
theory.
can't quite make out.
I think you just made the shadows click in my head.
Yeah.
All right.
Look, that's what I'm trying to do for 2025 at this point. I'm like, I'm not going to solve anything. I'm just going to give you all the facts, evidence, ideas. You guys come up with the answers.
Ooh,
So you know how you said that,
I like that.
you know how you said that Nightmare's laugh is like a maniacal man? This is this is gonna be stupid. What
Okay.
if the shadow is Michael? Because he's living in his father's shadow all the
Yeah.
time.
What?
Have fun explaining that, bro.
The shadow fears me. I don't know. Could be. I don't. That's why I said it was a crack theory.
I mean,
It's an idea.
we do know like they thought I was you, and it's a whole thing of like, well, a lot of people thought sister location we're playing as William. No, we're playing as Michael. Like in universe and out of universe, a lot of people like, is it William? No, it's actually Michael.
Yeah, but I guess
So
I guess
there's something
shadow
to
would
that.
fit better for like somebody trying to live up to somebody else, which is not really what Michael's doing.
I mean, there is some stuff there where it's like when you listen to Michael's speech, it almost sounds like he's kind of trying to like get praise from his father. It's like
I mean,
he
he's
says, like,
abused,
I
so.
put it back together just like you asked me to.
Yeah.
All right,
You
minigame
hear it
time.
in the tone of his
We gotta
voice.
go.
Yes, we need to do this.
All right,
with the
what do we
minigames.
notice about this Fredbear plush on screen?
He's cute. He's got no eyes.
Why?
He's kicked
Well,
out.
he's
Why
gonna
is that
have
detail?
I was
Why?
muted.
Why is that detail
Wait,
so
does this one have
Oh
inconsistent?
yeah, no
Like-
eyes.
Well, okay. Here's something, right?
Yeah.
In FNAF World, the very first image is of the eyes, but in darkness.
Oh, yeah.
It's like the opposite of this image.
Oh, never
Yep.
thought about that.
I wonder why the detail is so
I'm
inconsistent.
gonna be completely honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know anything about FNAF World, because I've never played it once. So whenever I
there's
get
so
more
much to
about
do
it,
with
I'm
this
like,
game.
Game Jolt.
We're gonna be
Yeah,
talking
whenever
about it, I'm
someone play-
sure.
yeah.
Yeah, it's weird because in the very next frame, he has the eyes. Like it's the very next
Yeah,
frame.
like he
Oh.
opens so they appear, right?
Oh,
So
did
that
they?
that implies that there's originally it's nothing in it, but some ghost or entity enters inside of it to speak.
Yeah.
So it's a conduit. It's not actually possessed. Dare say.
Possessed Golden Freddy plush.
I love
what it's
possessed
named.
Fredbear.
It could also be like, oh, it's creepy.
No,
You know?
it has to be a conduit. Go. Can I play the video, please? There we go. Oh, we're lagging. Oh my. There we go.
Ooh.
All right,
Yeah.
what did he do this
I actually have a
time?
delay.
He locked you in your room again. Don't be scared. I'm here with you. Okay. And then when you're in the actual room, that's when it's got the eyes.
Oh, sorry, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not gonna go.
Oh, okay. I just remembered something. So a very specific line that was used in the Ultimate Guide said that with the idea I have of like Michael Motorist, where it's Michael the runaway, and he says he'll be sorry when it's get back, and that's the punishment. FNAF 4, and the last word is in italics. It's italicized. That said, this game is punishing. That's
Huh?
that's a
Where
very
is
weird
Steam
thing.
description?
So
Oh,
say again?
shoot.
Wait, no,
no,
no.
in the Ultimate Guide, the first page with
Ah.
FNAF 4,
Wow.
it's it's italicized. The word is punishing, and there's no reason. The only time usually
Yep.
it's italicized
See
is
it.
usually when it's talking about like when it says FNAF or sister location, like the name of the game. It rarely italicizes any other words. So the fact that it's
So it's to
italicized punishing
emphasize
is
it?
very interesting. But then again, yeah.
He'll be sorry when he gets back.
Yeah, that's been a theory
What
for a
did he do?
while. That
Um,
the experiments are a punishment. That's been a theory for a while.
no. I don't know. That again,
So-
that feels like a really weird.
Who do we
leap.
think that
To me
he?
anyway,
Who do we think that he
I
is in the
remember
minigame? Are we thinking it's still Michael, or do we think it might be
Michael,
William?
yeah.
I
Are you
feel
talking
like
about
it may-
Midnight Motorist?
Oh no,
No, in
the-
the
mini games of FNAF 4. I think
Michael.
that he is Michael.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
bullying
just-
him.
locked you in your room.
he just
again.
makes
Oh,
it-
Michael. Yeah, no, it's Michael.
Yeah, no, William's
Like,
an
okay,
absent
the
father.
by the way, I can. By
Yeah.
the way, I'll just say it right now. You know the I think the night forum where he's locked in the closet at Fredbear's.
Yeah,
Ports show that it is the brother. Also in the ending, the gray text, like everything
Mhm.
that's happening is the brother. The ports say it's the brother.
Okay,
So,
that's
yeah.
good. to
Yeah,
know.
no, ports reveal that it's the brother. Then it doesn't reveal anything else. Cool. So, but you at least get that.
Oh my god, guys, it's a different color lamp. This proves that the night gameplay was never the
I was
correct
just
shot.
gonna say. I was
You
just
actually
gonna
were?
say.
You actually were?
Lance, bro.
That's funny.
Lamp
I was
theory.
literally gonna say it's a different.
Alright, we're
it's a
coming out with
different
lamp
color
theory.
lamp. It's also
Nero, get on
purple.
that.
Sorry, what happened?
Also,
Lamp
We're,
theory.
we're coming out with lamp.
Get on
theory.
lamp theory.
Now,
Not again.
you know what's interesting about
Alright.
Crying Child is that something that
That
I've
he's
noticed about
Gregory?
his characters? I've always thought of him. No, I've always thought of him being like super like delicate and like he cries all the time. He can't really do
Roasting
anything,
him,
right? And I think
goddamn.
that's what a lot of people have thought of him. I know, but like his characterization in FNAF 4. The thing is, he isn't just like so innocent. He is kind of violent, and I'm realizing this now a little bit.
Huh?
Not just the week before, but he rips off Foxy's head. Like that's not an easy feat. He just grabs the and not just that, and then later oh my gosh.
Maybe he's
He
got
rips off
scissors.
Ralph's head in the same manner.
I assumed that was
maybe
Michael
scissors.
because he's the one with the foxy head.
You think he
on.
put a plush on his face?
Well, I was gonna
Well,
ask.
that's not
I
the
was
the
gonna
thing is.
ask
I assumed
this.
that was what it was because that's not the mask at the party. It's a different one. So I assumed like Foxy
I
missing
think
a
it's a
different
sprite
head.
difference. I think it's supposed to be the same mask. I think it's just a difference in
Yeah.
sprites because he's doing it.
Well,
over
then
different
again,
angles.
Michael's
I always thought-
color changed. So
I always thought he
possibly-
took
his
the
skin
mask
color and
off
he's got
because
a
I
tank
always thought
top.
he took Foxy's head off because it scares him. Because Michael always jumps out at him as
No,
Foxy.
Yeah,
so he's
that's
like,
what I
I
was
don't want
gonna
to see that
say.
shit.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No, same. Yeah.
Fair enough.
So the
I-
grandchild isn't like super innocent. I mean, he's innocent.
It's
but,
also
like,
the first
still,
thing. It's also the first thing that we do as him is bang on the door like a lot. We go up to
Yeah.
the door and we bang on it and bang on it and bang on it. So it's like he's not just immediately passive in everything he does.
Yeah.
I think it's over the week he seems to get more broken down by everything that's happening. But I mean, that would be
Yeah.
somewhat, Midnight Motorist, BV Runaway kind of vibes. But I don't know about him.
So
breaking
in
out of
between
his-
after we watch every minigame, I do want to like read a few lore clues that I did find in each one. if
That's fine.
cool.
Adding on to things,
Yeah.
Unwithered, you've mentioned this before. I think you said you actually wanted to make like a theory about it. Always, all the time, you have the 4 animatronics, and then on the opposite side of the screen, you have Fredbear. They're never together.
Mhm. They're never shown as a whole unit.
Yeah, that was me and Unwithered.
Yeah, it's like just the MCI connects the whole 5 of them, but it's always Golden Freddy, who's
know.
always weird or different.
Even in Give
I just
Gifts
finished,
years after.
Yeah.
I just finished
Yeah.
14 Theory Part 2, and I actually listed every single instance in which Golden Freddy or any representation of him is singled out, and I was able to get one from every single game that references the past. So any game
Mhm.
that's like, there's nothing from the past there, there's nothing there, but like Help Wanted, that's kind of the past, there's something with him there. Help Wanted 2, there's something with him there.
I mean, FNAF 1, he's the only one who appears as a ghost in the office. FNAF 3, he's the last kid on the opposite side. FNAF
There's
4,
even
he's
FNAF
the
love
too.
separating
plushie.
them. They
even
love
in
putting-
the even Nightmare Fredbear, he's the one who appears alone. UCN, he's very important. Like
There's Sister Location
in
Pizza
Help
Sim,
Wanted,
too.
in Help Wanted, also, he's the only one who doesn't appear in the game. All the original 4 do. So it's weird. We always have the 5 of them together with the MCI, but Golden Freddy's always this weird one who's kind
Also
of a
slightly
single out
off.
character.
Do you want me
Yeah.
to tell you
So
like
I
all the
think-
list that I have?
If you want, that'd be interesting, yeah.
So yeah, the FNAF 1, he's not on the roster to even mess with his AI in the first place. FNAF 2, he
Oh,
doesn't
yeah.
receive a gift, and gifts
Yep,
give life.
yeah,
FNAF
yeah,
3,
yeah.
the happiest day.
Yep.
That we brought up. FNAF 4 with Fredbear, all
Right
the others
here
just
on
disappear
screen.
completely.
As well, right here on screen.
Yeah, and that. Sister Location, if he is Yendo, he is the only animatronic that does not jump scare you in a room where you can be jump scared, or if not, he is just completely absent when you have representation of every other animatronic.
Hmm.
In Pizza Sim, he's absent, and also the Rockstar Fredbear is separated from the drawing of the other 4. All of Ultimate Custom Night.
I don't think that's
Help Wanted
Rockstar
being
Fredbear,
excluded,
but
Help
continue.
Wanted 2 Soda's Road. Or whatever the Fredbear drawing is still excluded. And Help Wanted
Lefty's
2's
Rockstar Fredbear.
Soda-Roni, you have to mix 4 things together, and then you have to grab a 5th item
Yep.
from something completely else.
He's always separated for whatever reason.
Yeah, there's also I completely forgot what I was going to say. Immediately, straight out of the gate.
Golden
What
Freddy.
the fuck was I gonna
And
say?
you know what? I'll add one more thing. Sorry, I just want to add one more thing to Nero's list. In the character encyclopedia, you have all of the original 4 just listed normally. Golden Freddy is just listed as Golden Freddy, but he's listed with the FNAF 2 roster as Withered Golden Freddy. So that's another weird thing. Why are the Withers and the originals listed, but Golden Freddy's like this hybrid version? Once again,
Because
it's like
I
the
think
5th one is always slightly different.
Mhm.
FNAF
okay,
6,
so-
the other grave. The other grave is covered in grass.
So I think we have to decide, in terms of like what we're searching for, because I think there's an element of this that we can go on what we think it was when it came out versus what it is now, because I think there was definitely changes made from FNAF 4 going onwards. I think this game intended something very different, and then it was expanded upon in Sister Location and
Yeah,
FPS.
probably.
So
Yeah, it's
know,
we at
I-
this point it's very clear FNAF 4 was the last game Scott intended back in the day, but then Sister Location definitely changed a lot of that stuff.
because I think
Yeah.
genuinely that this game is showing us that Bite Victim is Golden Freddy, full stop, no fifth victim of the MCI in terms of that being Golden Freddy. I know
Well,
this is
there-
kind of
there has
jumping
to be
ahead, but I
5.
think
That is
no, but I think the puppet might be the fifth MCI victim.
what the fuck?
It's so I've heard theories like that,
Fight,
but it's
fight,
so
fight.
weird because of the fact that because of the fact that like the puppet is shown in FNAF 2 to die outside, and then you have the newspaper saying that 5 kids are linked to the missing children's incident, and then you see like Bite Victim here who's dying by himself in Fredbear's, and then you have just 4 others dying in Freddy's. So it's like it's I hear those ideas, but I'm like, there's so many weird informations that just seem to conflict with all of them being grouped, which makes me think that
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just like I don't know how to wrap my head around the
Then
idea
you
of
also
that.
have Funny Collect the
Oh.
Hats minigame from Into the Pit.
Another
Yeah.
just got called stupid in chat.
Oh,
Did I?
Yeah.
Damn.
jeez.
Good
Dang.
fall.
No,
Guys,
I didn't say
dang.
that. I didn't say that. I've heard those theories, but I've always had a hard
no,
time
they're shitting on
rationalizing with
Unwithered.
so much of the 5.
So I think there's an argument to be made for it. The only thing is that it sort of, you have to do a lot of work to make Puppet be both the Fredbear plush and the fifth victim, because the thing is, the 5 victims linked, the way that article is worded, it says that there are 5 children who have gone missing, linked to the incident which occurred where the children were led into the back room by a man dressed as a mascot. But what we don't know is there any evidence based on those newspapers, based on what we talk about, to suggest that they know for certain that all 5 of them were led into the back room. The point of that newspaper says that it was linked to the event where a man dressed as a mascot led them into the back room. What I'm saying is, a 5th child, or 3 of the children, could have gone missing from Freddy's or Fredbear's, and they are linked to the incident where 2 of them were led into the back room. I'm not saying that they weren't all led there or they weren't all killed there now, definitely not. But what I'm saying is that article does not state that they found further evidence to suggest that all 5 of them were let in. It's saying that it's linked to the incident that they already know about where 2 of them were let in. If you know what I mean.
So I have them right here. I'll speed read them.
How does the puppet
vanish
get
at
to
local
some random
pizzeria,
kids at
bodies
all?
not found. On the night of June 26th,
that's a good
during the late
question.
hours of operation at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, children were reportedly lured into a back room. Video surveillance identified the man responsible and led to his capture the following morning.
Cap.
But the children themselves were never found and presumed dead. Police think that the suspect dressed as a company mascot to earn trust. Then you have the missing children's one. 5 children now reported missing, suspect convicted. 5 children were linked to the incident at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, where a man dressed as a mascot, cartoon mascot, lured them into a back room. While the suspect has been charged, the bodies themselves were never found. That's pretty much it. So it's like the thing where it says it's linked to the incident at Freddy's. Yet we have
Yeah, but
bite victim dying at or being like bitten at Fredbear's.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but what I'm saying is 5 children who have gone missing are linked to the incident where 2 of them were led into the back room, is what I mean.
Yeah, that's weird because one of them says that it's 2, then the next one gives us 5 in total. Where it's
Yeah,
linked.
and what I'm saying
Well, I
is
think
the
it's just
further
yeah.
3 are linked to
Mhm.
the incident.
It
So
never
what I'm
says
saying
5
is,
were found in the back room. I know what he's saying.
yeah, what I'm saying is,
In
you know,
every
you
other
could
depiction, though,
argue.
5 of them.
Now again, yes, but this is the thing. I don't know. It's a wild one, but I'm just trying to find a way that this could make sense in terms of why this kid is so directly linked to Fredbear and why it's so directly linked to Happiest Day, and that Happiest Day could be the setup for the Golden Freddy kid if the Golden Freddy kid isn't the crying child, and why Scott would then have a 5th kid that's just sort of like floating around and not really anywhere, unless we start going into the idea that Bite Victim is related to all of them, including a Golden Freddy kid who's actually not that much more important than the other 4, if you know what I mean.
Rico says that Charlie could not have died at Fredbear's because that would have, if she dies before the bite victim, that would have closed it. Someone in chat.
I
says-
mean,
Yeah, I mean, there's arguments later to say that it was
I've had
covered
that
up.
thing where I tried thinking about what could get it closer. Not because the thing is, her death was outside of the establishment,
Exactly.
which it's like, you know, you can. This is gonna get kind of weird. You can do something horrific outside of an establishment, but that doesn't mean it's the establishment's fault.
Especially since at the
Yeah.
time cameras
Yeah.
outside were not really a thing, so they couldn't be like, "Why weren't you watching your security cameras that are placed outside?" Well, because that's not a thing in the '80s. They didn't do that.
Yeah,
part yet.
we only see cameras in the inside of the pizzeria and places. We have no evidence to say
Yeah,
they're
and none of the
outside.
games have cameras outside. None of them.
My only thing is my argument would be that at this point the puppet is a missing child, as in was not reported or was not found or wasn't, you know, their body wasn't like, oh yeah, a kid just died outside. You know, it was a case of, oh, this kid went missing, because at this point this is pre her necessarily being like Henry's child or whatever. So
Yeah.
you've got a missing child at a Fazbear establishment. Years pass, then a few other children go missing, one by one by one. Then at the very end, 2 of them are seen on camera being led into the back room, and they go, okay, now we're looking at all the reports in the history of this company. There's 3 other kids who have gone missing.
Mm-hmm.
So we're linking them to being all caused by the one guy. You know, because if you go, oh yeah, okay, so there's one kid that dies and no one ever really knew what happened to her. Then we have all these 3 other kids and no one really knows what happened. And then 2 of them, we figure out who did it. It's one guy,
Yeah.
and this is his method. That at that point you could go, well, he probably did the other ones. We're linking them to him, but bodies were never found, so we can't necessarily prove that. That to me would
Yeah.
make more sense than 5 kids died all on one night, and we only caught him taking 2 of them. And so then, oh well, we didn't find the bodies.
And
You know,
when
it's
you
like
says in
if
the
you- if
other
you-
continuity, Charlie dies at Fredbear's as well.
Yeah,
That's true.
I
That is
I
very
would
true.
vastly, like, compared to like the theories at the time, but like, is he the puppet? Is he Golden Freddy? Even though both are still weird to me, I would vastly prefer it with your argument with the.
By the way, we need to move forward
like-
soon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just say it's like if it said Fazbear Entertainment, I would agree. It says Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, which is so specific, but I could see it being close enough. It's better than the puppet because the puppet dies outside the restaurant in FNAF 2. But at least,
My only
at least
thing
the
is,
kid dies inside of an establishment.
yeah, there's also, I mean, I don't think he could be the puppet because we see the puppet die outside an establishment. We see how the puppet dies, like
Yeah.
for sure. And then we have I don't think he can be the puppet at all. And I have this idea that he looks like the puppet and the Fredbear plush looks like Fredbear. And if you link the 2 of them to being the opposite character of what they look like, they're sort of mirror reflections of each other. Like, I'll put you back together. The puppet's the one who sets up Happiest Day. He looks like Fredbear. He looks like the puppet. You know, you kind of have this like back and forth thing between the 2 characters.
Oh yeah,
But
and
anyway.
also just while they're playing, just to add on, the thing is, Fredbear and Spring Bonnie were at a Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, so the link gets even stronger there.
Yeah.
So what do we all think?
Mhm.
What do we all think the plush is?
It's weird. No matter how you slice it, to me at this point, my simple answer is that it's at least William to some extent.
Yeah, I think so.
Mhm.
Yeah, because even this location
really
implies
I mean,
it very
and
heavily.
he has it. So
Has anybody ever heard of the like imaginary friend idea?
yeah, I have.
Yeah,
he's
I'm not a
there,
huge
he's
fan of it because
everywhere.
it's
So-
it doesn't really go
Like
into
Fredbear.
FNAF World very cleanly. I don't really understand how his.
So
I guess unless he manifests it as a character or something.
Well,
He
Oh,
died.
no, I was gonna say, I believe that's the theory where a lot, due to the nature of the minigame showing him being everywhere, is that a lot of it's his imaginary friend. Even though the plush is real, he sees it more in
Yeah.
one place.
My problem. Or go ahead.
for
Underscore.
I was gonna say for the plush, because now this ultimately branches off into another discussion of, do you think the text color change in the final thing was intentional, and there's 2 different like characters that show up as the Fredbear?
I don't even know.
in the ending where it's lighter
Uh,
pale yellow.
I think so.
I don't.
It could be an
now
accident.
with the lore and hindsight now, I think nowadays that's meant to be ignored. Back then, I have no clue.
If I now
I don't
I'll
think
just go
so.
into this. Sorry, you first.
I was just saying, I don't think so, because if it was a completely new color, I'd be like, well, you don't do that by accident. I don't know much about Click Team, so
Mhm.
someone can correct me if I'm wrong in the comments, but the fact that the color is shared with the pigtail girl.
Yep.
I don't know if there's a way in Click Team
It was
of
a
like
push.
copying and pasting like certain certain texts or whatever. I could see it that is a mistake made by
Yeah.
copying the wrong character's
Yeah.
text
See,
from.
then that
from
gets
one
into a
player.
discussion of I didn't fill the game with random Easter eggs, and do you think you would have fixed it at any point?
I mean, you probably didn't
also
notice.
It
is
doesn't
just
fix
weird, like,
anything. in his
if it was
games.
like purple text or
True.
some other color
Yeah.
Look at
that could be
Scraptrap.
assigned to something different, but then you have like Pigtail Girl, she has no reason to say I will put you back together. Even if it's like, oh, it's Proto Elizabeth, that makes literally no sense for a young girl to say something
Yeah.
like that.
Well, okay. Anyways, I'll get into because I've gone into this thinking that they were like even still separate characters, and I'll just say what I thought, and maybe it'll change this stream. I did think that at least the first 5 nights, not the death ending, that it was like his imaginary friend. Like you have the logbook saying to talk about imaginary friends on a page with the Fredbear plush. That's usually where that comes from, and that let's say his trauma or fear, he develops like an imaginary friend in the Fredbear. Ultimately, after the bite, that imaginary friend Fredbear gets that agony of the bite, becomes Shadow Freddy.
Oh, is that tied with like Agony Plush?
I guess. Yeah, I think it's another way of putting it that way, because you'd have Shadow Freddy created from the bite, but ultimately starting as his like friend from, I guess, his fears.
So then, do we say who's the one
But-
saying I will put you back together?
You know what? Before this, I said it was Charlotte, but I have a problem with where I put Midnight Motorist now, which means I can't think that's Charlotte, because I put her death after the bite now. So
Yeah,
I need to
gotcha.
reevaluate that.
Gotcha.
Every day that passes, I get more and more invested in memory plush theory.
What is
yeah?
that?
Which is the idea
I know
that
this one.
Cassidy or somebody else or Charlie is actually currently already, like when we're playing the minigames, we're actually looking into the memories of the crying child.
Oh, I've heard
And
this.
the plush that's speaking didn't in real life, but in the game
Yeah,
does.
this is a Gibby classic.
It's a lot like
Yeah,
the kids in the movie incepting Mike's memories.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
I thought it's a really good theory.
Oh my god. Okay, I just remembered there's so many freaking plush theories. I just looked at my little list. Oh god.
Yeah, I did a whole
I
video
will,
on this.
I'll agree. I'll agree.
So,
that's one of the next best options.
So
Yeah,
before we move on to the next cutscene, I'm gonna read like the part where it kind of like gives us a lot of the lore. So FNAF World begins with a screen that announces 5 days until the party, followed by an 8-bit image of a little yellow Freddy wearing a purple hat. His name is Fredbear, and it reveals that you've been locked in your room.
Mhm.
The screen dissolves, and you'll see yourself as a crying, but alive, child in a bedroom with plush toys. The aforementioned Fredbear is a stuffed animal on your bed whose creepy eyes follow your every movement.
Mhm.
Make your way towards the locked bedroom door. You won't be able to open it, but that's okay. The screen dissolves. Tomorrow is another day.
Yeah,
this was something fun. Actually, I was waiting to talk about on this stream.
Yeah, I will say.
I think I told you about this
go
too,
first. I'll let him go first. Go ahead.
You go ahead. This is really like strange evidence.
Okay,
It's not even evidence. It's just a weird thing I noticed. You go
on the
ahead.
note of it's so weird because you have William sharing a lot of lines with Nightmare Fredbear and Nightmare, and then you also have William sharing lines with the plush because in Toy Chica the high school years, but tomorrow is another day, and so it's very confusing why she shares so much dialogue with all three of those like Fredbear interpretations.
Well, yeah, that's the weird thing because when I was arguing with some people about this, it was like, okay, Toy Chica, who's like William, has lines from the normal day plushie, and then Situation Occasion, his whole thing is putting people back together, which is just
like you asked me to.
The final plushie, wanting to put the crying child back together. Yeah.
I put it in the chat. That is all of the version of the plush theories I know about. That just shows how little certainty there is in the community about who is the plush or what is it.
Alyssa Plush.
It can't be Charlie Plush because Charlie wouldn't infringe on Cassidy's brand. That's funny.
I'll put it in the chat too, so everybody can see how many plush theories there are. Which theory do you subscribe to, everyone in chat?
Or you could watch my video.
And press like.
So I
subscribe.
So I have So I think the Toy Chica saying tomorrow is another day is pretty on the nose. Like,
Yeah,
William is the one talking, right?
that's wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
My
yeah.
only issue, because I think at that point it's light enough that Scott knows about the fact that the text color is different, even if it was an accident at the time. I could see him being like, okay, I'm gonna actually fix this, because also in FNAF World, the speaker there definitely isn't William. I don't care what you say. There's no way
legendary
William
Scott Conn.
is like influencing the spirit world. So my thing is, what if Scott did see the mistake, went, okay, I'm going to now use that to my advantage and not retcon it because we don't have anything confirmed in that game. I'm just going to use that and say, yeah, William's talking most of the time, and then something else, whatever's in FNAF World, is the one that's talking at the very end.
The thing that's a pain in the ass is that William says both. The normal text, tomorrow's another day, and the other like, shade of yellow where he says, put you back together. William says both of those lines in other games.
My only thing with the I will put you back together thing is we never get any sort of hint as to what William does, unless he's the FNAF World speaker, what William actively does to put the crying child back together. We know when he does
Game Theory, he renamed him Gregory, and then he built him into a robot.
Yeah, he turned into Gregory.
But you know what I mean? Like,
this.
we know that he was like working with Elizabeth and with the Merriment and Agony and stuff. We never get any real direct tie between William and working on Golden Freddy or having Golden Freddy at a point or using him.
The closest we get to is Yendo, and Yendo's a whole nother topic I don't want to get into.
Yeah.
You could point to a few directions of like, he does the nightmares, or he gets the MCI's remnant, and ultimately when that's combined, like Molten Freddy is, if you could air quotes say with Shadow Victim, like that's air quotes, the crying child is Molten Freddy, but every way that you slice that is indirect. William never directly does anything that puts the crying child back together, which makes that line connection really weird.
I have a
even
narrative
then, it's
idea.
very vague because Michael's the one who says, I put her back together.
Yeah, that's the thing
Just
that,
like you
that
asked me to.
pisses me off is that
He
like
asked him to.
putting him back together. I feel like that is like it's so odd because what even we know that Michael believes at least that he succeeds in putting Elizabeth back together. So what does he do to Elizabeth that would qualify as putting back together? Because you could say whatever she intends to do, whatever William intends to do to Crying Child is the same thing he wanted Michael to do to Elizabeth.
Which I guess
So
kind of happens with
idea.
Leonard, but
The only
Yeah,
thing I
what's your
can think
idea?
of is
I had
like
an idea
he put all of them together and then he released her into the outside
Yeah,
of
he
the
released
world.
her into the
That's literally the only thing I can think of, and I'm like,
yeah, right.
I don't know.
So I had an idea recently that if Happiest Day, right, is putting Crying Child back together, etc. You have to play through all the mini games and put him back together by playing those mini games. If you get that, you have to get that Sister Location Custom Night ending by beating the Custom Night. And the only way to get the Custom Night ending is by playing the Circus Baby minigame where you see Elizabeth dying. I was wondering if it's possible that Michael, like, metaphorically plays the Elizabeth minigame in the same way that we play the Crying Child minigames, and that him putting her back together is having her, like, remember who she is, which is why in 6 she knows who she is. So, like, maybe these mini games represent putting them back together, like making them remember
a chip out of her or fucking something like that. The mimic
Yeah,
chip.
I don't know. That seems so
Circa
weird.
John
The problem
FNAF.
with that, well, I guess, the problem with that one is that
Lampshade.
at least how that minigame's applied is that it's for the non-canon ending. So, like, it technically
Yeah.
doesn't do it. That's
I
that's
guess
the
so.
issue.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, because I actually did recently reading that's actually very connected to get the fake ending.
Yeah. That's
So
how you get the chip
but
for
it
that
still
room.
is
the
it still
card.
is part of the main continuity. I mean, we know that's just how she died. Elizabeth, she got killed by Circus.
Yeah.
Baby.
So we have people in chat are saying, like, Shatter Elizabeth, which is the idea that she's broken up across all the
I
phone
wasn't
time.
gonna say anything because that's the problem I have with Shatter Victim. I'm not gonna lie. I see Shatter Victim and I'm like, I just do not agree or like this that much because I'm like, it requires him to be broken across animatronics that he's never interacted with, and he's in a different restaurant. It's such a
And die
weird
after him.
theory.
The
And then
0
it's
point
like,
field.
what does this relate to?
Sorry.
Oh my. Oh yeah, she report energy field from fetch, of course. But then it's like Shatter Elizabeth, maybe, because if we assume all the fun times were there when she died, maybe it's even better. It's even better. Like,
well,
I
mean,
know.
she would be shattered after already possessing Babe, because it's like the idea is that he takes the remnant out of her and splits it across the other fun times, which makes sense to me. But my question would be, why William would do that in the first place if then he gets Michael to put her back together. I don't really get William's motivation of being like, go put her back together. I broke her apart on purpose.
Average will care enjoyer.
I do have to say no, frick y'all for enjoying Shatter Elizabeth, because I think I accidentally made that shit 4 years ago and now I deeply regret it.
Oh dear.
Oh yeah.
It makes sense to me. I understand
in
it.
that
I mean,
video
if he's
right
always
there.
messing with their remnant and stuff, I get that.
Look,
I
equal opportunities, all right? If shatter victim's possible, then shatter Beth is possible.
Oh, man.
Guys, if you look
So
on screen,
it seems as well.
you can see the
Yeah.
puppet sitting. So fuck, I messed it up. I messed up the bit. You can see
They're
Fredbear
so nostalgic.
sitting on the grandfather's clock. What could this possibly mean? Because Fredbear's on the grandfather's clock.
They milk a 4-minute video out of that, and then like 2 later that week.
The OST
those days
is
were
called
good.
My Grandfather's Clock.
There's 5
This
pictures
means
on the wall.
Fredbear is the puppet.
I was just gonna say that. Everyone's
There's 5 pictures on the wall.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my
Yeah.
I keep counting everything
Dude,
now.
there's at least 10 to like 12 videos on like just the Nightmare Freddy teaser alone that they did back in the day. It's crazy.
If you look
the
at the bottom
milking
right-hand
of FNAF
corner.
4 was insane.
Dude, I love those
there's also
videos.
something fun
This
about
is
the
not
crying
Scream
child.
Freddy.
And not only is there 5 pictures, but 2 of them, just like how there was 2 for the MCI, and then they got all 5 of them linked.
2 and then 3.
Oh
Oh
my
my
God.
god.
Oh, that's true.
Okay, no, you're taking
Um,
actual interest in that.
The clock
That's-
has
I mean,
no
it's cool.
hands on
I mean,
it. This could
listen.
imply that it's at 14 o'clock.
Or
2,
2
that's 2 p.m.
So
It's at
there's something
7:14.
also interesting about Crying Child's room is that it's got the tile texture on the floor, which is the same as is always in all the Freddy's locations. Always have that checkerboard tile, and
Yeah.
no other
Oh.
rooms in the house have that checkerboard tile, which is just something weird I noticed.
I think they just hated him and didn't want him to have carpet.
You get marble
You get a
tile.
fucking
That is-
shiny
that's
bathroom.
You have to
all
floor.
wake up
Child's
every morning
bedroom.
and touch the cold floor with
Yeah.
your
Imagine the
He lays
FNAF
down on the
4
cold floor and
had
cries.
like tiled floors. That makes it sound more like an experiment, honestly.
We're experimenting what happens when we give a child
Ugh.
tiled floors in his bedroom instead of carpet.
Man, if a jump scare
No,
happens
that's-
right
that's-
now,
He's so
that's-
afraid of having cold feet.
That's the visual I wish the FNAF 4 experiment rooms were, with like the gas turned off. It just turns into this like sterile, like medical looking setting. Now that'd be freaky.
Oh yeah.
POV
Yeah.
Last of Us.
What's worse, having nightmares or being in the hospital?
Hospital.
incoming jump scare chat. Watch ears, watch
That's-
ears.
Oh, we
that's-
didn't see
that's-
the
oh,
sister.
no,
We
that's
didn't
just-
see the
that's just
sister's
Final
room.
Nights 3.
He didn't
That's
go
just
into it.
Final
I mean,
Nights
he'll
3.
probably go into it later. You can go into it on a different night.
Oh yeah, you can go out on the other night. Yeah.
Oh my god, that Michael
I
jump
have a
scare was
whole thing about
terrifying.
that.
I shit myself.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Back in the day, so many people were when they were first playing this game. You see so many people actually get a little jump scared from Michael jumping out.
When I played FNAF 4, I completely forgot about that, and I actually got scared from it.
He's also
same.
giving him the 2 fingers. He's telling him to go fuck himself.
All right, we are in
No.
Fredbear's.
All right, so before we go ahead, I want to read this part now for the next minigame.
Nope.
So night 1 end minigame. 4 days until the party. Your bedroom door is now unlocked. Fredbear tells you that someone is hiding and he won't stop until you find him. Exit your room to explore the house. Heading back and to the left, you'll end up in the living room with a TV. Walk to the TV to be jump scared by your older brother and end the minigame. Then in there it says note the dismembered mangled toy on the floor. And that's it.
How curious.
Yeah.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I have absolutely no idea what the mango toys do. I'm assuming that just means that because we're already designing characters for FNAF 2. That means because we have toys of the FNAF 1 cast already. That would mean that in 1983 they're already like, oh, Foxy's too scary. Kids are ripping his head off on their plushes. Oh no, we need to make a new Foxy.
Yeah.
So that means that they're already thinking about FNAF
Yeah,
2
no,
character designs by the time of 1983.
I mean, I don't think that's impossible. Like, if Secret of the Mimic's anything to go by, there's like posters for Freddy Fazbear when it's like years before.
I mean, just look at this game.
Yeah,
Can I
there's
go
a.
into my Can I go into my crazy theory about the Mangle toy?
Oh god. Yeah.
Okay, so this ties into a wider idea, which I'm not even subscribed to, but it's interesting if you make the links, right? So first of all, we have Foxy representing Michael, right? So representing a sibling of the crying child. We then have another Foxy representing his sister, presumably. I heard a crazy thing recently, which was like, Michael is gay, and this is to show that he is closeted, and that's why Foxy is in the closet in the nighttime.
that was the closet one.
What?
Was crazy.
theory?
But anyway,
No, that's
that's
just
I heard that
that
like
is
better than
recently,
14
but
theory.
Anyway,
Real theory.
That's
better
just
than
damage.
Who dare you?
But anyway, so we have two siblings represented by Foxy.
Yeah.
One of the children is a Mangle, and the very first thing we are told about Mangle, and I'll read this to you.
Shatter Elizabeth.
Quote for quote. Let me see. So this is what Ralph says about Toy Foxy, or sorry, Mangle, when he's talking about them. The staff literally has to put Foxy back together after every shift. So eventually they stopped trying and left him as some take apart and put back together attraction. Is it interesting that the sister who is missing is related to a Foxy toy, which is specifically put back together attraction? We have,
And then Elizabeth gets put back together.
well, okay, that's Elizabeth now.
But hey.
I don't think that's what it meant at the time. I was like, why put a sister in this game? Because there's also some evidence to say the girl outside in the playground is his sister, because she's got the other toys, which I think evidence-wise is stronger. But I think there is something to be said about the sister being the Fredbear plush, and that we have interest in a character who puts back together stuff. I think that's what we were talking about last time we were on. So the sister might be the Fredbear plush, already dead, and has a history of putting things back together, and at the end of the game says, I will put you back together. That's why it's represented by a broken down Mangle toy.
And also in the sister's room, there's a
I'll
flower.
add some more.
And then
I'll add
Fredbear's on
some
a
more
flower.
onto that. The fact is that
Yes,
the playground
another one.
girl does actually have a little bit more similarities to Elizabeth with the lighter pink shirt and the blue shorts, like the blue skirt Elizabeth has. Then you also just have the fact that, like, here's the thing. I've been working on this idea that the toy animatronics and the fun times are a lot more closer than most people think. Just design wise, they look a lot closer with like the plastic harder shells, and they're not fur and fabric. And Funtime Foxy obviously does share some resemblance to Mangle. I don't think they're 100% the same thing or anything like that. It's hard to say. But then it's the fact that, like, you do have the toy in the room, and then Funtime Foxy's obviously in sister location. And here's one of those weird things. During the DCI like minigame where you see like the children across, Mangle's the only one who's moving at all. And when
He was
when
here.
the kids are dead. So I'm thinking like, he was here too. So I'm thinking, is it possible maybe even if they're not 100% the same, maybe they reused some of the parts? I don't know. It's so interesting.
You mean talk about Funtime Foxy?
Yeah. Actually, someone. Sorry, this is not really. No, never mind. I'll give it a minute to talk about that. Someone in chat said something I was thinking recently.
So this dialogue right here, he left without you, he knows you hate it here. That is either a grown-ass man being an asshole to a child or like another kid. Because you can't, it's either
I feel like
he knows you hate it here, or it's William like, yeah, fuck you. You have no friends. Like,
that's
Sounds
the
like a
weird thing
William
about the
thing.
plush is it's quite like
blunt.
it's both helpful, but it's also not. Yeah, it's very blunt. It's not exactly like a kind soul like speaking to him, which is the kind of the
Well, it
problem
could
with the
also
idea of it
be-
being Charlie.
That's why I had the utterly insane idea that I got canceled for of Cassidy plush, because we know that she's kind of a bitch.
Yeah.
So-
So tying
Andrew
into
plush.
Cassidy plush, and I suppose it would have to be
Andrew
Cassidy
plush.
memory planter plush. I've heard that. That's
Andrew
real.
Plush would go hard.
With Cassidy, I think the logbook is potentially, now we'd have to explain the page where it says, "Does he still talk to you?" I guess that
True,
would be
'cause
implying
that would make no
um,
sense if it was
William is the plush, but if Cassidy is the final speaker and is the creator of Happiest Day, which would explain why she's not there.
Andrew Believer's
I
rejoicing.
think the logbook. I think the logbook might actually be a like in-universe representation of what FNAF World is, or of Happiest Day. That we're actually seeing what that example is, because she's asking him all these questions about his memories.
Trying to help him get his memories back, yeah.
Yeah, so I could see that as like a way of Scott showing what Happiest Day looks like without the FNAF 3 version occurring necessarily, because I think it's more likely that the bad ending happens and leads to Molten MCI than the Happiest Day ending happening in FNAF 3. So at that point, Scott could be like, well, now I don't have a way for Crying Child to be helped. So what if I put it in this logbook and show who the Golden Freddy spirit is that's left over after that?
Mm-hmm.
So I want to say something about like when you were talking about the text here.
Yeah.
You have basically two of these. Like, I know Will Care gets a lot of crap, and there's the other side of that coin called Will Despise. I've come up with a theory where it's in the middle of it, and I'm currently calling it Will Blase.
I hate this so much.
Or anybody, so for anybody who doesn't know, blase is meaning
Indifferent.
Unimpressed or indifferent to something.
Yeah.
And I think it's the thing where it's not like, I don't think, when I think Will Care, and I think people give it a little too much crap and too much, where it's like, I don't think, when I think Will Care, I think people are thinking like William's like a Henry who cares about his children, like that. I don't think that's the case. However, I don't think he despises or just hates his kid. I think he's very much blasé with his kids, where he cares about them to the part where it's like, if Charlie died, Henry would grieve and be distraught. If his kids died, he'd be like, oh man, I have to set up this whole funeral now. This is gonna be so annoying to do. I think he's very blasé, where he's like, if you see like someone running at your kid, you're gonna protect them and shield them and like take them away. For William, he'd be like, it's like Crying Child, like, Dave, no, get away, come on, don't go near that bad man. He's very like indifferent, like, where it's like Henry's the caring one, and William is just like, oh yeah, I know dying is bad, so I'll tell my child not to die. Where it's
I feel like
that, if that makes any sense.
I feel like he's just an abusive father.
It's like
I think he's just an abusive narcissist. I think, yeah.
I think he gets to the point of that with Michael.
Narcissists just have kids. Narcissists have kids all the time.
I don't think he's like that with Crying Child and Elizabeth. I think once they die later in the timeline, he's very much to the point where I just do not care about my kids anymore with Michael. But I don't think it's necessarily like, it's like this middle ground where it's like, I see Will care, and I agree to an extent where it's like, I don't think he loves his kids, but I think it's like to the point where it's like, oh yeah, my child's dying right in front of me. Michael, no, stop dying. Don't do that. I'm not gonna help you. It's like that, basically. Like, he cares, but it's like, oh crap, there's this murder clown. Elizabeth, don't you dare go near that murder clown. Now I'm gonna turn around and hope you trust me.
Yeah, he's a bot.
Look what you did. You just
didn't care that
How
much.
could you do that?
It's
like, that's the thing. But if he didn't really care, then he would just push her in there or just leave her. He wouldn't say don't go near there. That's why I'm like, it's care to the minimal extent.
Wait, like, yeah, I'd prefer another child died instead of you.
Yeah, it's like, that's why I think it's blasé, where it's like a middle ground. He doesn't care about his kids like Henry cares about Charlie, but he doesn't hate them to the point where it's like, if he did, he would just probably kill them or use them for whatever. I don't think it's until later.
I mean,
in
well,
the
he kind of does use Michael as like a little
Elizabeth.
servant. Michael is kind of just his servant.
No, but I think that's later in the timeline where he's done all this bad stuff and his first two kids died. So now Michael is like, you caused most of this, indirectly, kind of. So I'm gonna send you to the death bunker, and whatever happens, happens. Good luck.
What if? Okay, this might be weird, but if we go with the idea, because Sister Location is the one that establishes both that Elizabeth died and that there are nightmare chambers. So William has some sort of interest in experimentation by that stage in the story when Scott was making it. What if we go with the idea that William intentionally wanted Elizabeth to be the one killed by Baby, but was doing basically like telling her, oh, don't go over there, like, you know, don't think of an elephant. Yeah, he was gaslighting her into doing that. And what if we're seeing the same thing with the Fredbear plush? That he's saying, you know, oh, don't be scared, it's okay, you know, and basically gaslighting the Crying Child into being the most scared he can be by being like, oh, I'm your friend, don't worry, but oh my god, run away, because, you know, like, he's doing the same to Cece as he does to Elizabeth later, or yeah, like later on. that we're seeing the same kind of behavior, and that he could be intentionally making the crying child the way he is. You know, he could be intentionally putting all these things in his head to see what happens.
Raven.
I'm trying to think if there's any examples of him doing that to Michael.
I want to read a message from chat.
Oh god.
1 Fredbear plush in the Void cutscene, 11 Fredbears throughout the mini games, 1 Fredbear animatronic, 1 Fredbear in the final Void scene. Oh
said
my god, it was a Husky. It's not even
Not
accurate.
you again.
It's not even accurate, but
yeah. Like for me, I want there to kind of be a why for certain things, or just like have it at least be standard, because it's like if it's similar to that idea like you were saying, where it's like it's like, oh, I think Crying Child's in the nightmare chambers at the start. Why? We just don't have a why. That's such an extreme, like Elizabeth dying first.
Oh no, I don't mean he's in the chambers, but he's just pushing this onto Crying Child. Like he's already this early on the type of person who wants to see what happens when he is like it could be more of a sick fascination with like using his children to further his interests or his own.
I understand that and I see that. It's just like I wish there was something, because that's already kind of an extreme thing to do. Like we just don't have like a why, and maybe certain games in the future will explore that. It's just like I wish there was like, that's such an extreme thing to do just for a kid, just for like, oh yeah, this is the start of the timeline. I'm experimenting on my kids to see what would happen with fear. Why?
I mean, I don't know if he's doing it.
Are you a
to
psychopath?
I don't know. Yeah, well, this is the thing. I actually have I have a theory that Scott doesn't want William to be sympathetic or understandable in a way that is like human, because it seems like we as a community want him to have like a motivation, want him to be like, oh, his son died, and you know, he doesn't care about them, but he is motivated by his son's death because he's whatever, blah, blah, blah. Whereas Scott might be looking at it as, this guy's a sick child murderer, and I don't want it to be like you can explain it in any way. Like he's just that way.
Read the
you know,
text
it's not that he's
on
caused
screen.
by something.
Read the text.
Yeah, don't you remember what you saw?
No, don't you
Oh,
remember what
no.
you saw? It's just the other way. Hurry and
So
leave.
this is a weird one, right? Because part of it is this is a way to stop the player from going left. The don't you remember what you saw, is that potentially just more so like a don't you remember the animatronics are over there, like, or is it a don't you remember what you saw
That
like
feels
a
much
week ago
more
or
like
a month ago
that feels a lot more like you saw something significant, but then you also have
What is seen in the shadows?
yeah, what is seen
So
in the
you're like,
shadows.
I don't even
is a
know.
weird one, yeah.
Dare Stare has a peak comment. It builds character, and Henry still owes me $5.
Oh my gosh.
But the thing is like I don't need like my things is like if it's like the thing where I'm like Elizabeth dying first with the whole fun time thing, that's so extreme. If Charlie dies, it's a realistic and grounded enough setting, because you know, unfortunately certain things like that unfortunately happen in real life. But it's like experimenting and putting fear in your child is bordering on that, where I'm like, it's grounded enough, but it's still like, why does William want to do something like that? I guess
Maybe I missed.
And the thing is too, it's like I don't need Crying Child to be the first to die, because I think that William really cares about him so much and wants to put him back together. I just see as more like he's the first to die, and then William takes advantage of that, of like, let's see what I can do with this, and then it gives me my own rationality to do horrible events.
I think I had a comment from someone recently where they were like talking about my sister location placement, and they were saying, yeah, it's just, it feels a little weird for him to go from like, you know, go to the fun times before he goes to the MCI, etc. The thing is, regardless of where we put anything in the franchise, we at some point have to go from a guy who makes robot for Chuck E. Cheese to a guy who builds underground bunkers and experiments on children with fear gas. At some point we have to make that leap, and it's not going to feel natural literally anywhere to go from like that one very kind of understandable grounded thing to this huge extreme. And I think in terms of his motivation, I prefer if he has one, but I don't think we have to say, oh, he was a totally normal good guy who then something happened and he changed. I think he could be the type to just like mess with his kids and hurt his kids and be abusive to it without needing a motivation for that. He could just be that way and still be horrible to his kids with not necessarily experimenting
I'm in the
on
middle
them,
where
not
it's
doing
like
it for any
I want a
goal.
reason, but it doesn't have to be an evil moral or good reason. It could still be a messed up reason.
No, of course. It's regardless. It's going to be messed up. I just mean
Yeah.
we don't need William to necessarily have a reason for messing with kid through.
Yeah.
You know, if he is talking through the plush, we don't need a reason for him to like be doing it. He could just genuinely be.
Yeah,
Just
very
being
true.
Alright.
Very
because he
true.
enjoys it.
This
It's
line is
to, like,
annoying too.
hurry
So
the other way and
yeah.
find someone who will help you.
because yes,
No
yeah,
one
again,
will
it's
have any
either
detachment.
William deliberately like, oh no, or it's an actual kid that
Yeah.
also doesn't know any better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is weird that we never see a Fredbear plush in this scene, yet he's talking to you.
Because he entered inside of him,
Yep.
clearly.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's in his
So I
stomach.
think it did
Stomach
miss it
patch.
in this one. Oh wait, no. If you go, yeah. So this is the cutscene. I don't know if it's gonna show it. This is the one where he goes left, he goes back right. You'll see purple guy for a split second.
Yeah, I said in my
yeah.
video that the fact that the Fredbear plush isn't on screen implies that it's either imaginary or it's a ghost that has like attached itself to the crying child's mind.
Well, and that's the
It's
tough thing
stomach patch.
with this scene with the purple guy too. Well, like you said, yeah,
Exactly.
it's not there. One, it's not there, and two, the purple guy is there. Those seem like two pretty key things to say that it's impossible for him to be doing that
Yeah,
at that
that's-
exact
Yeah.
moment.
That's literally one of the issues I
He
have.
can just
with, like,
throw his
only
voice.
Billing William.
Like,
Because
okay.
of the fact where it's like he looks like he's doing work and he's putting a guy in a suit. Is he just like, oh, don't mind me, random employee? I'm talking and scaring my child.
Yeah,
Like,
give me 2
even-
seconds. I gotta go.
Bad
Sister
idea.
location could have maybe changed. Like, okay, if you think the final night one is different, sister location could have changed maybe that one. But even sister location can't pull enough crap to make that plush right there with the purple guy. Well, with the plush not there in that scene, with the purple guy nearby, it can't pull enough crap to make that be William, can it?
Yeah.
Well, I think
I mean-
it can if Scott is just entirely throwing out whatever he intends game.
How was he astral
Yeah.
projecting
Really?
into his head? How was he astral projecting into
Because
the crying
later
child's mind?
we get a line from the Plushtrap kid who says, "Where's your plushie? Mine is Spring Bonnie." So,
Yeah, so it's
in
not
that
with him.
minigame where it's hidden behind one of the cars, it's intended to not be with him. So either there are multiple plushies throughout there, and one of them's in a flower, or it's a ghost that's teleporting around.
That's one of those
Yeah, I
issues
think
too,
it's a
or in a thing where I'm like, if this is a literal plushie, are we just assuming that William just literally has a bunch of the plushies with other cameras hidden around the neighborhood, and that
Oh,
only
wait.
crying child would know, and nobody's noticing? Hey, why is there a
Well,
plush
they're
head on
always
that
they're always
flower?
hiding. So
I-
that was why some people thought they were cameras, because they're always like in the sewer
Yeah.
behind a tire. They're always like,
Okay,
Yeah.
I just realized something, right?
tell us.
So the Golden Freddy in all the other games, in FNAF 1, he looks like a classic.
Uh-huh.
In FNAF 2, he looks like the
Withered.
Wizards.
Uh-huh.
In FNAF 3, it's arguable if he's Phantom Freddy. I don't think he is because it was Golden Freddy. But anyway, could we argue, because there's the idea that it literally changes its form to look like the other animatronics
Incoming
whenever it's
Yendo.
around? It's just and Yendo. No, but what if in this game the reason it looks like a plush is because it's literally altering its form to look like the others?
The fuck?
Because if it's able to look like a robot that's withered and a robot that's not withered and a robot that's like made out of wires or whatever in sister location, could it be that the reason it's like ghostly and can teleport because ghostly is Cassidy in some way, and it just looks like the plushes because that's what the other ones look like at that time.
Well, this is my
It's taking the form of its
Just the-
fan.
This
Even
is
though
my
the gameplay
T-Dreads
is different,
propaganda
you
that
do-
the hair in the back room sticking out of the suit is not wires, it's hair and it's Cassidy. T-Dreads propaganda.
In that case,
Uh,
yes, that's. In that case,
like-
I would say, yeah, that's a
Like
more
the
likely.
even though the
Hair color
gameplay is
retcon.
different, you do see some of the animatronics, the nightmares, are related to plushies.
Yeah, that's
I just
true.
wanna
That is
point
true.
out.
They like Foxy
Even
and Freddy
even with the
specifically.
Halloween, even with the Halloween version, you even have some of them changing where you have Foxy and Nightmare Foxy, and he still kept that with Nightmare Mangle and the Mangle plush.
Hmm.
That's why I think Nightmare Freddy is the Freddy plush on the bed.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Especially since he like just appears knees on the bed already, like he's coming from on top.
Yeah,
of
a lot
the
of the evidence seems to dictate he's hiding underneath the bed.
bed. I mean, he must be moving fast on
Oh,
that
that is from Dinophobia. There's a trapdoor.
The fuck?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So even I didn't
it's
even
a
know
fun
that.
house.
That's not even what I meant.
Oh, you didn't know that? No, there's a Nightmare Freddy trap door under the bed.
Oh, so there's even more evidence. He's literally just
yeah,
under
that's
the bed.
confirmed.
Prepare for the horror.
Do we put any weight? Do we put any weight in the idea that at the time of the game's release, anyway, that MCI 83 or 82 or whatever could have been? I don't know how it would be. I guess Freddy's would have to be open concurrently with Fredbear.
I
That-
talked
that's-
about this in my
like, do
video.
so that means that if this is Fredbear's Family Diner, that means that you had Fredbear's open for some amount of time, Freddy's opens, MCI happens, then it closed, and Fredbear's is still open, and then the bite might get shut down.
Well, we don't
That's such a
know
weird
to be
timeline
fair.
looking.
We don't know to be fair when Freddy's closed because we also have the papers which open which say in FNAF 1 that after the tragedy which occurred there many years is when it closed. So we could imply that it stayed in FNAF 1. The intention was that the location stayed open for years.
Well, yeah. I'm assuming that. Well, yeah. I guess if this is a different timeline, we don't know. I'm assuming that it also still opened in 1983. So if MCI 83, it would be shut down the same year. It could be open early in the proto timeline, I guess.
Yeah, it's difficult because I feel like the plush actually being the Golden Freddy kid isn't that much of a stress from the perspective that it's literally a Golden Freddy plush that teleports around. It's just timeline wise.
Yeah, the only thing we have to worry about is like also why the fuck does the crying child look like the puppet? Do we think that was intentional? Did he intend for him to look like the puppet?
Oh, he didn't feel that game in the
Look,
He like
right?
kneels
The
like the
fact-
puppet.
If it's not intentional, Scott's just being mean because
Okay.
FNAF 3 shows that
Yeah.
puppet imagery with
But then
crying
also
on the
save him
knees.
is completely different.
Well,
Save him is completely
especially
Yeah.
especially with think about the imagery of the final death minigame where he's dying and he's got the 4 plushies and the Fredbear plush, and for him to just coincidentally be the 6th important animatronic, like look like the 6th important animatronic in the series right there with the other 5, that's weird. That would be that he didn't fill the game with random Easter eggs. That had to have been intentional, but he's not the puppet. That's the problem.
That's why I like the
Oh
idea
my
that they look like
wait,
each other.
quick mention right now. I don't know if it's gonna change. We have 87 likes on the stream.
Oh
87.
my god.
I'll be back. I'm
Go.
gonna use the bathroom real quick.
All right.
Who needs to use the bathroom?
I don't
just shit
think
my
he was
pants.
ever the puppet though. That's the weird thing.
I don't
As-
know. Same.
Yeah.
This is a trap door in my chair.
This is the weirdest
the Fortnite
trap
bathroom.
door in my chair.
The Didophobia shit trapdoor.
No.
Guys,
sorry.
look, the shadow animatronics. Oh my god.
So okay, this is
it's the
this is
shadow
something which,
animatronics.
OMG. Yeah, Himmel. I that's my.
So
interpretation.
I've seen so many
that
literal
we hear
interpretations of this. That's like,
The way that light casts, shadows would not be cast this far away from the stage.
so it must be the actual shadow animatronics. I'm just like, oh my god.
No, it's
Like
the
the
shadows.
shadows
It's
trap.
from the stage. It's they're cast on the
You've
wall.
never seen
I
that
don't think
post on like
FNAF
Reddit? It's
understand
like, look how far
light
away they are.
works.
Look how far away the light is.
Yeah, but it's also like they're not in a straight line. Like the room definitely doesn't look like this either. It's a weird minigame thing. I think this is more likely to be. I can understand like from this game why Dream Theory came about because it looks like there's shadows on the wall. That makes it look like that's
Yeah.
why he thinks of shadow animatronics. It's a bear and a bunny. That's what it means.
Well, I think that there is.
I guess this is the time to bring it up, but another wild FNAF 4 theory, and I know you guys were making fun of this. Someone said it in the chat a few,
no.
a few weeks ago.
Let's do it.
That crying child, either
Oh,
through
no.
Shadow Victim or Golden Freddy or whatever the hell, influences the events of the series after this, and
No, this is based-
the
Oh, that
reason
was
that a lot of things
Network
happen.
victim.
No, this is based.
I trying to see a theory about
This is based. I like this one.
So
How?
in
How,
this
though?
case, okay, so this is not saying that the toys are based on the toys, it's not saying that the toy animatronics are, they're because the toy already exists, or that the mangle. Because regardless of if you believe the toys are based on the actual toys, which would make sense,
I do.
you have to explain why the mangle toy would be taken apart and put back together in that same way as is in 1983. If that's not a feature
Also,
of
then
like
also
go
then the toy beak. Why would the toy
Yeah, the
chica be
toy
missing its
beak.
beak? If it's not a
This is-
dream crap, then it's future crap, which is even better.
Yeah, because
So
the
this is-
crying
this is
child
something-
saw it.
there is a huge amount of connections between this game and FNAF 2 specifically, and I genuinely think that there is a reason that there is a bite at the end of this game, not just because Scott was like, I don't know, there would be a bite again. I think this is supposed to be saying that Crying Child, whether he literally did it or influenced it accidentally, the reason there's another bite is because the
I
bite
just thought of a
victim
banger
is
detail. I just thought of a
somehow-
banger detail for that theory.
Yeah.
So you're saying that the crying child can basically alter its surroundings, right?
Yeah.
In FNAF
Yeah,
1, the posters turn into crying children.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The lore. It's
So, yeah.
network victim.
I think I don't know if that's I don't
Let me-
I can't
let
remember.
me-
I remember you talking about network.
Let me add on the phrasing of that. It's almost like
On
the
a
crying
birthday
child
as well.
puts like a curse on this whole
Of
Yeah.
this whole
Dreadbear.
franchise, like a curse of Dreadbear even.
You could dare I say.
Or some
Yeah, the
As
poster
if
in
you
the
as if
hallway.
you think I'm joking.
No, I know. No, I think
No,
I think
I was-
Dreadbear does
Yeah.
represent the crying child.
It was
Well, there's his
also
curse.
like, for example, the
Chat, I don't
The
know what
girl
network victim
tells
is. I just
him-
heard it before. I'm just bullshitting. Sorry, go ahead.
the girl tells him that they stuff your body at night, they hide your body at night, and they come to life. We could be saying that literally the bite victim's so agonized by agony. He's so agonized by everything that when he dies,
made William
becomes this
put them in the
broken spirit. I don't know if he made him, because this is the thing. This
There's
is the
no
only
free
weird
will
thing
in FNAF.
is I don't know if Scott would be into the idea of sort of putting the blame of a lot of things on this kid. Not that it's his fault,
Yeah.
but that like you could kind of be like, well, if he hadn't died, none of this would have happened. That's the only thing. But I kind of like it, because then you have, oh, he saw a mangle toy. The toy is mangled because the toy is mangled, and so therefore in real life the kids are influenced to pull the mangle,
that's so
like the
fucked.
literal
That's so
epoxy
fucked.
apart and then put it back together.
He influences
there's a-
people's free
Oh.
will. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Is it's literally how it like is happening in the series, and like if we go with, I mean, you could even go as far as say if those are his nightmares, that's why the animatronics behave as they do in the night.
Oh, that's funny. That's a great
Because, like-
detail. I'm gonna interrupt you. From Afton from chat. We're talking about how he alters Tochika's beak. He alters the posters. Altered text. He speaks through altered text.
Yeah.
So he changes the posters. He
Oh, he
changes
alters things that
Tochika. He
already
changes
exist.
Mankle. He changes the text. That's great, Afton.
Yeah.
That was a great comment.
Okay, altered text. Yeah.
That's really good. That's really good.
Federico.
I wanna see
Ferrazzo was
14
saying that
W's
it's
in
like
chat
it's
for
reverse
Afton.
dream theory.
like the logbook literally.
That's why
does
I think
It's
it could be where this comes from, because that's why dream theory seems like it makes so much sense, but it's not that it's all fake. It's that it's all real and it was influenced
Yeah.
by this kid.
And he's altering the surroundings. Yeah, that's good. That's
It
good.
is very much a different take on like what fans could have done with Dream Theory, but with the nightmares they thought, okay, we have things about nightmares. Dream Theory makes way more sense than altering the future events of the series.
They're actually typing 14
now that we know-
W's.
14W.
I want to go on a tangent for a second. I just thought of something after thinking about the void.
Oh god.
Okay.
The final cutscene in UCN is Golden Freddy in a void.
Wow. I actually never
just
made
like
that connection.
the
I'm a
first
dumbass.
cutscene in this game?
I'm a dumbass. I never made that connection. That's true. It's Golden Freddy in a black void with his. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. Well, what if that's meant to represent that crying child never actually moved on and he's just stuck in the void?
No. No vengeful CC. No. No.
No vengeful
No, not-
CC,
not
not in
vengeful
this
CC.
house.
Man,
No,
no,
that's
genuinely
vengeful
since
CC.
genuinely since 14 theory, and with some of the connections we made, vengeful so much more
Die.
plausible. It doesn't make any
Cease.
sense, but genuinely like with all the 14s linking the Golden Freddy baby and Rockstar Foxy, it's like 3 Afton kids. That makes sense. I don't think that's the case, but it makes sense.
Someone in
that
chat
sense,
said,
not-
Andrew
not
is the
in a
vengeful
case of,
spirit.
Yeah, but no, I'm not saying
When we
that
get the
this
full version?
is
Fuck Cassidy.
CC,
Soon,
Mental
soon,
Spirit.
soon.
I'm saying that just like gives like some sort of ending to Crying Child where he's just stuck there forever. He never gets a good ending.
Yeah, so in the idea that he's influencing reality, influencing everything that happens, how does that tie into Happiest Day? Because putting him back together then would mean kind of like
Freeing him.
undoing or releasing everyone from this, and it would mean the end of everything, right? Like, because it's like I guess it's like a combination of like Shadow Victim as well. We only have to answer, I think we have to answer it regardless. Why is he like at all related to the other spirits if they're not dead yet? Like, why does he need the others to be put back together so he can move on?
That is literally my whole problem with Shadow Victim, where it just feels like, why does he need to like have his memory shattered and it's spread across the other kids and animatronics that would be 2 years later into the timeline? I'm just like, I don't understand.
I like Shadow Victim
Crying
from the
Child
point
can't see
where
either.
I like Shadow Victim from the point not necessarily that he's attached to the actual kids, but that he is just shattered. His memories are just not whole. Like, it doesn't necessarily mean he has to be everywhere, but he could just, he's confused.
Well,
I mean, if you look at FNAF 3's Happiest Day, and even some of those other the mini games in FNAF 3, you have the kids, and you are going into the minigame and freeing one of the kids and sending them to Happiest Day, and then putting the whole thing together slowly. In my opinion, each of those mini games where one kid is found, each of those kids has one of the Crying Child's memories attached to them, because you look at, here is one that's about Mangle, here's one that's about Toy Chica, here's one that's about Balloon Boy, here's one that's at Fredbear's, and then Happiest Day is his birthday. Those are memories that you're seeing attached to those MCI kids.
yeah.
Trico, I saw your message. I'll get to that in a second. Hold on.
So
there's also
my question is, why and how? Is it just like gameplay, like each kid is attached to a memory?
Well,
But
Crash
why?
Master, what you're saying in my video made me resort to Bite Victim last.
Well,
because we're still your friends. We're still your friends. You still believe that, and then you gather the kids in Happiest Day.
Well, let me ask you a question for everybody here, which is, who is the child in Happiest Day that with the golden Freddy mask? Is that Cassidy or is that the Crying
I'm pretty sure
Child?
all of you think it's Cassidy, and I think it's the Bite Victim.
Okay. Here's the thing about that. Here's the thing. At this point, I'm very much comfortable with the idea of like, okay, even if we have different theories and different ideas of how, if we come to the same conclusion, I'm cool with that, because Shadow Victim dictates that Bite Victim is the Golden Freddy Kit Wear Mask kid. I don't agree on Shadow Victim, but I personally believe that's how most people just view it. I personally believe it's Bite Victim. I'm a little bit hesitant now because of like Return to the Pit, but I'm really just like, it makes so much sense for it to be Bite Victim that if it is Cassidy, it's this weird like, oh, maybe it symbolizes both of them in a way. But I'm like, the layout is literally a reversed Fredbear's Family Diner. Like, it's the mask that he never got on his birthday with the other 4 kids wearing masks. It just feels like it should be.
In this case, where we're talking about, potentially him influencing things, I would argue that it's Cassidy Receiver in terms of she's the Golden Freddy mask kid, but Bite Victim is the one that they are all working to put back together. So
exactly,
Golden Freddy is the last one that needs to be put. Oh man, that could kind of work if Bite Victim is traumatized by Golden Freddy. He's the last one that has to be fixed, because if Golden Freddy is healed, then they all move on. They're all happy.
Trico, I'm not seeing it, Trico. It's a little different.
Like when we were looking at those previous minigames, you have, here's a child that is in a minigame that has something to do with a Crying Child memory. In that case, you would think that, like similar to those first 4, that is Cassidy, not the Crying Child, but in one of his memories. But then ultimately you put it all together, and he gets freed. That is the purpose of what's going on there. Even if he's not the one getting that cake there, that is what the end goal is.
Yeah, because either way, he has to get the other 4 there. Like, they all have to be there. So it's like, regardless if he's the receiver, it's like, well, the other 4 have to be there anyway, so we have to that. So if Cassidy's the one receiving the cake at the very end, then it's like, well, then we have to just explain one extra kid needing to be there rather than it needing to be, you know, because it's not a case of like Cassidy's the only one getting freed there. All 4 of the original MCI are getting freed as well. So it's like Bite Victim might as well be there as like omnipresent, as like he's the setting of Happiest Day. Bite Victim is Happiest Day.
I can with you saying like the omnipresent idea, him being the setting. I like that actually. That's a good compromise. One of the only issues I have with like Cassidy being involved in any way is the fact that like Cassidy's very much implied to like it's like to rest the spirits to set them free, but Cassidy is still pretty much vengeful by the time of UCN. And even if you say like, Charlie, she still survives in FNAF 6. The character encyclopedia explains something about that. Not to mention, her mask also does fall much slower, implying that there's something that's still going on. Well, so I'm like, you have stuff for at least Charlie, but then it's just like, oh yeah, the Golden Freddy Cassidy mask just also falls at the same speed. I'm like, I don't get that.
I don't think. Yeah. Oh, sorry, you go ahead.
Well, I'm agreeing with what you're about to say. You're about to say that it does, like, Happy Day doesn't happen, but we're saying how it would happen if it did.
Oh, you guys don't think Happy's Day happens?
Well, it might happen at a.
I think okay.
That's tough.
Here is one of those things where I'm like, once again, I have to take the lore with what it is, because you can't just say it's an error without proof, because it's very much implied that Happy's Day does happen.
I would put it at a different point than like, you know.
I'm gonna move us on in a sec.
If it happened, I would put it way later.
Oh yeah.
I have a counter evidence, both evidence wise and narratively, because FNAF 3 Happiest Day is about changing memory. It's about remembrance. It's about memories. Da 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 da. It's about basically like changing the past and like putting everything back together and making everything happy. It's Happiest Day from the worst day, which is the Bite Victim dying. Molten Freddy, first of all, this is the thing I always bring up. The one light on in his mask is the same as is in the bad ending of Happiest Day, or bad ending of FNAF 3. So that's like, to me, is like, oh, Molten Freddy represents the bad ending of Happiest Day, and because the spirits are still around, then it's like, okay, well then somehow they must not go through Happiest Day in FNAF 3. But also, FNAF 6 ends with Henry saying that the memory of everything that started this can begin to, or can be forgotten. CC? Or no, I think it's more so that there is a change thematically or storytelling wise, that Scott is saying, no longer is this about remembering or about fixing things. It's about forgetting the past. It's about moving on from those things. It's not about going back and changing. There is like a genuine difference between the way the stories end in both cases. And I think it's Scott changing his mind about what's in that box. And he even says, like, some things best left be forgotten for now, becomes in that post where he's talking about FNAF 4. Some things are better left forgotten forever. And I think it might be a way Scott changes his mentality on the series and what memory might mean in relation to it. That's just like a more broad narrative look at it. Evidence-wise, I think it's easier and cleaner to say that Happiest Day just doesn't happen, and at least not in FNAF 3, because the puppet's still around and the MCI are seemingly still around, and so we can just sort of, and then Cassidy is still there again after 6.
I'm gonna move us on.
All right, I wanted to say two quick things. One, I do like the narrative of FNAF 3 with that whole idea as well, where it's like FNAF 3 itself is kind of like remembrance of the past, when it's like they're setting up the horror attraction because it was about the rumors and the horror that happened all those years ago. And it's one of those things where I'm like, Happiest Day, I just think it happens. And it's not even my personal bias. It's literally the fact that on Charlie's page, it talks about Happiest Day. And it says, Charlotte's spirits lingers on as more spirits are still trapped inside of a metal prisons. And Afton is still present, which is why she is still active in Pizzeria Simulator inside of Lefty. And the fact that her mask falls slowly as the only one, to me, says she's not quite there yet. So that's just one of those things. But that's about it. Maybe it doesn't happen. It's one of those things where I'm like, here's the thing. I know a lot of these books have errors. I'm taking just the evidence, unless it's purely contradicting the games. That's just what I'm working with right now, because it's like, I don't like it's people saying this is an error unless you have proof. But that's just me. We can move on.
Yeah. So Scott said that he didn't fill the game with a random Easter egg. So what do you think this image on screen is supposed to tell us? Because it's not supposed to be haha guys, look, purple guy, we know him. This is supposed to mean something.
I think it's to tell us that purple guy definitely did have a history with the company and the thing where it's like, this isn't just random killer. It shows this random pizzeria for no
like he's
reason.
the owner.
I think it's to say he at least did work at. And I don't know about owner. I'm just bare bones saying he has a history and he did work at / with the company.
Yeah.
Under influence theory, this would be him stuffing kids. That would be every piece of evidence that you use for dream theory. You
can use for you can reverse. It's just reverse dream theory. Yeah. Interesting.
It's interesting that he has the badge as well.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Bathrilla. Someone I know I just saw in chat.
If we go with the idea that William was always the dad in this game,
no shot.
I think there is evidence for that. We'll probably talk about that during the we'll talk about that during the nighttime game. I think there is actually some evidence.
Okay.
This would give an explanation as to where he is and what. Because honestly, as well, we have to regardless, we have to give an explanation as to why the hell this kid is constantly being forced to go to Fredbear's. Like why he doesn't just stay home. Why he has his birthday at Fredbear's. An adult figure has to be setting that up.
Yeah.
And yeah, even though Michael is like a dick,
true.
we can probably assume if he doesn't have any parents that work here or are relevant to this, we'd still have to explain why his parents set him up a birthday in the one place he fucking hates.
So you say
he doesn't even have friends or anything.
There's evidence you're saying that this is the purple guy's son.
They live right next to Fredbear's.
Yeah, that's true.
They do, but like if your child hated it so much.
Also,
but
damn.
Like, if your child hated it so much that they're crying on the floor every day and terrified.
I mean, to be honest, the parents aren't even there. They wouldn't even know.
I'm saying that to agree that you don't live right next to Fredbear's and not own the building.
Yeah, I mean,
if it's like if you have a place that's known for kids liking and parties, you would just probably throw it there.
Yeah.
I also don't think Scott just came up with that necessarily out of nowhere. Because it's also interesting that he makes Michael his son as well, and then there's like
purple guy's son,
all the connections in Sister Location. Like, unless we say that with Sister Location, Scott literally threw everything he intended with FNAF 4 out the window entirely.
Yeah.
Like, he just made up a brand new thing. He could have, and I'm not against the idea of that, but I think it's just interesting that there are a lot of connections in this game, and it was actually a theory at the time that this kid was the purple guy's son. The purple guy's son. I remember watching the Game Theory live stream from this time when they were all talking.
Everyone saw that, dude. Everyone was there for that stream.
No, yeah, I know, but I mean, as in like watched it.
Yeah.
And
it's still
one of the very first things they bring up is what if this kid is Purple Guy's son? Right before they go into Dream Theory, they're like fully on the road to this is Purple Guy's son. And happiest day is because of this kid.
Yeah, they were probably so close to it, but then Matt Pet started doing coke, and everything was a dream.
His Toy Chica's beak set him off.
Before we continue with this one, I just want to read the next one from what I have. So we have the Night 2 end minigame, the one we just saw. 3 days until the party. Tonight you're at a Freddy's restaurant, but someone has left without you. The game urges you to run towards the exit.
Hell no.
If you go left, if you go left, the game prompts you with, "No, don't you remember what you saw? A man in a Fredbear suit blocks the exit to your right." The game urges, find someone who will help you. You know what will happen if he catches you. On the next screen, you're told to run past a silhouetted Freddy and a spring Bonnie, but walking forward ends the minigame.
I don't like the Freddy's thing.
Look,
maybe
that's
just
not
Freddy's
me. That's the lore I found when reading the Ultimate Guide and the character.
Yeah, but this is not a Freddy's restaurant. That's a different brand. That's a different company.
It's a Freddy's.
I mean, if you consider Freddy's like
do you think
related
you think
to Fast Entertainment,
Fredbear's was labeled under Fazbear Entertainment, or was it like a startup and then they made a company later?
It's all the same pot in the end.
I guess, yeah.
It's all the same thing.
Yellow Bear.
Semantics, whatever, but
yeah. Also, the Plush is an asshole, dude. Look at this. Look at that text. Damn, bro.
He hates
You wouldn't have to say it like
He
that.
hates you. So blunt. Yo, he hates you.
Yeah, so this, who would say this shit? That's why I think it has to be a kid or William. Fuck.
Look, Will Blase.
Well, no, because you could no. I mean, this is not like I don't know. This feels
is
like
more
a
active
this
than
feels like
passive.
an ignorant child with no social skills.
Or, but like, you wonder what goal a kid saying this would have. You know, like, why would this kid say he hates you? Like, I don't really know. Like, I can see why an abusive father might say. I don't know why supposedly a best friend of this kid would say. I don't know.
Well, I never said that.
Why
I
would
never
any
said that
random kid-
Cassidy or Charlie was their best friend.
No, I'm saying that's what we know in this game. As in, like, because the Fredbear plush is the closest friend to, or is like the only friend that he has, because he's like, you know, always trying to help him, or you know, well, that's what the like kind of location of their.
Yeah.
I don't think the bite victim hates the Fredbear plush. Oh, maybe he does though. That'd be kind of interesting. He does say that the other toys are his friends.
These
he never
are my
has anything to
friends.
say about the Fredbear
Yeah.
plush.
He said,
Yeah.
Fredbear Plush says, we are still your friends, which includes it in the lineup.
It does, yeah, but that's the Fredbear plush saying that, not
Yeah.
the crying child.
We
But
know
anyway,
who our
I
friends
think the implication
are.
is that they're friends. Yeah, you are not one of them.
Yeah,
That's interesting under, yeah.
yeah. Let's continue. He's crying like a little bitch. You have to get up. You can get out this time. See, so this time it actually is helping him. This time it actually is helping him. And now it's behind the car. Question mark emoji. Weird. So you think on whether this is that it's not actually there?
Well, the kid says to him when he goes
Yeah,
up to him,
where's
he
your
goes, "Where's your
plush?"
plush?"
So this is just in his imagination.
Or it's teleporting.
Dude, have you seen the theory that that red door leads directly into Circus Baby's Pizza World?
What?
That was only because of, I think it was in the Fazbear Fright story with Circus Babies and Ballora, it said it had a big red door. Bro,
A Charlie door.
Oh god.
Having a red door is not. I think does the pizza place from FNAF 6 have a big red door on it and security breach?
I don't fucking know. I don't think,
Bro,
I think it's a glass door.
At this point, so many theories are just trying to say that every pizza location in Freddy's Fazbear's
Where
is
is
technically
your
just
plush
one
toy?
building.
My dad
See, this to me would say he
says
does
he's
have a
finger
plush
trap.
toy, but it's changed recently.
Yeah. He's a finger trap, he says. So under influence theory,
influencing
you would say that
Springtrap?
hearing that,
Yeah.
the crying child astral projects and makes him get spring locked?
Maybe.
Domain expansion.
Domain expansion, shatter victim.
I mean, in this case, the spring locks have to exist already, but this would give like the quote unquote idea
He's a flower.
To- spring locking.
See, but now it has no pupils.
I generally think we play
Why?
as Crying
Well, I
Child
don't
in
think we can
FNAF
see
World.
them.
No, they're not
I
there.
don't think we can see them behind the car.
Sorry, I went forward. Imagine having 10 seconds of delay.
Oh, sorry. Okay, hang on. I'm just gonna. Oh, I see
Imagine
what you
having
mean.
8
Yeah,
gigs of RAM. Couldn't be me.
Hey. 16 now. The other 8 just aren't installed.
oh,
Uh-huh.
They're sitting on my desk.
For
The
reasons still unknown.
and he stalks you. Dude, I texted underscore at like 1 in the morning one night, like, every flower in the game has 6 petals, except the flower in the sister's room. Which is true.
Psychic friend
And this one
Fredbear.
covers
His
the
head
sixth
head
left.
is covering one.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's
Yeah.
covering the 6th one.
Which means that the plush is the sister.
Andrew.
So, like, do the pupils mean it's not actually there, and when we see the pupils, that's when it is there? Question mark?
It has pupils in the next thing, doesn't it? In the grate. In the
It
storage?
only has pupils when it's on the
let's see if I
Afton
can keep
property.
track.
It only has pupils when it's on the Afton property.
Yeah. That's
Does it have
something
them in
I
the grate
pointed
in the
out.
sewer?
No, it only
No,
has
it
pupils when
doesn't.
it's on the Afton
It-
property.
Oh.
Yeah, it's only the Afton property. It has pupils everywhere else. It is completely blacked out eyes.
What child
Interesting.
says this stuff? You know, they say that they'll stuff you in the middle of the night. What's the matter? See you tomorrow at the
Are you that
party.
kid who always hides under the table and cries? No one else is
Pennywise!
scared. Why are you such a baby?
Yeah, you
This
big
dude's like
wuss.
18, bro.
Pennywise
What an
reference.
asshole.
Go kick rocks, child.
I'm quite behind. I think I'm still. Don't you kids always cry?
Elisa
You
Plush,
won't
evidence.
chew Unless
Elisa
you
Plush
get a bite.
evidence.
I'm seeing Freddy.
In this scene, we
Freddy
can
Bully
see the
talking
Fredbear plush in a sewer. Michael throws up Elizabeth and company into a sewer. Incest location.
No.
Elisa
It's
Plush
clearly meant
confirmed.
to be. Wait, no. William Plush confirmed. Why? Because this is a reference to Pennywise, who's a clown. What does William do? Make
Oh.
clown animatronics.
He talks like
Oh my God.
Pennywise and AR. We just said that earlier, so it's
Elisa
true.
Plush confirmed. Offense.
He won't eat you unless you
Michael
get a
hide
bite.
under the
table in
At least
sister
the
location.
table
Mike
sits
victim
high.
confirmed.
And so now,
too.
Unwithered, he astral projected and made Henry come up with Balloon Boy.
See, that's the thing. That is one thing I thought. That is one thing I was like, is he doing it that much that he's influencing the creation of animatronics?
Yeah,
Is
like
that
we
why?
have
Oh.
literally this is the
Uh-oh.
only thing in FNAF 4 besides Nightmare Balloon Boy that's Balloon Boy adjacent, and I'm like, great, this kid indirectly helped create Balloon Boy. What the
I'm
heck?
pretty sure
I was
we're
gonna
gonna
say,
see
is-
Balloon Boy in Seer and a Mimic. He probably already exists.
No, he
Well,
was
that would
created
make sense
because
why
the white
he's the
victim
only
astral
canon nightmare.
projected.
No.
Balloon kid
See,
animatronic.
This also, by the way, influence victim would be a good explanation for Scott saying, would the community accept it that way? Just saying. But I was going to say that this is good reason for it to be the only canon nightmare, but then we'd also kind of be like, oh, well, what about the nightmare Mangle? Why would that one not be canon if he's seen both of in real life? I never understood why only Balloon Boy is canon. I don't get that at all.
Fun fact: the Fredbear plush is a
And we
single
laughed as
pixel
well.
under this car. There's a
Yeah.
single
Yeah,
pixel.
he's one
Yeah.
pixel behind the tire.
Weird place
It's
to
so
hide him.
dumb.
A weird thing about this: every kid on the block seems to know about the crying child's birthday party, even though he's not telling anybody. So is William like?
Michael.
It could be Michael, or is William like
Advertising.
advertising his son's birthday as an event?
The Fredbear plushies are just advertisements.
They're walking around with signs.
It's your birthday.
Come to my rat's birthday party.
See, look,
watch him
see,
cry all
We're
day.
just outside the Afton property. We have no eyes.
I've been on this exact video before, and it really annoys me that they never the Toy Chica girl.
Which fun
Oh
fact?
my gosh.
Fun fact.
We need to go Seer.
Yeah, we will. The Toy Chica girl, the Fredbear plush is behind the fence in like Afton's backyard, and there it has eyes.
Yeah.
It has eyes when it's
Oh.
staring
Yeah,
at the
that
Toy
was the
Chica
thing
girl.
that
Hey.
convinced me and T-Dread on it.
Yeah. Oh
That's
yeah. We
interesting.
talked about this like a month ago.
Yeah, me and T,
And it
like, I
has-
pointed out, and then we just
Oh.
started staring at the plushie. Like, okay, where do we draw the line of like the Afton property?
Actually, I noticed it like months ago, but I just commented on one of Gibby's videos back in like February. But
And it
Well, I
It
said to you, so
has-
get wrecked.
it has the eyes in the sister location bunker as well,
because that's Afton property.
Yes.
which is Afton. Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, 'cause it's Afton
So
property.
in the idea that it's some sort of camera, it would have
Maybe,
some sort
maybe,
of
maybe it
Wi-Fi
has like a range
connection.
where it's not
Yeah.
activated in certain ports.
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah.
Could just go to school. They don't know his birthday is. This is gonna be disappointing. I'm reading chat because otherwise they'll get mad at me.
Yeah.
The plush is David who got hit by a car. That's why he's behind the car. True.
Oh boy.
There is a car.
Is the Toy Chica girl Elizabeth? I feel like it's more likely to be Susie. If it's
Well,
a
if you
major
think about
character.
it, David.
Well,
I-
okay.
I-
so this is
I
let's
prefer
fight.
it to be
Chica girl?
Elizabeth.
The Toy Chica girl looks exactly like Susie. Nobody convinces me otherwise. You've got to
hang
just
on.
put them side by side. They
He
look
agrees
identical.
with me.
Someone in chat said this earlier, and I was something I noticed recently about the two of them. Elizabeth and Susie, for some reason, are given very similar designs. Like, very similar. Both have a red bow. Both wear pink dress-like clothes. Elizabeth even has the, like, puffy shoulders, I'm pretty sure, in her sprite. Let me see. Elizabeth sprite.
Yeah. In the art she's given in the character encyclopedia, she's got the puffy shoulders.
Yeah, she's got the puffy shoulders, and so does Susie, I believe, in
the real difference is kind of just their hair.
Yeah, or they both have. Sorry, it's not the. It's the pink with the hair and then the bow as well. And I was like, I don't know what that would necessarily say, but it's like interesting if Afton is like inspired to like he picks Susie as his first victim because she's like Elizabeth the most. If Elizabeth died before the MCI, which I think
we're in. Yeah, so the flower is wilting in this room. Tell me why.
Okay.
You guys have to wait 10 seconds.
Okay. Hang on. Yeah, I'm gonna just wait about a minute. I think I'm a little further behind than everyone else.
Set it to two times speed.
I
2 times
kind of have
speed.
it could. I don't really have.
I can't 2 times speed a live stream.
Yes, you can.
I'm kind of 50-50 on it. I kind of just put her as Elizabeth due to the similarity of the designs overall. Then you have her toys, and you have the Mangle toy, who would be Toy Foxy, and the fact that she's the only kid who would be on the Afton family property.
Apparently,
like,
that clothing style was just popular for girls in the 80s. Just reading chat.
Scott Cawthon.
Sure, I mean it is
so
just
much
like generic girl wear, but it's also like
pink.
we do have the pigtail girl that looks different. I would just say after Sister Location, I think the Toy Chica girl is Elizabeth.
All right, tell me why the flower's missing a petal. What does that symbolize?
I can't even see it. I can't even fucking see it. Oh, in the
girls' room.
Oh god, first the Fredbear plush head blocks it, and now there's only
Tell me why.
And the Fredbear plush is in there.
Why are we missing a petal?
Also, to be fair, I don't think the Toy Chica girl necessarily is on Afton property. I know it's in front of the room, but it's also like bordered.
It's literally in front of the house.
There's a seesaw, and it's in front of the house. But that doesn't mean it's necessary.
Yeah, but behind the set,
in front of like the Afton house. Like you don't just put a swing set on someone's property.
Okay, well then, underscore. Even better than, or it's not underscore. Sorry, you guys both start with un. I'm stupid.
Bruh.
Unwithered truth. Even then, the only other time besides being on the Afton house when it has white eyes is when it's looking at the Toy Chica girl, which would imply that's Susie.
That is genuinely good evidence. I will
imply that it's Susie, and the plush knows everything.
I just find, is a seesaw a classic thing to install in your own? Like a swing set, yes. Like in people buy.
Hey man,
swing
if
sets.
you're the CEO of a successful business, you can have anything.
That's true. That's very true.
Yeah, you can have your own freaking underground
I still
layer.
don't even see the room. Oh,
anyway, I think the flower. I think the flower wilting is just to show you that whoever is the occupant of this room is dead. I think it's just symbolic.
Yeah, I think so.
Which
think so.
also still fucks up the timeline massively, because that would mean Elizabeth died before the bite victim. So
well, if it was Elizabeth when the game came out, because we have to take everything with a pinch of salt when it comes to the game after and the game before. Because the reason I was so set on the plush being the sister is because I don't see any other reason to make a sister character in this game and give her an entire room if it's just the Toy Chica girl. I don't see any reason for logically. I don't see him
even then
making
it's
that
still
choice.
Super strange. Like besides just like having her possess the plush, and even then the way she talks is so like you think she would be helpful or love her brother. Nope, it's like he hates you. Your older brother hates you.
Yeah, true. People in chat saying that we're overanalyzing. Hover your mouse over the title of the stream.
Literally. Look, we're doing what the stream is titled.
This is the anti-clickbait.
What if Clara is just Vanessa Afton?
God.
What the fuck? So William's dating his daughter.
Save it for the sister location stream, buddy.
Hey, that happened months ago.
Cipher. We're gonna get Cipher in here. Cipher, we can start talking about that.
Alright, so the mangle
so
toy.
the plush does have the eyes too.
So
He
do we
does
think
have
this
the
is a
body,
mangle
yeah.
toy or actually mangle?
I think that's actually mango. I mean, you even have the spare head.
Oh no, it's too
let me see,
small.
just-
It's way too small.
It says note the
Okay,
dismembered
is CC as
mangled
big
toy.
as his? Oh, it says the toy. It says toy in the logbook, whatever. Not the
It says
logbook.
note the dismembered
No, but
mangled
look
toy.
at CC compared to the size of like Fredbear. I know sizes aren't super accurate in this game. If this is actually the mangle, that is an insanely tiny way to draw that. It's supposed to, like it's in terms of scale, it's way similar in size to the Fredbear plush than it is to any of the other animatronics.
It's so weird that it has a spare head without anything on it. Then that's what's weird about it. Then
That's what's weird, but
Unless-
that's why I
what
think
if it's like a plush mangle like Plushtrap?
inflationary.
Yeah.
I think it's more likely to be a toy like the
I think
toys
it's a toy with the
outside.
gray parts being like metal bits. I don't know why it would
Incoming, watch ears. Incoming, super
be
scary jump
plastic.
scare.
Could be-
Yeah.
Could
The
be
Sorry.
scariest
I got
jump
scared.
scare in the whole series.
I got scared. All right, Crash, give us your notes on that minigame.
All right, here we go. Let's see. Night 4 end minigame. One day until the party. You're locked in the spare parts. Oh, wait,
No,
no. This is the
dude.
next one. So the one before that.
You don't
is
know how
this
to
one, Night
read.
3 end minigame. I know how to read. I don't know how to count. 2 days until the party. You're back at the pizzeria, but this time you can escape. On the way home, talk to the kids you see. One reveals that the upcoming party is for you. At home, head
The
to your
party
bedroom
was
to be
for
jump
me.
scared, and the end of the minigame. Not much there really. Pretty much what we.
So just
Pretty much
it
standard.
just says to note the mangle toy.
That was before. That was in the first one. Note the dismembered mangle toy. It doesn't say mangled. It just says mangle toy.
Mm.
Well, it's because it's a toy that looks like. This is the thing with the guides. I'm not
Excellent
saying that
interpretation. You
we
make a
shouldn't
great
take
English teacher run with
anything
it.
from them. No, shut up.
I just
what I mean
it's
is,
ironic. I
maybe
say I
it
can't
says it's a
count, yet
toy
I'm
because
going
it's a
to school for-
toy.
I'm going to school for math and physics.
yeah, no,
I
but the red curtains are red because they're fucking red. No, what I mean is the guide also. I think there was something earlier. Oh, like the plush spring trap thing that we brought up with the plush trap being described as plush spring trap. The guides are talking from the point of view of the viewer of the game. So like maybe in universe it's not a plush spring trap. It could be a plush, spring bunny, and it's, whatever. It's not a mangle toy because even in universe it was officially it was called that by employees. That was like an employee name. So
yeah, that's the thing. It was
be a
supposed to be
mangle
like Toy
toy.
Foxy, but they called it the mangle.
It was Funtime Foxy. It was Funtime Foxy. not
And
Toy
so
Foxy.
after seeing
I,
the
I, I say
mangle,
I say
he
toy.
he influenced
I
the
say
kids
toy
to tear them
because
apart.
like people will get confused.
Yeah, but what I mean is like the guide when it describes it as a mangle toy is describing that because that's what we as the audience see it as, because it's on the ground, it's broken up on the floor. It doesn't necessarily mean in.
Should we make
It's
an
a toy made
influence
to look like the
victim
mangle.
video?
I would love to. That's what my fucking plan is. Anyway, I'm doing my current one on the FNAF 1 reboot that I'm making, and then FNAF 4 is my next one after that.
One day until the party. All right, here it comes.
Oh god.
Hair or wires? Hair son or wires daughter?
Well,
What?
if it's hair, it's not Cassidy or Andrew because it's not black.
Because Scott definitely thought about that back in 2014 or whatever.
I've always been a
2015.
wires guy. I've always been a wires guy.
Me too.
Why are the wires like flaccid? Why are they like floppy?
Because it's a
wires
wire.
react to gravity.
Yeah, no, but I mean, like, look at the. All right, look, you literally have like a
Why
colic
is a
too.
cooked spaghetti
You
noodle
literally have like a
floppy?
colic in the back of the hair where it's sticking up.
I mean, yeah, if it's wires,
come on, brother.
it's so weird to think of it as like the suit like that. It is a little.
And also,
Ultimately, you
holy
have to-
wires. That's a lot of wires, dude.
You have to realize that if
Wire.
that's hair, that's a victim that's never been pursued in this series that no one has ever understood. After like 8 years, there's no shot it's a victim.
I could
If
see
it
it being
wasn't- if it
fur.
was-
I'm
if it
okay
was
with
hair
fur,
when-
not wires, though. I'm okay with fur.
All I mean is it's not.
Tomato,
Also, I'm
tomato.
sorry,
It's
I
part
have
of the
never
suit.
seen a fucking dark brown wire. It doesn't look shiny or anything.
Yeah, well, for
Yeah.
whatever. But Also, okay,
I've never
if
seen
it
Albert
is-
Einstein. Does that mean he's not real?
It could be a copper wire.
True.
Oh, gotcha.
I feel like
if
it'd be
it is
more rigid
hair,
if it was copper wire. Go ahead though.
If it was, if it was hair when the game came out, it's not hair anymore because
Yes.
unless we say Andrew is in Golden Freddy,
Andrew is a
and he
vengeful
was the very,
spirit.
very first victim.
And he messed up the hair colors.
And he
'cause
dyed
it's
his
not
hair.
black, and he just decided black later.
Or it's just because he didn't because he just was like, I don't know, it's a different victim now.
The only
Then
person
we
that
have
could be
three
is
Golden
Andrew, that's
Freddys.
it.
Yeah,
Chat
if
is
it's not,
arguing.
then it's
Chat is arguing if
Which
it's
it probably
hair or
isn't either.
Cassidy or. That's funny.
The question is it hair or not? And then if it's hair, whose hair is it?
well, if it's hair, then nothing we know is true because then this is by debate. Then this is MCI 83, and
Which
it's at
is
Fredbear's as well.
definitely not happening.
This would also
What
mean
if,
that it's
but if MCI
83.
85 is true, that means there's a whole nother victim that we just don't know before.
Sounds like
And which
Andrew.
you know what usually sounds like Andrew fits the bill, but there's the whole hair thing.
Yeah.
This suit actually it kind of feels like maybe if this was wires and it wasn't hair, but Scott saw the Phantom picking out like, oh, there's hair in the suit. It sounds like this is the origin story for how he came up with the new kid as like a story.
That's true. You could go with that.
That'd be
I'd
interesting.
also that's I kind of like that idea that there's.
All right, listen,
a
listen,
Rico
listen.
said it's
influence
Bill Nye
Scott.
the Wire
Listen,
guy.
this could be wires. It's 100% a red herring though. Scott knew people would think this was hair. Scott, he had to have known.
Or it's influence theory, and this is part of the idea of stuffing kids in
Oh my
suits.
god. When is seen in the shadow? There's not a lot in this minigame. It kind of just says let me out.
My only issue with it being hair is why it's colored the same as the inside of the suit and the inside of Spring Bonnie's mouth, because they are the exact same color. I don't. If it was hair, I think it would be a different shade.
Another
show that
reason
it's a
that people say that this is another reason people say that it's the Golden Freddy kid is because you don't get Tomorrow's Another Day on this minigame.
Yeah, that's something very interesting. That like if you're in the room with the spirit, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, just, you know.
But then, even if it was William or some other there's no plushie in this at all, anyway. Too.
Well, there's not the plushie in some of the other mini games
building
too, but
either.
it still talks. Yeah.
Yeah.
But just when you're in the back
So
room with this suit, you don't get Tomorrow's Another Day.
Was anybody? I've heard some things about people looking into the coding of this night, and that the code is still there for like Tomorrow's Another Day, but maybe it's broken.
Oh,
But I haven't
fuck,
looked
of course
into that
it
in a
is.
long time.
Oh,
No,
boy.
now I
No,
won't, I can't prove that, but I've heard about
you have to
something.
speed it up like a million times, and you have to do very specific things because like if you speed it up, you also have to do something to stop it from skipping. Because I think the way it's done is like after a certain amount of time it skips, so you have to speed it up past that point to the point where the game actually breaks anyway, and then it will reveal. I feel like that's more so Scott has that because I think we have other stuff in the other games in the code where there's an event which is in the code, which instead of deleting it or getting rid of it, you just like push it to the point where it's like not visible or not accessible.
Things like that happen. Like in FNAF 2, when you see Shadow Freddy, it's supposed to have this thing where it makes mechanical noises and then he disappears, but he never disappears.
Yeah.
So we kind of have stuff like just left over in the games. Sort of
Why
what
do
could
we
happen, but
think
not
there
used.
is a? So are we gonna say that there are? Let's see. So there's mascot suits for there's mascot suits for the animatronics. Then there's Springlock suits, one for Fredbear and one for Spring Bonnie. Then there's another Spring Bonnie animatronic that's like brown. What is going on? Why?
I think they're supposed to be the same. I think it's just depending on where they're situated. I think because the art style, like Michael,
is the same as the one on stage.
Mhm.
This big yellow head with buck teeth.
No,
yes,
that's Plushtrap,
I
bro.
do.
You
because
are on
I
cocaine.
I think so because like Michael. No. Wait. Michael,
Well,
if you
the
think
thing is, we
Michael
don't
is
even
the same
see
character,
Spring Bonnie's face. His face is turned away.
He's also like,
and if you think Michael is the
brown.
same character in the bedroom wearing the same mask as is in the final minigame, you have to agree that there's differences in art style between knights to
And
represent.
not only
different
that, there's
themes.
so much color difference. I know the Texas one, but then
Yeah, that's
Michael
true.
changes so much. He got a tan in the summer.
I guess Scott
Obviously,
just
it's not a
didn't
mistake.
play his own game. Which that's not even like a joke.
mean,
like,
like,
yeah, there's a
if
good
that
chance he
thing-
didn't play his own game.
Look, bro. Look, bro. He said in UCN he could not even in some of the games he doesn't test some of the nights. Like he doesn't
Yeah.
think some of the 20 modes are possible.
Well, like on the top left there on the shelf, I've always thought that looked like an alien, like octopus or something. I think
Oh
what
my
it is
God.
the top
The
half
music
of a
from
skull.
earlier, strange alien noises.
Oh,
Aliens are in
I think it's
FNAF.
I think it's the top half of a skull, and those are I think those are wires at the bottom that are poking
the
out from
grays.
beneath the skull. But there's also a different skull on the bottom left on the table.
That
So
one's
I
more
think
like
those
metally.
are two.
That one's a
I think that-
human.
but I think again, it's
Yes,
that's
yes,
shadow
yes.
and in
William
different
just keeps his dead
angles.
kid skull trophy collection.
His
where anybody
very
could possibly
large,
see
very
it.
large dead skulls. Humongous skull.
Look,
I
look how
have
big that is
big
compared to
skull.
Crying Child.
So listen. Speaking of a skull, I have seen like a few wikis and a few different sources that always say that when you look at the FNAF 3 minigames, the end of night ones, if you go into parts of service, there's just what I've seen people say is straight up just a skull in parts and service, not calling it an endo skull, like just a skull. It's just like
Yeah,
this.
yeah,
It's so funny.
it's drawn like a pixelated skull. I
Yeah.
don't think like I
I don't know
think
why it
so.
has a nose. I don't know why it has a nose at all, but I don't think it's a.
Well,
Scott
why
really
do these
should've
have
just done an
nose? These
endo
have
better.
nose holes.
Oh yeah, these
Yeah,
do
Yeah,
have
that is
I mean-
pretty
nose
weird.
holes.
That is pretty weird. Why he give them nose?
Yeah.
Scott doesn't
Yeah.
understand
doesn't-
how endoskeletons work for some reason.
They're just real.
despite
Unless-
he
being-
thinks they're
unless
just
the
real
idea-
skeletons.
This
Unless the
poor
idea-
kid. This poor kid.
Unless the
he's
idea is
selling
that they're
waves.
spring lock endos, so that they need
Please let me
space
out.
for the nose. Maybe that's the
Maybe.
idea. Spring lock endos need space
All right.
for
So
human parts.
Well,
not much for
boys,
this
we
one.
did it.
Pretty much the same.
All right. Well, for this one, I'm gonna
Oh.
share my screen with you guys because we all know what's better.
All right,
Oh,
before we start,
everyone.
before we start, I'm gonna read it real quick. Night, pretty much same like night 3, not much. Night 4 and minigame. One day until the party, you're locked in the spare part / maintenance room of the pizzeria, unable to escape. You once again end up crying on the floor, begging to be let out.
Could I also
until the
argue just
minigame
quickly
ends.
that if that
How
is
much?
instead it's like an early or a proto safe room, there's an argument to be made that the reason the plush doesn't go there is because it's not allowed, because it's based on the programming, because the animatronics can't go in those rooms.
All right, we
I
ready?
don't know if that's possibly a reason, or if William put him in there. Another reason, possibly.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, let's go.
Yes.
All right, let's watch the minigame.
This was the saddest day of my life.
The happiest.
Was that
Are
the
you
one of
guys watching the
87?
Discord stream, guys?
Yeah.
We're
Yeah,
watching.
good.
Light blue text.
Oh my
Light
god, is that
blue
the same?
text.
Is that the same color
Hilarious.
as from the?
Why don't we
from
help
the,
him get a
the
little
source code?
closer? Look,
I
he
just
will love
okay.
it.
I just put a
No,
crazy
please.
detail together, but I'll save it.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so then, come on, guys, let's give
Come on,
this
guys,
little
let's
man
give
a
this
lift.
little man a look. He wants to get up
Up
close,
close
and personal.
personal. Come on, Oswald's dad.
Come on, Oswald,
No,
Dad. Come on,
I
Cassie's
don't want to
dad.
go. You heard the little man. He wants to get even closer. Hey guys, I think the little man said he wants to give Fredbear a big kiss. Wait, what the fuck? What's gonna happen?
Those look like the
On three,
scrap baby.
one,
On 3.
2.
1, 2. It's hilarious. It was at this moment that he knew he messed up.
You know, there's
Was
something
that
I'm
the
just
bite of
noticing with the Freddy
87?
Whoa! Oh no, it wasn't. Get wrecked.
Guys, we're all supposed to say it at the same time. You
Ironically-
ruined it. Ovely underscore did it.
bully.
Sorry, I said it too early.
You guys are all failures.
All right.
It's playing Shadow Bonnie's music box.
Oh yeah. So let me see.
Hmm.
So night 5
Oh,
and minigame.
what?
0 days
Yeah.
until the party. Tonight you're back at the pizzeria with no control. You just have to watch. Your brother and his friends, all wearing animatronic masks,
Chat
tease you
got
with
it.
the Fredbear animatronic. Your head ends up in the Fredbear's mouth, followed by a sickening crunch as the animatronic bites down.
I do want to say something. The only Bonnie that has blacked out eyes is the Freddy one, but he's also the one that stays the farthest away from the
Yeah.
situation the whole time.
And
yeah.
Nightmare Freddy doesn't have any lights in his eyes in the nighttime
FNAF
gameplay.
through.
Is the song here being shadowed Bonnie's music box? Is that modded in, or is that what it actually
That
is in
has
the
to
game?
be overlaid.
I think
That's
that
not
might
the
be modded.
original.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
modded
not
in.
that's
Okay.
not the original
That's
one.
not original. I don't know why they put that in there.
It might have been copyright or something on YouTube.
I don't know if you can hear me. I'm sorry. So then Michael stops talking. You're broken. We are still your friends. Do you still believe that?
And the Freddy plush is also the last one to go.
I'm still here.
Here it comes.
I will put you back together.
Lore.
What does it mean?
The box is also in the same spotlight as the crying child.
Another
And
thing
then
I also want to
the-
say, in the survival logbook with the void, Crying Child also says that he can't see.
True,
Yeah.
because it's
Yeah,
in the
let me see. So-
void.
Night 6 end minigame. Sitting with the plush Fredbear. Someone tells you they're sorry. Then someone tells you that you're broken, but that
Just
the
say it's the
speaker
brother.
will
What,
put you
what are
back
they doing in
together.
there?
You can hear the sound of a heart monitor flatlining.
L.
Interesting to
I'm
note
not
that they're
crying.
broken
You guys
before
are
they die.
crying.
The crying child is broken before he actually flatlined.
That's crying
I mean,
child
I think if my head
shattering
was
into the
crunched by an
plushies.
animatronic, I feel like if
Are
my
you
head
telling
got
me this-
crunched by an animatronic, I feel like I would be broken.
Shatter plushies.
Are you telling me this victim?
Shattered.
Are you telling me this victim is shattering?
Yeah, no, I think the box being in the
Thank
same
you for that.
spotlight as CC is intentional. Yeah, it's the pieces put together. The box at the time could have been Happiest Day.
I think it was. I
Hmm.
think it was metaphorically.
Makes sense.
And it's
Hey.
interesting that there are 2 locks. That's interesting as well.
Can we go back to the bite real quick? I have two funny things. One thing I
You mean the
noticed
bite of
that I
87?
didn't say, and yeah, and something someone just messaged me.
All right, go.
One, we agree that Cassie's dad is the Bonnie Boy, right?
Yeah.
I'd say that's fair.
You know how he's
Yeah.
You know how he's pictured in Princess
Probably.
Quest with that like light blue like sprite thing, just as him.
You mean his hands
Mhm.
or his hands? His hands
No,
too are
like-
a similar
like when
shape.
the princess-
No, like the sprite in
Yeah,
like
yeah, I
the-
know what
when
you mean.
you're starting
Princess
the game,
Quest
like
when
the
you
arcade?
go smack yourself.
Well,
Yeah,
also, you know what? Also, you're right. His hands are light blue.
when you go
What
smack
is his
yourself.
text
yeah.
color in this minigame?
Light
What is his text
blue.
color in this minigame?
Oh my god, it's light blue.
And that was the color in the. Can we go check the source code text again? Because that was light blue. Check it out.
Which-
the
which-
1E0FF or whatever.
Where?
Oh, that light blue. Oh, from the teasers
From the
when
source
we
code of like the
started?
first teaser. Yeah. I'm sure it's not the same, but
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh wow, that would be crazy foreshadowing.
Oh, and then secondly, by the way, we probably forgot to mention, but this kid, the Freddy kid, who's I don't know, maybe Oswald's dad.
I'm gonna
we see him maskless in one of the previous mini games. I think I
Yeah,
forgot
he's
to
sitting.
mention
He's sitting on the floor,
Yeah.
being a little asshole.
laughing.
Is that actually? Do people like the thing?
It's the
is, I
same
see
text
that-
color, and it looks like the same guy.
Okay, yeah, because it's like
He's got
he's
the
wearing
same
a
fit.
different type of shirt and a different type of pants.
I
but
guess I
they are
lied.
the same colors.
Oh yeah, he could color theory.
Ugh.
And then, did I have something else? I swear I had something else and I forgot it. Meh.
who's the first plush to disappear? Is it Foxy?
We'll watch. I think it is
Yeah, it
Foxy because
is.
he fucking hates him.
It's like in reverse order: Foxy, Chica, Bonnie, Freddy. I think.
Yes, it's in the reverse of
I
what
don't know
they're
if you
usually
can hear me.
represented as.
I'm sorry.
So
Um,
while this is happening, he's in his actual bed. I think, right? People think that William took him home.
No, why would we think that? There's a flat line.
I've heard that before. That like he set up a hospital in his house, and that's
Just-
why.
Just
there's-
let him be.
Unless
at
he
the hospital.
literally has
Part of
all of that
custody
hospital
or-
equipment in his
But
home.
we
and he
saw an
bought it
IV,
far
which
away.
means it's
Weird.
in his house.
That's
Just
That's
let him be at the
BB-5.
hospital, bro.
My name is
That's
Matthew
Yeah, that is
Patrick.
that's from ID's or not ID's fantasy. What?
I
Dual
forget who
process
said it,
theory.
but somebody said that they literally put him
It was-
hospitalized in
it
his
was
house.
Dual process. It was
Oh
dual
yeah, that's right.
process
That's right.
theory.
That's right. Yeah. Dun-dun. I will put you back together.
I had a crazy theory a while ago. With what did I call
that's
it?
that
Bully MCI. Which
Yeah,
was
that was a
William
version.
killed them.
That was way back in the day where it's like the
Okay.
bullies are the
Classic.
kids of the MCI.
So it's after
They
this.
probably symbolize them,
Nightmare shows
like-
up after this,
like
right?
parallel them. Yeah.
Yeah. So
The
this is also some stuff that's very interesting. What's up with the Fredbear? It seems clear someone is spying on the bite victim. Between the creepy way the Fredbear plush follows him around in the FNAF 4 night and minigames and the FNAF 4 camera feed in Sister Location's private room. At the end of the game, the Fredbear plush does give you a clue as to the bite victim's fate. You're broken. I'm still here. I will put you back together.
Me when happiest day. Me when VV receiver. What was that thing about Nightmare has like a brain? You could see his brain. Yeah, here it is.
It's
Yeah,
just
so
that
if you look at like Nightmare's like one with the silhouette where he's a little see-through, some people say that
Oh my
with the
God.
head, it will make out the shape of a brain.
I've had 3 people spamming me for the last 3 minutes telling me, talk about the brain! Bring up the brain on stream!
It does look like a brain.
Fucking-
We're getting to it.
It's like
We're
it's
getting to
like
it,
it's,
though.
is it an endo head that's bumpy, or is it kind of like bumpy like a brain?
Is
looks
this-
more
It's
like
just
a
the
brain.
endo head.
Is this what
looks like
yeah,
one.
so is this what Afton was laying the hallucinations on top of?
Look up Nightmare Endoskeletons real quick.
Yeah.
do a
Oh yeah.
comparison.
I wasn't gonna bring that up.
Yeah,
until
give me a
later.
sec.
The thing is, the Nightmare Endos are actually in there. Scott confirmed that a while back, where even
Yeah.
though the first time we kind of see them properly is in Help Wanted,
Well, is
he
that
did
just
actually say they do exist.
is that just what he's overlaying the hallucinations on top of?
No.
If Didophobia
No.
is to believe, then no.
Well, then what are they? Why do
because
they have
they're
actual
shown as
endoskeletons?
mannequins.
Or it just looks
Well,
like
because
they
they're
do.
being
They just looks like-
nightmares
yeah,
to
they just-
look like animatronics.
Yeah, they just look
Didophobia
like
only
they-
has. Didophobia
Well, they're
does not have Nightmare
mannequins, right?
Fredbear,
They're
does not have
described as
Nightmare.
like really cheap.
Well, not exact. Well, they are like Halloween props, but
Yeah.
the nightmarishness of them is there. It is real. Like
Mhm.
they are not a blank mannequin. They look. Nightmare Bunny looks like Nightmare Bunny, but it doesn't move without gas.
And-
If you look at
or
that
it
endo
moves
right
on-
there,
it moves
it
on
has the
rails.
brain shape.
Yeah. All right, is this fake or is this what it looks
Yeah,
like?
it's like a kind of
No, that's
bumpy-ish
from
one.
Help Wanted.
Okay.
That's Nightmare Fredbears. Oh, and then the 1-3 over, that's also from... Actually, that might be more game accurate, like original game. Yeah, that one. I can't tell quite. No, that might be from Help Wanted. I think that's Help Wanted.
No,
accurate.
so here's the thing. Any versions that we see of Nightmare Endo, his first appearance was in Help Wanted. He exists in FNAF 4, but Scott didn't like add it or model it to the game.
Yeah, those are cool.
Or he didn't create a render of it.
Yeah.
Let's see. What's
No
what's the
extras
freaking
menu
search
Nightmare Endo.
command?
Correct me if I'm wrong about
that
Didophobia, though.
appears
They're
in
on
Sister
rails. They don't
Location.
have legs.
Yeah, they're on rails. in
That
Didophobia.
face does appear in, I think, Help Wanted's Dislocation hard mode.
Yeah, it's in Location's hard mode. Like it's just sitting back there, which is interesting.
Yeah, this is once again, it's one of those weird things I have for FNAF 4 where I do want to make a FNAF 4 theory about how the nightmares are all real. To what extent, I'm a little bit torn on because I know they are real. There's a lot of proof for that, but to what extent is it gas? Is it an illusion? Is it layered on a real endo? That's hard to say.
Yeah.
Oh, Shizu made a good point in the chat. The
Mm.
Nightmare Endo is weird since the Mimic has nightmare parts. They do suggest that.
Oh, talking about its hand, the burn trap hand.
Well, yeah, technically, the
He's
Mimic
just
has
mimicking a dream.
the hand, and then if you look at Burn Trap's model, the spine looks a lot like, I think, the Nightmare spine.
I mean, all those like facilities, like
But
the
that's about
testing
it.
chamber, Sister Location, and FNAF 4 are all relatively close to each other, so possible that he used parts from that.
Okay. I just found it. So this was made on October 23rd, 2015. So someone messaged Scott on Steam saying, "I would like to see a Nightmare endoskeleton." This is what Scott said. It exists actually, and is inside each of the animatronics. It's just never seen by itself in FNAF 4 like it is in other games.
Yeah.
Yep.
That to me just says the fact that they even have endos points to them being real. Because I actually went back. Pretty much every single animatronic in some way we do see the endoskeletons of, besides the phantoms. There's no phantom endo.
And
Yeah.
technically
Well, I think
Springtrap.
It's
think what
just, you
Scott-
know.
Well, yeah, but
I
we
think
can
what
actually,
Scott
we actually
means
do
is-
get to see his in a lot of other images. We do see Springtrap's endo a little bit better.
I think what Scott means though in that post is that he's saying I modeled an endo and then I put it in all the model because like we can see their endo parts through their
Yeah,
shells.
yeah. I
so
think it's just like
I don't think he's
until
necessarily
help
they're
wanted,
real as
until
in
help
like in
wanted.
lore.
We don't see the full endo, but he did model.
Yeah, we don't have a
one for
render.
them.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, because we can see it through their parts. So
Yeah.
we know they have, but we just
But
the question is,
then
are
it's
they
just like
real in
that's
universe?
the thing. The fact that Nightmare is just like it's like it's see through in the nights, and you can clearly make out a better version of the endo. Tells me that yeah, and here's where things get even weirder. The Nightmare endo is just it's such a concept for me that just makes everything so much like weirder. Because when I was reading through the encyclopedia, the Nightmare endo has a lot of weird details. Let me see. I wanna.
Yeah.
Nightmare babies endo. So good.
Oh, that sounds horrifying.
What?
I see.
It
Oh
was just
my
a,
God,
it was just a
I see
picture
no.
of it there. It was like super
Wait, I want to
small.
see
It looks like
It
something
was
I
just
would
in the- it was
kick.
just on the search.
Something you would kick.
Literally, if I see, it, I'm just running up to it and kicking it right in the mouth.
Okay, so this is what it says about Nightmare. How could you make Nightmare Fredbear scarier? We didn't think it was possible, but it turns out it was. Nightmare is basically the same as Nightmare Fredbear, apart from his coloring. No, he also has a yellow hat and bow tie. Additionally, his endoskeleton can be seen, and his jump scare is different.
Hmm.
Let me see. Did I not? Did I not? I swear I wrote it down. I'm disappointed in myself. I don't think I wrote it down. No.
Interesting. All right. I guess last thing to do is night gameplay then.
Yeah. Well, do we want to talk about the box really quickly? I mean, I know we know
what's
that
there to say? I feel like that's
What?
kind of dead.
the thing that's interesting to me is that there are two locks on it. That is something it's a strange detail to me.
Yeah.
How about could we talk about? I know we're not doing FNAF World. Should we talk about the FNAF World opening and closing
That's fine.
I
monologues
think
from
so.
the
Yeah.
scary eyes?
That's
Ape
fine.
and Fredbear and those eyes definitely play into what FNAF 4 did.
Yeah.
Well, because we know he uses the next game to clarify stuff from the previous game, so.
Oh my gosh, for like the last hour and a half.
Sweet.
Wow, my mic was off this entire.
Oh wow.
That's
What?
rough, buddy.
Wow.
Oh no!
That's
Oh,
rough.
You think we were just
no,
ignoring
no.
you?
What?
Dang. Dang, my mic was off for like an
He thought
hour
we were
and a
just
half.
ignoring him.
I just thought,
No.
yeah, no, I was like, okay,
Dude,
that's
no.
fine.
Don't sleep because it's late by you.
Dude, no.
Dang. I was
Alright.
like, I kept saying, hey guys, I
So-
think I'm gonna sleep now, and no one answered, so I just
Oh,
kept going
God.
along.
Aw, nah.
Oh my god.
Oh, poor guy.
Oh,
All right.
okay.
So this
Yeah, I'm
is
gonna head
this is
out
one of
now.
those clues
All
that
right,
makes
yeah,
me
have a
think
Thank you
good
for
night.
Nightmare.
tuning in, though.
Oh, good night, night.
Yeah.
Alright.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks, man.
One of those clues that makes me think that Nightmare Fredbear and Nightmare are the same. Because when it talks about the Nightmare endo, even though it should be for all of them, it specifies it's chunkier, more detailed than endo 1 or 2, and would be able to support the grotesque limbs of the Nightmare animatronics. But then on the other pages with Nightmare and Nightmare Fredbear, it relates only to them. Just more, and just the fact that we see like Nightmare with the endo just makes me really think they are the same in some capacity. They are the same animatronic or being, whatever you exactly want to say.
Oh my god,
with that.
unwithered
Connected,
influence
definitely.
victim on
Like, well,
screen.
just like
Influence
met
victim
that
on
on the-
screen.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
everything happens out
Yes.
there has an effect.
Also, I just want to quickly say something, T-Dread, in a little bit here. I'm going to have to make dinner. Would it be okay if I joined on my phone
Yeah, that's fine.
while I made dinner? Okay.
I'll put an
How much
equalizer
longer do you
on
think
you
we're
in
heading on
post.
here?
We'll give you like vocal mixing like you're in a rap song.
Oh, God.
T-Dread! Alright, everything that happens out there has an effect here. Do you understand?
Really, it seems like it should be the other way around, but I guess, yeah.
this is a safe place. This is a sanctuary. But something has gone wrong, and now it can be seen here. Okay, so where is here? Is the flip side thing in the game?
The spirit world.
It must be the spirit world or whatever FNAF World is, because later on the glitch bear says this is not a safe place, referring to the same this.
Yeah.
There is no safe place, so it seems to be the same this. It seems to be wherever they are is the afterlife or whatever is.
And also, yeah, like Nero
FNAF.
said earlier, the crying child in the logbook says, "I can't see," and then this is a pitch black void.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is the thing that's gone wrong? Is it the
The bite of
It
87?
seems to me, I would
Okay,
personally
so
say that I think it is the bite.
But see, this is the weird thing, right? Something went very wrong. That's why I am here. So that's why the eyes are here, is because something went wrong. Is
Yeah,
this
but
saying
the plush
is
was
this
there all
evidence
game.
of memory plush?
The plush was there all game.
That's what I'm saying. Is this evidence? Is this evidence of memory plush, or that the final speaker is somebody different because the eyes only show up? In the void at
after
the
it got
very-
bit, yeah.
Could it be just the consciousness of the
after-
crying child?
Like if we say maybe that,
Chad, who do we think Yellow
But see,
Eyes is?
something went
Because I've
very
seen
wrong.
every possible interpretation of Yellow Eyes ever.
Okay, well, so is this the Fredbear plush?
I probably.
Yes.
It
I feel like
says
it's
the same lines.
unlikely,
It
but
says some of the same lines.
It's the same text color,
Same
same
lines,
lines
yeah.
as the final speaker in
Yeah.
those minigames.
Is it the same text
Bro.
color?
It's close enough. Wink, wink.
Someone in the chat said it's Henry.
Close
Oh my
enough.
god! See, I told you. Everyone
Oh,
thinks this is a
boy.
different thing.
No, it can't be.
People
I mean,
say
it's a pale yellow. It looks like the
Cassidy,
same face,
Henry.
We should check
Michael.
the text color. I think I've heard it's just a completely new color. It's not. It's neither the original.
William. Yeah,
Yeah.
dude. Everyone thinks it's a
Final
different
speaker.
thing.
I think we should
I-
kind of see in the fact of like who would be able to be in some spiritual aspect wanting to like help or like
And-
achieve something.
I know
To me,
Gibby thinks it's
the
Michael
two ver-
Post Scoop. He thinks it's Michael
The two
Post
versions
Scooper.
I've
No, I
subscribed to is either Cassidy or Charlie.
Yeah.
It would have to be Cassie, Charlie, Michael. Those are like the ones that would help.
Yeah, it would make
Oh,
sense
yeah,
if
yeah.
it's
So just-
if it's the same
just-
spirit that's in the
just-
logbook. That would make sense.
But
Oh yeah,
would it?
I just want to point out something. Two things. Yeah, so I forget who exactly
Okay.
which one of you said it was about like the endo in a FNAF 4. So it says, however, Nightmare Endo doesn't actually appear in FNAF 4. Instead, it turns up in the vent repair section of Help Wanted and in the gallery. And here's the other one too. This is the line. I can't believe I missed this one. It was the first one I should have looked. I'm an idiot. Nightmare Endo's name suggests a connection with Nightmare Fredbear and Nightmare from Five Nights at Freddy's 4. That's just all I need to be like. They're the same. They're the same character in my eyes. Right.
No,
I
I just
disagree
wanna-
because all of them are called the nightmares, so that would just be the nightmare.
Yeah.
No, that's
Nightmare
but
Freddy,
that's the
Nightmare
weird
Bonnie,
thing. That's the
Nightmare
weird thing about that.
It's like
It
why point
says
it out.
it talks about it with the nightmares. Then it specifies specifically Nightmare and Nightmare Fredbear, which I'm like, why? You just specified it with all the nightmares. Now you're specifying it with Nightmare Fredbear and Nightmare, who we see clearly with his faded facade. Nightmare, we see his endo more clearly, and with the fact that they're like a palette swap, they're
Okay.
color. Honestly, it's
I
just
think
like
Shizu thinks
this point,
it's
I'm just like-
Charlie. I think Shizu thinks Yellow Eyes is
I
Charlie.
want to bring something up really quick that's like slightly interesting to me. What if the something that went very wrong out there is the MCI, and this is kind of like
Yeah.
crying child meeting
Could
the
be.
other spirit?
Yes, that's
Could
what I
be,
was.
could
That's
be.
what I'm thinking. Is that's what that represents. Oh yeah. So obviously the order
Or this
wouldn't be
is-
correct.
this
I
is
don't
after,
think Scott.
Could
I
be
don't think
after
Scott had
Charlie
the death
dies
order.
too.
That's why I think the plushies disappearing could represent the children being killed. I know
Oh,
it's not
that's what's
right,
wrong.
But I think this would be
Susie
this would
doesn't.
be
Oh,
before.
never mind. Forget that.
I think it would be wrong because Scott hadn't come up with the order at that stage
Yeah.
necessarily. But I think it could represent the kids' spirits being put into the or
The kid's dying.
see, it's weird because the kids are being put into the. Oh, what order is Happiest Day in?
It's
Susie's first as
Balloon
well,
Boy,
that is-
Chica.
No, I
Balloon
think
Boy
he means the
again.
kids.
no,
you get
no, no,
the
no,
kids.
no, the kids.
The kids, yeah. It's,
Oh, yeah, I
Chica's
think
still
it's-
first, isn't it?
It
think
doesn't
it's-
match It doesn't match FNAF 4's like
Plushies.
bullies. I know
Yeah,
that.
I think it's Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, then Foxy.
Here, I can pull it up right now. One sec.
Oh yeah,
With
that
the
wasn't.
mask.
That might be the reverse of.
Freddy can go anywhere, right?
Or it might be the reverse. I'm not
It
100%
If it does,
is
that'd be crazy.
Freddy, Chica, Foxy, Bonnie.
Okay, so it has nothing to do with the
Yeah,
plushie
so
order.
It's not anything.
Yeah.
But anyway, I think it could represent the people being killed and becoming more than just these like plushies. And that's why the very last speaker is after the Fredbear plush disappears. I will put you back together is the last line after the Fredbear plush disappears.
I'm pretty sure it's still
the
there
plush
when he
being
says that,
possessed,
isn't he?
but-
Isn't it?
No, I think it's the, I think
Is
it's the last
is it
one
already,
said
we
after it
just
fades
watched this and I
away.
already forgot. Is the Fredbear plush still on screen when it says "I'll put you back together"?
I'll find it. I'll find
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
I have it here.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the Fredbear
Misinformation.
Plush, after Foxy disappears,
you're right,
it
it
says "I will
is,
put
it
you back
is.
together." Then the Fredbear plush goes.
It is.
Then it's a flat.
You're banned, Unwithered.
Yeah,
You're
you're-
banned.
All right, I'm banned.
Spreading misinformation on the internet.
But something went wrong anyway. If we go Cassidy or memory, it doesn't make sense if the eyes aren't because something went very wrong. That's why I'm here.
Well, you can see, yeah,
It seems to imply that they existed after something bad happened. but
something
they seem
went
to already
wrong, and
exist
so
right
now I
now
have to be
as
here.
background.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
God.
Something went
I
wrong,
just-
so now
okay,
I
I
have to
just-
be here.
I just realized something. I forgot. I don't know if this really does mean anything. You have the fact that in the desk minigame, Baby is
Different
the one with
shape.
who's speaking, and
Yeah.
Different shape
and
eyes.
it has the
Different
same
shape,
color.
but-
It's a different shape, but it's the same color. Plus,
It is
psychic.
really
Plus, the
weird.
Fredbear plush has white eyes. It's not this yellow.
It is. Yeah.
I don't think it's Baby.
Was he planning something weird?
I'm not
with
saying it's Baby. I don't think it's Baby either. I
Eliza
don't.
Plush.
No!
No more
I
Elizabeth.
mean, that would make sense if that's where the idea of it being the sister came from. But anyway, I think the fact it says the same lines as the final as the Fredbear plush.
Okay.
It has to be the
In
same,
this
right?
minigame
And
right
they're-
here, this is not a fucking 8-year-old girl talking. This motherfucker Yellow Eyes is getting philosophical on us. This shit is like
Well, I just remembered something. I just remembered there are two Fredbears in FNAF World. Technically, you have the adventure one, and then you have
Glitch
Glitch
Bear.
Bear. Could that be maybe be a sign that there are two speakers? Maybe.
Yeah, well, I mean Glitch Bear
you guys
contradicts
said
Yellow Eyes. Glitch Bear contradicts Yellow Eyes. Sorry, go ahead underscore.
That dude, Mamakato is in my DMs right now saying that Glitched Bear contradicts these yellow eyes, and I was like,
True.
you know what? That is interesting.
True.
But you know what? I think it might be more of a case of who it's talking to rather than who is talking, if that makes sense.
That is what I also
Oh,
said.
Let's not also forget that the fact in FNAF World,
Okay.
whoever we're playing as,
Chat thinks
is
it's a
very
meta
weird
commentary.
because
Chat
it's
thinks it's
weird. I
Scott
think it
saying
might be
you
a
guys didn't understand
somehow-
FNAF 4, so I had to make another game. Chat thinks
Something
it's
went
a
wrong.
meta
the
commentary.
weird
Yeah,
thing
that's
about
funny.
that is that Glitch Bear says you were created for one thing.
Oh, I've made
Yeah.
like 2 to 3 videos about that line, and I can never nail it because it's such a
You-
weird
oh, wait,
thing to say.
didn't you put this in your Golden Freddy video?
Yeah.
So
I've done
there's
other
also
crazy
there's actually
ideas about it
okay.
previous.
So there's another line after this I want to. So just see if you play, and it might. Sure. It's so weird. This next line.
Do
It
we?
might be this
Okay,
one.
I want to know actually real quick.
Yeah, but I will let the same happen
okay,
to
so
you.
it's not the
What
bite of
does that
87.
mean?
It's not the bite. It's not the bite.
No.
Do we think in the modern lore the color change really means anything?
Okay.
Like in the lines, the final lines of "I will put you back together." Do we
So,
think that color change actually means anything, or was it a mistake?
So-
I think it means something.
So what happened to the
I'm
other
so torn.
kid? What happened to the other kids that didn't happen to bite victim?
But I won't
Or
let the
that-
same.
They won't let the same.
Would it be?
happen.
Well, maybe if it's shatter victim, maybe it's the shattering.
Well, no.
What
It's
happened to
the
the other
reverse.
kids that
It's the reverse. It's something happened to the other kids that Yellow Eyes won't let happen to bite victim.
Oh,
That's what I mean.
Possessing
he
an
can't be getting
animatronic?
killed
Question
because
mark.
He's dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, well,
Maybe?
Maybe? We know he's in Golden Freddy from like the week before. He's definitely in an animatronic at least.
Well,
So-
Unless-
but
unless
is
it's
that like
Molten
partial, 'cause he's
MCI?
he's not- Oh god. but does that count? Because he's like kind of
It's
in it.
it's
'cause
different. It
he's-
is
and he's
different.
sharing?
It is different. Yeah, it's
Or
not
is
like
it
any other
influencing?
kid.
Like
There
what's
is.
okay? Let's
the
think about
influence,
this. As a spirit, or in the process of him dying, what is different from the bite victim and the MCI? He's not murdered, and also he quote unquote doesn't or kind of possesses the animatronics in a different way.
But he's still
What else?
super
What else
split
is
up.
there?
There's
What else-
nothing good that this person is going to be able to not let the same happen.
Yeah, that's
to
what
him,
I mean.
because
Why say
ultimately,
this to bite victim? He's still
He's
fucking
gonna
dead.
he's gonna possess an animatronic, split or not, and he's gonna get freed at the same time as the rest of them. There's nothing ultimately very different about him.
Chad, help
That's
us.
the
What
hard
does this
part.
line mean? Because this is implying
So,
that something
okay,
happened
so
to the other kids
Chat,
that bite
do you
victim
have any
has not happened to him yet.
ideas? Anything at all?
Because this is a really weird line.
I also will admit, in my guide right now, my goal is to just get all the lore for 1 through CN. I'm doing FNAF World last just because it has so much and so many gray areas. I've not done a lot of FNAF World. No, I know a lot of FNAF World, but I'm like, I cannot tell you everything compared to the other games.
It can't be that he was murdered, because that's an insane thing to say. I won't let you get murdered. You're already dead, after all.
So that's a dual process theory.
That is so messed up. I won't let you get murdered because you're already dead.
He wasn't stuffed in a suit. That's still... He's already dead. That's still...
It could be betrayal.
But also, so go back to the last line. Go back to the line
But
before this.
well, I mean, wouldn't the kids kind of be betrayed because they trusted Spring Bonnie and then he killed them?
I mean, you trust
actually,
your own brother.
okay.
Your own brother
What's-
murdered you. That's pretty, like, rough.
What's the next line? What's the next line?
I think it is. I'll put you back together.
Yeah, it is.
I think.
All right, fuck it.
Yep.
Shatter
Okay,
everyone. Shatter
okay, so hang on.
everyone. And so we're putting the bite victim back
Everyone
together because we don't want him to
is-
get shattered. Shatter everyone. Fuck it.
Look,
Only the bite victim.
look. It's symbolic because everyone in FNAF, in some way, in the main story, has been affected by the actions of this franchise. So they're all broken in some way. It's so sad.
Shatter everyone.
So the weird thing, yeah, is that putting the bite victim back together is, so if we look at this like step by step, I will put you back together is a way of stopping whatever's happened to the spooky eyes, which is a result of something bad happening in the real world, which makes them appear here.
Say that again. My brain short circuited.
Yes.
So if we go in the reverse order, I will put you back together to stop what happened to me, and the thing that happened to me happened in the real world and put me here.
Yeah.
So I will put you back together is a way of stopping whatever happened to this character.
Yes.
So I think you might be right in saying that shatter
everyone!
like everyone
Let's
shattered
go!
first. But again that would imply that the MCI happened before the bite.
Yeah,
Which,
it
yeah,
did.
no.
Watch my video.
Well, okay.
It might have by the time this game came out.
What are all
Yeah.
of the candidates for this character? What's
Everyone in the
whole
series.
Spread?
Everybody.
Above.
Cassidy,
I've seen Henry.
Charlie,
I've seen Mrs. fucking
and
Afton.
William.
No. Okay. What's the actual reasonable ones?
Cassidy,
Charlie,
and
William, maybe Michael.
Ugh,
If you're reaching.
maybe Michael.
no. Cassidy, Charlie, and
Yeah,
William,
I'm
jeez.
subscribed to Cassidy or Charlie because it makes sense for them to kind of like.
Well, actually, yeah, never mind. Why would
related to
William say
Bite
this?
Victim
William's a
and maybe giving
bitch.
him putting back
So
together
Cassidy or
in some way.
Charlie said
Yeah,
this?
I mean, it's the fact that he says, "I will put you back together."
Somebody said Andrew.
This is also the clock ending, and I also find it interesting that we have to get clock.
My
So there's something about
grandfather's
time,
clock.
which is
So,
relevant.
okay, so just scrolling through some of the theories, the popular ones, you have Glitch Bear, Afton,
That
Glitch Bear,
maybe.
Agony, Glitch Bear, Cassidy,
Is there
and
any
then you have
agonies up
Charlie
in
as
here?
well.
What if we're viewing this wrong? What if we need to view it in the fact that the yellow eyes are crying child and who he's talking to is Cassidy?
No.
No. Free
Well,
victim
I mean,
propaganda.
I
Child
feel
doesn't
like
have
the
enough
text,
ability.
even if the eyes are crying child, the text makes no sense for it to be him.
Okay, well, so the ending of the clock ending, which is the direct follow-up to what this is, we are still your friends. Do you still
So,
believe
yeah, it's
that?
talking to Cece. 100%.
Then the pieces are in place for you. All you have to do is find them,
Happiest day.
and then rest.
Okay.
Yeah.
The huge problem there, the annoyance. Like, there's always one line that just like makes things not fit cleanly.
Mm-hmm.
The one there is that all you have to do is find them, which is annoying because you have Cassidy in the logbook finding his pieces, and let's say maybe the puppet putting together, or Michael stringing together FNAF 3's Happiest Day. None of those have the crying child finding his own pieces. That's not a thing that happens.
You could argue that's
Yeah.
what the,
Right?
the cake is.
I mean, unless you have Crying Child being in control of the FNAF 3 minigames, that's the
you've
only
heard
case
of-
you could find.
You've heard of Andrew Pizza. Now we have Bite Victim
Ah.
Cake.
Oh,
Wait, pause.
oh,
Pause.
okay. Can I tell you
Oh my
guys? Can I
God,
tell you
I
guys
just
about it?
clicked.
I want to tell you guys about like it's on the level. It's like the bare bones of an actual theory while almost being a crack theory. This is a theory I have no idea what to do with. I'm calling it music theory. And it's
Okay.
purely the inspiration that got me on this was purely that podcast with Rytos and Ooftruth.
Yeah, I've seen that. It was
where
fun.
so many of the music in the later FNAF games are literally the same as the one in FNAF World. Like you have FNAF World Don't Open the Door, which is the Scorched Cranberry special, which is like the credits song in Help Wanted 2. Then you have like OMC's music, and then you also have like what's another one? Pinwheel Funhouse, which is Balora's music, Security Breach trailer, Doomsday Ride in Help Wanted 2. The boss music in FNAF World is the same as the final Security Breach trailer. Then you have Underneath, a banger, which is FNAF 6 Duck Pond, Henry's True Speech. It's so many things.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's the fact. Can we all agree that for some reason, after Help Wanted, even with UCN, especially after Help Wanted, the ties between FNAF World and the newer games is just getting so strong, and
Security
I really
Breach has
just
so
don't
many
understand what to
ties.
do. I don't know what to do with it.
So I would
I
say,
want to make a
like,
music theory, but at the
Mhm.
same time, I'm like, I don't know because so many of
It's
the pieces are so all over the place.
it's not even just the music. You have Vanny as a white rabbit. You have security systems. You have Tangle.
Yeah.
You have
Yeah.
Prototype on Freddy.
Yeah,
There's
I
so
know
many
you have
connections.
Mimic and Mimic Ball, Tangle.
Yep.
There's a
Mhm.
few. I just wanted to do like a music-based theory, but I'm like, I don't know what the connection is because you have so many random ones like Princess Quest in VR, Gracefully Into the Abyss with FNAF 6 Alchemist Fantasy, like the Security Breach final boss trailer with the boss music. It's like, is Scott just reusing music because he likes it? Or is there actually something going on here?
There probably is motif secrets hidden around the series.
So I would say, like what we're seeing right now, we could literally in this mini game, we could be the receiver or bite victim staring at the puppet at the other side of the table. And so it's like, all right, pieces are there.
I don't know if you're doing it for the stream. I'm gonna play some banger FNAF World music while we talk.
I stopped playing music a while ago because we were watching minigames.
Sorry, chat. I'm sorry.
You're
Unfortunately, I'm the only one who's going to be listening to the banger music of FNAF.
Listen,
Look, there's one thing
music
everyone
is
can
good,
agree on ever since FNAF World came out. The music is a fire.
I mean, there is also the question of when exactly these lines take place.
After Happiest
Yeah.
Day is assembled,
It's weird
clearly.
be-
Well,
the last ones. I don't know when the first ones are said. I don't know when the first ones are said. But
No, but what I mean is both of them use lines from FNAF 4 in before and afters, which is weird. So then it's like he says everything or whatever the spooky eyes say, whatever. Then the start of FNAF World happens and he says the first thing, and then all of FNAF World happens, and then at the end he.
well, listen, because it's the pieces are in place for you, and all of FNAF World is putting the pieces of Happiest Day in their spots so that whoever's actually doing Happiest Day can find them.
yeah, that's the
No,
thing.
I understand, but
Even though Scott made it seem like FNAF World was not connected to the original 4 games,
I mean, he said
it's
it
weird
is.
how if you think the incident is the bite victim and then you have like the brain map and all that stuff and it's happy stay for him, you have the fact that it's literally FNAF 3, which is the end of the original timeline with the first 4 games, with all of the clock endings setting up happiest day with those pieces being put in place.
Yeah. Could it just be
But
oh, I have an idea. Never mind, my idea was wrong. I was gonna say, could the I won't let the same happen to you? Could the something bad being, the spirits couldn't rest, and so be like, oh, I'll let you rest. But apparently, in the week before, Crying Child is still there. So I don't fucking know. Mid.
Well, the weird thing is, what I mean is like the lines themselves. Are we saying that literally these lines are repeated to Crying Child? That he just like hears these twice? Like he says everything at the end of FNAF 4, then the Crying Child dies, then he wakes up in the void, and they say the same things again.
I mean, we
to
know
him,
his memory is shot,
like,
so
word
possibly.
for word.
It could be.
Then,
I mean, It could. That's weird. I was gonna say it could be kind of a time skip because if you were gonna say it's Charlotte, it'd be at least a few months to years later, or if it's after the MCI, it would be a while later. But like that's
Yeah,
just a hypothetical.
I personally think it is some kind of weird meta space that time is eluded, because if we do think that the thing is like if it's Bite Victim and it's after the Bite of 83, we skip to FNAF 3 with those pieces being set up. That's a good couple of decades.
Well, it's also weird because he says
And
the end,
then you also have just like it referencing all of the games before update 2. It references all the games, FNAF 1, 2, 3, and 4 with all the characters in the roster. Even the update gives you like Circus Baby connecting a sister location, and then you also have the Halloween edition characters. So it's like referencing everything until FNAF 3, and then FNAF 6, it has nothing to reference.
Well, then what's weird is at the end it goes, the pieces are in place for you. Rest. It's like, don't look for them now. Just wait a while and then find them. Which I guess is what's the box quote? It's best left forgotten for now.
Some things are best left forgotten for now.
Yeah, for now. Yeah. So it's like until FNAF 3.
Yeah,
when you
well,
can
the thing
them.
is, the other line is like, the pieces are in place for you. All you have to do is find them. Maybe it really just took a long time to find those pieces. After all, we're talking about young ghost kid spirits who have to kind of navigate and find ways to do all this. I wouldn't be surprised if it took 30 decades to find a way to put everyone to rest.
Hey, idiots, look.
Oh, yellow eyes.
Hey, idiots.
It is Charlie.
Whoa.
Oh, and could I
stole this
also
from
point
chat.
out something?
I won't lie. That's enough evidence for me right there. Yellow eyes. I already thought it might have been Charlie or Cassidy. Just makes sense. She's the one who does Happiest Day. I'm good. I'm good with Charlie.
I do want to say that it is a completely different suit, though.
It's different, but it's FNAF 6 where everything's burning and Scott put
everything about it, even lore-wise, is completely
I stole this
different.
from chat.
Could I
Not
also
taking credit.
bring up
it's enough.
a teaser?
Disagree.
One of the FNAF 6 teasers. I know it's definitely a tease for Lefty, but if you look up the FNAF 6 teaser, there is one of a Freddy plush with puppet strings when you brighten it up. It's a Freddy plush, not a Fredbear plush, but it is interesting because I know it's a tease because Lefty's in Freddy, but it's just interesting that Scott chose a plush to tease Freddy with. Or Fredbear,
well, Lefty does have yellow eyes.
Wait. All right. Narrow, I'll make you a deal right now on stream. I'll agree it's Rory if you agree it's Charlie.
No.
Then I'm not agreeing with you on that.
I don't need you to because it's right.
It's got the same button.
I don't know about that, Chief, but
I'm
you
checking
do your best,
the hex
champ.
code. I'm checking the hex code.
But yeah, if you want to argue though that the yellow eye means something, I don't think it would mean this. I think this is a hint. I think the fact that Lefty has yellow eyes that holds the marionette might be stronger evidence for it.
Well, Lefty
I'm not
is
saying
also...
this is the be all to end all. I'm just saying this was really just. I already thought it was Charlie for a lot of evidence reasons.
I think this
is
would
the
be a
one
hint.
This is just the one I'm like, it's enough for me now.
Lefty is also the golden Freddy of the rocks, because he's the one other bear that's a different color.
With the whole thing in FNAF 4 about Shadow Freddy and Golden Freddy being parallels, then you have Nightmare Fredbear. It's like Black Freddy. He's the 5th one, which matches like Golden Freddy.
Yeah,
and
my
you
only
have the
problem
puppet
with
inside that.
Fuck. My only problem with this is that the regular puppet has white glowing eyes, but so does the Fredbear plush in FNAF 4.
Yeah,
so
it's even weird. The puppet is so not consistent. Sometimes it has eyes, sometimes it doesn't.
The Fredbear plush's eyes change colors too.
And then in the Security Puppet minigame, I think what is it? Green?
It's green eyes.
What? Oh,
but that's
you're
just
right.
connected to Charlotte.
Well, that's when it's that's when it's not possessed by anything.
Oh my god.
Okay, so you have the puppet, which is set to protect Charlotte, which is green, which is color green. Then she possesses it, and it has the white eyes. And then you have the security puppet, at least in the far future, with those yellowish eyes. I mean, I might be down as that is some interesting evidence for that.
I mean, you know what's funny? Charlie.
This whole design is fucked because why does the puppet have tears?
You know what else?
Man, why does it look like a fun time when it's mad?
Okay, literally.
You know what else?
Let me just say one quote.
It's got tears.
Let me
I'm gonna
just
say
say a
something
quote.
just to annoy you.
You first.
Okay, the puppet. Scroll out, TJ.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, what are you gonna do?
This is the first canon puppet design to have horizontal stripes on the chest, like the crying child's
Oh,
t-shirt.
yes.
Gregory.
Yep. I'm so glad I'm not the only one who's noticed that.
Oh my
Sorry,
God.
underscore you.
Yes.
Oh wait, here's another thing. A lot of people think the FNAF 6
Wait, let underscore
location
go.
has the puppet inside. We have never seen the puppet inside of Fredbear's, but certain people think that Fredbear's is the FNAF 6 location. So technically, this would mean there is a puppet inside of Fredbear's.
That's true. But underscore, you were gonna
It's
say
always thinking like it can go anywhere. That I think is really funny.
Like it
is
can go to
if
the
you
flip
would
side.
Randomly describe that is
Oh.
all. No,
Go
if you
flower.
randomly described the Fredbear plush with that,
Yeah.
it'd be really funny.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're definitely not wrong. It's always
Just
thinking
say it
it
in
can go
William's voice.
It's in a flower.
It's always thinking.
I don't think
But it can go anywhere.
the Freddy mask will fool it.
Also, I just want to quickly say something that's kind of like off topic. With the clocks, there's 5 of them. 12 to 5 a.m. technically then would be setting up Happiest Day, and then 5 to 6 a.m. would be Happiest Day.
Yeah, just be the end, just like the night.
All
Yeah.
right, that checks
It's
out.
symbolic. It works.
You know what annoys me
Anyway.
about that is that I immediately tried to tie in Nightmare Fredbear and Nightmare appearing at 4 a.m., but that's just not it. It's just not 5 a.m. Like they pop up at 4 a.m., which is just so random.
Do you guys want to be pissed off?
I think, yeah, I was just thinking, Nightmare on also has wide eyes.
What is it?
The security puppet
Is that
in
Lefty hitting
Lefty.
the Golden Freddy pose?
No, I mean it is,
Yeah.
but also the security puppet is
Yeah.
in Lefty because look at the stripes. The regular puppet doesn't
Like
have
very-
stripes on the arm
Oh,
that
wait.
high up. The regular puppet doesn't have stripes that high up on the arm. The security puppet's in Lefty.
I've
okay,
seen that. I think that might just be an error.
I
Because,
had
how
wondered
does
because
that
there's so
work?
many dumb diagrams showing like,
Shatter
oh,
puppet.
here's how the puppet
Shatter puppet. Sorry, go
is
ahead.
stuffed in Lefty, which configures it to where configures like the puppet.
Sorry, this is lagging like shit. I'm gonna have to stop screen
It was-
sharing. I think I've reached my maximum bandwidth.
Enough makes so much more sense.
But you know how dumb it would be if you could get the security puppet and Lefty at the same time?
I'm ending my
Oh,
stream.
Just realistically.
No, that's
Oh, you
the
having
issue
issues?
I have.
Oh,
Like,
someone
how does
hasn't
that
seen
work
Lefty DCI Part
conceptually?
2. Someone hasn't seen Crying Eyed Lefty DCI Part 2.
I'm gonna look at.
Yeah,
What do
I
you mean
think-
thoughts on Lefty DCI? I made it. It's like asking Stan Lee,
Bro got
thoughts on
called
Spider-Man?
Hard.
I think all these connections we've made have convinced me that the puppet is in some way one of the Fredbear plushies.
Dr. Seuss, thoughts on Cat in the Hat?
Yeah,
I'm
I think
looking
puppet's
at, I'm
definitely
looking
in
at
some
some of
way.
the adventure characters. A marionette.
The only
Think
thing is, then we
outside-
have to say
think
that
outside the box. Nightmare on. I'm trying to look at some of the descriptions. I'm trying to find something. There's got to be something here.
Frick, man, but I put Charlotte's death after the bite. What the frick do I do?
I mean,
well, then you'd have BV run away.
He said,
Which,
I retract
I mean-
my
No,
statement.
No,
He said, I retract my question.
I put Charlotte's death after the bite because I put Mike as the runaway. Do you understand?
No, I do, but that's what I'm saying is you would have to do BV runaway then.
Frick, man.
I love you, Cuban.
Not
I-
really.
Okay. Here's
I just
something,
noticed
right?
something. This is a little weird. I don't think this means anything. Adventure marionette. Think outside the box. Adventure Phantom marionette. Put it back in the box.
Okay, that's just to be. That's
Now we're
just tongue in
reaching.
cheek.
So
I'm just looking through some of like the descriptions to see if maybe we can get something out of any of these. Yeah, Fredbear where it says where it all started.
Shadow Freddy
So
is a good one.
Also,
look
can
at
I
that
just say that like Lefty and Carney, like that whole entire Rockstar like
Sorry.
Freddy line looks eerily close to Fredbear.
Yeah, Lefty is hitting the Golden Freddy pose
Look, bro,
with the same head tilt and everything. That's a bit concerning.
Yeah.
Like it has the same number of toes, you know, the 5 fingers,
Well,
the
no, it doesn't
like,
have the same
pipes
number
for a
of toes, but
jaw.
go off.
The Nightmare Fredbear has 4 toes. Fight me.
I thought you were talking about Golden Freddy.
Well, I'm saying Fredbear. If Nightmare Fredbear
So-
has 4 toes, there's something weird there.
Yeah.
What was I gonna say? Fuck, I forget.
So do we think that Yellow Eyes is Charlie then?
I think at least most
Right
likely.
now,
It's like you
right
could
now,
still make
that's
an
my
argument.
that's my safe answer.
I
feel
think
like
I
it-
have to go with that. Yes.
Yeah, I have to
me-
go with it. Like, there's still an argument for Cassie, but I'm more leaning towards Charlie.
Because
oh, yeah, I remember.
Cassidy says,
Oh.
does he still talk to you? So it
I
could
just
be
want to
like,
know why
you
the
know,
heck does
the plush is gender.
why does
I'm
the
assuming.
landlord why does the landlord extortionist, the opposite of righty, and Uncle Chuck the rodeo clown all look the same?
What does any of that mean?
What? The fuck?
What?
You know,
rodeo
okay,
Chuck?
look,
What did you just
Rockstar
say?
Look, Rockstar Freddy, the landlord extortionist, the opposite of
Who?
righty
The
is
what?
Lefty. Uncle Chuck the rodeo clown is
The
Carney.
landlord.
What are we
the hell is
saying?
the landlord extortion?
Look,
Yeah,
bro,
no-
what's
None
his
of this
rent
is English.
is
Take your
due.
schizo
and
pills.
What
The
are-
rent is due, and he needs his fast coins.
What are we listening
Oh, sorry,
to?
you're just calling him that. That's just a name you're calling
Oh, I
him.
thought it was
Those
like
are
a
my
lore. I
nicknames.
thought
I
it
thought
was
it
like
was
a lore,
extortionist
like a
was
secret
someone.
FNAF world enemy.
I was like,
No, I was like,
No.
dude, Crashes off
Rockstar
your
Freddy,
Looks like who?
Rockstar Freddy is the landlord extortionist. The opposite of righty is Lefty. And then you have Carney, who's Uncle Chuck the rodeo clown. Why do
Okay,
they
bro.
all look? Do we look? There's the thing.
rogue
It's
moment.
it's so.
his uncle.
Look, I'm just so
Carney.
convinced that just Henry built the Rockstars, and Carney
We
literally
found
looks like
Yellow
he's in the
Eyes.
same pose as like Lefty.
We found Yellow Eyes, guys. You'll see in a
Wait.
sec.
He
Hang
doesn't
on.
even have yellow eyes. What are you talking
Someone
about?
in chat said he did.
Take your colorblind pills.
Wait, hang
Who
on.
has
Okay,
yellow eyes?
so
Gregory,
so
apparently.
this is going into Midnight Motorist, right?
The fuck?
No.
But
I'm pretty
to
sure he has
me-
brown. Does he? Isn't it?
Yeah, he's
or
brown.
like a light
The
brown.
You're
brown.
like hazel.
like a light brown.
Hang on. So with Midnight Motorist, right?
Uh-huh.
I would prefer Michael as the runaway. The only thing I would say with it is, as a storyteller, I can't see, and I'm saying as Scott as a storyteller, I can't see Scott putting a guy in a gray shirt in front of a TV when the only time we've ever seen a TV in the is Mike watching it, and it's his like only thing we know he does in his
No,
spare
really?
time.
Really?
I don't
Um,
understand how he
I-
talks to
Yes,
William
I
like that.
I saw the thing.
The security puppet has seven straw.
I feel like that's very. I feel
I
like it's
saw.
a very weird surface level thing where it's like Michael is not only associated with gray, the fact that it's longer and it's not even the same kind of shirt implies it's like a robe or back down. Plus, he's also bald, which makes no sense. It's like at surface
lot of
glance,
gray.
it might be
yellow
Michael,
guy
when you
is
look
yellow.
at everything.
The fuck are we saying?
Yeah.
Yellow guys.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay. To be fair, that is very fair. It's like, look, Scott is never consistent with his sprites, which is just so frustrating.
My only thing is, it makes sense to me that Scott would be using that imagery of it, because he could have had that character do literally anything. I don't see it being like a Mrs. Anderson character, because I'm like, I don't know why he would introduce that in the last game. I could see it him being like, okay, Charlie dies first, and then the bite victim dies, and you could use that like, as evidence to say like, the only thing then is like, well, who's outside the Shadow Freddy then created that
Yeah,
early on.
So Adventure Fredbear has green eyes, but Glitch Fredbear also has yellow eyes.
Well, Adventure Fredbear seems to be like a manifestation of the same world that we're in. Like he just seems to be a part of it. I don't think he's in control.
Well, I don't think
I
he's
think
Oh my
Glitch
God.
Fredbear
Yeah.
is like,
Guys, I saw two yellow eyes. Look in the chat. Look in the chat.
What's in the chat?
It's Flan. It's him the whole time.
Yeah, Flan has yellow eyes.
I don't get the joke, but haha.
He
You
has
don't play
yellow
FNAF World?
eyes.
You know the enemy Flan, he has yellow eyes. Come on.
Oh,
dude,
in
it's a
FNAF World.
big lump of goo.
Yes.
So, do we think Will is Will plush? I feel like at this point it's
I feel like it's yeah.
At
So-
this point,
On the
bare
nose.
bones. My safe answer is William is the plush in FNAF 4, and that in FNAF World, Charlie is the one who's the speaker. That's my safest answers right now.
He doesn't.
Could the idea be that because Glitchbear turns from regular Fredbear into Glitch Fredbear? Could the idea be that we're showing that yes, there is two? I think Crash. Did you say someone said that earlier?
I said
Yeah,
the fact that there is the original Adventure Fredbear and the Glitch Fredbear. I wonder, is that a hint that maybe it is two different
double
speakers?
voice? Yeah.
I think so. I think I said that a few streams ago. I think I said something about like that is very much two different speakers as Fredbear. That's being a coincidence from FNAF World is incredibly low.
Why do we think William even has it?
So then
the plush.
Well, see, okay, so you could take it two ways, right? Because on one hand, I could actually make an argument that the plush being in his office is evidence that he wasn't the speaker. Because if he has it in his office, that means the crying child.
Yeah, it doesn't have it. Although he
has
dead,
it now afterward.
Yeah, he's dead by the time of his location, obviously.
Yeah, but that's what I mean is that like we could be arguing that like the fact it's in his office now means it wasn't in his office before the crying child died. You know, so you could make an argument.
The owner, and he can just have a bunch of Fredbear plushies because he owns.
He could. I mean, that's the thing is if it's not teleporting around, unless that's the idea that like.
Let's make something very clear. The differentiation when it comes to situation location, in my opinion, is that it's not. Is he watching him? I think it's a fact that William is watching the crying child with that, technically with a Fredbear plush, with cameras even around the neighborhood.
Well, he has a camera in his room. You see the FNAF 4 house, like the actual minigame house. Yeah, go ahead.
Though, are you sure those aren't just cameras? The experiment rooms?
No, but the FNAF 4 neighborhood. Observation the FNAF 4 neighborhood is there. So unless we're saying that he's Truman showing it.
But anyways, what I'm saying, well, you want to get into that part?
We could. The entire
anyways,
neighborhood
what I'm
is
saying
fake.
is that the debate is only on whether he is talking to him. And I, at this point in the discussion, forgot why I brought this up. I forgot what we were talking about.
I have it where sister location is
Narrow Raven died.
So, and the Fredbear plush is the speaker, and that remote is the receiver he speaks into. His kid died. He takes the plush down there because, well, he doesn't need to. The bite victim is dead, so he just holds it next to the receiver. He's no longer using it.
If it's a remote, people also say it's just a camera clicker. People say a lot of stuff.
Sorry, I know I'm jumping around here, but I just read what Shizu sent to our to the chat here.
Oh.
In FNAF 2, we see the events of Give Gifts, Give Life, which mimics the events of Happiest Day, but it doesn't save the children. But Bite Victim, what went wrong is Bite Victim is in the other 5 characters in charge. Hence why Give Gifts, Give Life failed. But what if when the eyes say something went wrong, that's why I am
he's
in the top secret text chat.
Okay, during happiest during FNAF 2.
What if we're saying that that's why I am here doesn't mean I'm here because I died and I came into the spirit world. It literally means that's why I've come to help you. Something went wrong. That's why I'm here to help.
Yeah.
Because I need to help you to help the others.
Could be. Yeah.
Interesting. So instead of that's why I've literally appeared in the void because I've manifested.
Speaker.
Oh, that's interesting.
If you have that something going wrong, let's say the
MCI or
the woman was only allowed to leave her room with 1 key, not all 5. Desperate to find a way to save all 5.
Charlotte, finds the crying child who's just kind of floating around in the void for a while and is like, okay, I know what to do here. This kid, I can put him back together, and by doing that, it'll also help put those 5 kids back together. And that's why she'll come to him out of the blue and use him as, here's the glue that's going to fix everything.
So does that tie into you were made for one thing?
It's weird because that would be more like you are being used for one thing.
You're being used to set
made
them
is
free.
such a strong word.
That's the weird thing where it's you were made for one thing.
I think
when you get into the gameplay, I think when you get into the gameplay of FNAF 4, I think we're talking about whether it's meta or literal, it's happening in a spirit world. So I think we can manifest Charlie, if they're in control of that, is literally manifesting an avatar to do Happiest Day.
So at that point the gameplay becomes meta.
That's what some people believe is
Or
who's the kid in
ghostly.
the new kid the blonde hair kid, who's he again?
Oh, Kelsey.
Yeah, some people think that's maybe like Cassidy or Andrew's, like Kelsey's like a projection of
Yes.
them. So maybe there's something to that idea.
I said something a lot like that about the movie Golden Freddy Kid. Just as a funny prediction. That was on the last stream, I think, when we had the wheel. But yeah, like it's a really big discussion of it makes so much sense if it's meta, and it's this spirit
Yeah.
meta creating a stupid entity that acts as the player to do some crap in video games. But if you have to take it literally, it gets really difficult to say,
you were
what
made.
did this person make? What entity did this person make to do something? That's just
What if
that case it would have to be meta, right?
So,
think so.
T-Jards, I know you were kind of kidding about bringing up the 5
Candy
key
cadet
story, and I know
story.
you have your theory about it being about the DCI. What if this is Scott telling us that Happiest Day in this version of events didn't work? That the 5 keys being melted together is what Charlie thought would save everyone, and that's Bite Victim being brought together. But
so
it didn't
happiest
actually work.
The answer
in this
is
version of
interesting.
events.
The answer is complex. So Happiest Day happened, but it just didn't work.
So
didn't
what
work.
would have
That's what I'm leaning towards the idea of, where it's in a lot of material, and I know again, but it's the fact that it's very implied that Happiest Day did happen. I think it's the fact that it did happen, but it didn't work. And it's the fact that
Okay.
Charlie's mask still falls slowly for no reason.
The
And the
answer
guy
is
says
that
that
Andrew is the
because
vengeful
you're still a
spirit, and
spirit.
Andrew's holding everyone back.
So
That's why it didn't work.
wait.
That's why it didn't work. It's
The
Andrew.
keys go into the lock on the box.
Oh my
the
god!
keys of the lock
So-
in the box.
So what would have worked to free them ultimately?
What Henry does at the end of the game is
Burn the
get
fuck
them
out
all
of
together
everything.
and
burn the fuck out of them.
the fuck out of them.
Well,
You don't need your
okay,
memories.
don't-
You just need to die.
Don't make me start,
You just need to die again.
don't make me start dipping into Fazbear Frights, where I would believe the puppet would still be around for at least a bit of it. Though you know what? You know what? Okay.
That goes the same thing with like Happiest Day.
True.
Charlie just always, in some way, if there's still more
Okay.
work to do, she will just come back.
You know what? Maybe in that case, since you only see Charlotte there, that is the mask falling slowly. Even into Frights, that is where the mask is falling slowly. Everybody else is gone from FFPS, the burning. But then she.
I don't know how
You
Charlie
know,
gets out of the.
I
mean,
might-
Henry
I
does
might be
say,
down for that.
Henry does even say, "I knew you wouldn't be content to disappear. Not my daughter."
I might honestly be down for a failed MCI described like, or failed Happiest Day
Failed
described
Happiest
like
Day.
Candy Cadets.
Yeah.
Do you think it's possible that
Desperate to find
Um,
a way.
I was gonna say, do you think it's possible Happiest Day did free the crying child but did not free the
Yeah.
MCI?
Yeah.
Is that, or is that what you're gonna
if
say?
you
Oh,
believe in
oh,
Molten
oh, oh.
MCI, that's kind of
Because
what it's
they're
supposed
on
to be.
different sides of the table. She could only free one kid,
Yeah.
not all 5. Desperate to find a way to save all 5 of the children, the
Okay.
woman melted the 5 keys together. Of course,
I like
it's
your
not
voice
worked
like
that way.
It sounds like an old radio announcer.
It's weird. It's weird though because in that case, she wouldn't even be freeing herself. Oh, she could take one with
Yeah.
her, so she
Yeah.
is saving herself as well.
Hmm.
So in that case, the keys.
Fail theory. This will be this theory we come up with. It was 14 theory
Yeah.
last time.
Fail
Now it's fail theory.
Fail theory. The theory
That's
that the theory that failed.
The theory that
Happiest
the
fail.
Charlie's washed.
Happiest fail.
Charlie's an actual bronze player. That's the theory.
Failiest
Charlie's in
day.
copper.
I mean, the
Um,
fact is, I think the idea of Happiest Day still being in the main actual ending but not working literally works with the fact that Scott had to extend the story, because FNAF 3 pretty much was the end of everything until at the end of the original timeline, but Scott had to expand stuff. So FNAF 6 is basically FNAF 3's ending with burning, but it's more extreme. Instead of just William, we're burning
metaphorically,
everybody.
That's funny.
Metaphorically, FNAF 3 failed
So,
as an ending to the
Under
series because it kept
fail
going.
theory, someone in chat said under fail theory, making the joke I said earlier, something has gone very wrong. The reason Happiest Day fails is because of Molten MCI. The kids aren't entirely in one place for them to be completely freed. In the modern version of the story.
I was literally
That's interesting.
thinking that, but instead of the Molten MCI, it's William, since we do see he's in the background. I would agree it's Molten MCI more likely, because that could just be to show like, oh, William, maybe he's there, but it's still the end.
Wait, scratch fail theory. Scratch fail theory. It's being called unhappiest day.
Hey,
Unhappiest
day.
As a
Go
I
ahead,
have
go
a
ahead.
counter offer. That's like a slight tweak on this because I'm messaging a few people about this stuff.
Okay.
We said that just simply doing the happiest day did not work. And one of the things I said
It did not work that way.
in the end was maybe the crying child passed on, but the rest of the MCI were still there. I have a weird way of spinning that around in a different version, and I don't believe any of these. I'm just kind of throwing ones out and seeing if one has like something that sticks better than the other ones. Is there a chance that Charlotte tried to free the MCI without the crying child, and that's why it failed instead? And then that went wrong, and then goes to the crying child. I don't know if that's what you guys were saying.
That's what Shizu was suggesting with give life.
So
that's what she was trying to do.
It still specifically calls out though
then,
that she was trying to save one. She was like she could leave with one.
About that,
but from there, I was gonna say, but from there, I think you'd have to prove that something done in FNAF 6 is very different than FNAF 3, and somehow the crying child is there versus he was not there in 3. That's what you'd have to kind of like.
I love the idea of it failing just because of Cassidy receiver. If it's Cassidy, because here's the thing, I personally believe it's bite victim. But if it's Cassidy, I love the idea of it failing because I'm like, hey, your theory's right, but it failed.
Nero, did you hear about unhappiest day? That's our new theory. He's dead.
Oh,
he's
Nero
gone.
Tell stream I said bye. Wait, no, he's back.
Oh.
I'm just gonna chill in here if you need me. I'm gonna keep myself muted though because I'm cooking. So if you need me, just let me know.
We were cooking too. All right. So we have unhappiest day. Happiest day Wait, that makes absolutely no fucking sense though. Because if happiest day failed, why would you go back into FNAF World where you set up happiest day? Shit.
Yeah.
No,
No,
I
that's
think it's the idea
why I'm
where
saying-
I think definitely happiest day is for FNAF World. FNAF World's connected up there, but since it didn't work, we need FNAF 6.
Oh,
well,
okay.
then it definitely wasn't the one where the crying child's not involved, because setting up Happiest Day did involve them talking to him in FNAF World, but.
So
Yeah, okay,
we could still have
but
unhappy.
this
So
is-
that's
this is
just a theory about the Candy Cadet story. That doesn't tell us anything about.
Yeah.
Unhappiest day
What
true though.
Shizu was implying
Good
is that give gifts, give life is the first attempt that didn't work.
Oh.
Yeah.
Then we go into FNAF 3's happiest day with bite victim. But then what we're saying is it failed a second time. It failed
Happiest
twice.
day.
I've heard that I've heard a theory about like happiest the give life, like some weird proto failed happiest day. I don't know about that, but I'll concede for now.
The only thing is the give life would imply that she tried to do happiest day before.
We're calling it UHD now
Because-
for short.
Also, I do want to
UHD.
add to the idea. I think it was
Ultra
T who said
HD
about
theory.
Molten MCI, like the other kids, Mole and Freddy and stuff. It says right here,
Something went wrong.
Charlotte's spirit lingers on as more spirits are still trapped inside metal prisons, and Afton is still present, which is
Prisons
why
of my
she's still
making.
active in Pizza Race Simulator. It's literally. I said I think it's William. You said it's Mole and Freddy. This confirms that it's both. It's both of ours.
Mm-hmm.
What if? Okay, hang on. Weird theory. What if in modern lore, only the bite victim is present in FNAF 3, and that he is the receiver, but none of the other spirits are there? It happens, but only bite victim is set free.
That's
and
what I
then-
always
Other
thought
spirits are
happened.
in Molten Freddy.
That's what I always thought happened.
This gets even weird. I'm just reading the encyclopedia. This is weird because then before that line it says the children, including Charlotte, vanish. The mask drops and 6 balloons rise to indicate they've been released.
Yeah, well, that was the intention. But what I'm saying is, in FNAF 3, now we're only literally representing the memories by the fact that there are kids with masks, and that we're sort of changing it so that it's like, oh, now he's friends with the kids, but they're not representing the spirits anymore. They're just representing his.
I really like the idea of how Happiest Day, just with all of like the Fredbear diner, the mask, that maybe Happiest Day frees bite victim, but then it doesn't free the others because of a version of Molten MCI in FNAF 6 and Afton still being present. Because bite victim doesn't need any of that.
Yeah. A problem.
Wait, yes. So then Charlie saying, "I won't let the same happen to you," is like the others aren't here anymore. Like I can't help them right now. So I'm going to
They
just
have
help
to
you
be
because you're the
molded
only one who can help.
ultimately.
Yeah.
But she can free him without doing any of that complicated.
Yeah. So
crap.
the thing, the something terrible that happened was molten MCI then, because and how does Henry describe it?
Yeah.
He found a new way to desecrate, to humiliate, or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Took them
That sounds
the only
pretty
thing
terrible.
that they had left.
Okay, well, here's the thing, though. Here's what I have to reground us with. Is that something you could have determined or gained before Sister Location and before FNAF 6?
No. This would be a recontextualization.
That would be the
I
idea.
don't know.
Scott
Well, I
Con,
guess he.
which is just like applying meaning to something that didn't have meaning before.
If Sister Location is a recontextualization of FNAF 4, FFPS could be a recontextualization of
FNAF 3.
World.
FNAF World.
Technically,
Yeah.
or World and 3, technically.
I mean, I would say
so-
that is possible, considering the fact that UCN was planned to be an add-on to FNAF 6, and you have FNAF World connections in that game.
So,
Like
so
I
what
know,
I would
sorry, I just want to say, I know I've argued with this with a few other people in a different group where people treat FNAF 7 as UCN. It may be. I personally don't think it's FNAF 7. I call it 6.5, like I call World 4.5, where it's basically adding on to the last game, but it's not its own full main installment. Because it was literally, it's only, you see, your Ultimate Custom Night, it's only its own game, literally, because of the fact that it got super large, and even then, Scott had to like cram a few things with the PNGs, certain jump scares and all that. It was literally meant to be an add-on, just like how Sister Location didn't have a custom night at first, then that got added on. It's literally the same thing. It's just UCN is so much bigger, and it was supposed to be the end before Help Wanted. And the fact that you have stuff like DD, Old Man Consequences, and all that stuff,
Chat is
to me
saying
says
that-
like anything you take
Christ.
from UCN, you can take from FNAF 6.
I have an interesting idea.
Okay.
I gotta find an image for it.
Chat
I gotta
saying
find
that
an image for it.
fucking.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, say it.
No, it's chat is they're fucking because I have the FNAF World soundtrack pulled up, and Shadow Freddy's jaw is broken. So they're all saying that Shadow Freddy came from Bite Victim getting bit.
Yes, absolutely, it did.
I didn't mention this
I
before.
will eat your soul.
Fredbear.
I will eat your
I will
soul.
bite your 87.
Exactly.
I will bite your
His mouth
87.
is also wide open.
Okay.
And
to
what's
add
one
on
of
to that, I
what's one of
wasn't gonna
Shadow Freddy's
mention it.
moves? Unscrew, like they had to do to Fredbear's jaw to get him out of there. Oh my god.
Ew, oh,
Whoa.
that's awful.
I wasn't gonna mention it before, but I actually didn't recognize, like when I saw Fredbear, the image of like his screen, like the loading screen, has his mouth wide open, and its text is literally, "This is where where it all began, where it all started."
Oh my god,
Shadow
Withered
Scene.
Foxy. Withered Foxy has yellow eyes.
and
Michael's
his
yellow
his
eyes.
move is literally called. His move is also called Megabyte.
Fellas,
Oh yeah, what were you
I
gonna
want
say?
to go back to something from FFPS. Because a while we put this together, before
Put
going
it
into this,
together.
I had a preconceived notion that looking at FFPS, you had a bit of a family matter, and mostly you do, because you have William Afton as Scrap Chap, and you have Michael Afton, and you have Elizabeth as Scrap Baby. Obviously Henry and Charlotte kind of separate, but then you look at Molten Freddy, and the whole time I was kind of looking at Molten Freddy as this is technically the Crying Child as the fourth part of the Afton family, because it's the Molten MCI
Yeah.
put together.
And he says one big happy
that forms
family.
Crying
His
Child.
dialogue.
But us, yeah, that too. But us putting this stuff together, and you know what? Maybe he still can, like in a metaphorical sense, a parallel sense, whatever. He still can be the Crying Child in that, like, there's so many layers of symbolism in FNAF. But in us talking about maybe Happiest Day failing, but still putting the Crying Child free, but leaving the MCI. In us talking about that, I realized, oh crap, I've thought the Crying Child was in FFPS. What if he's already free and he's not there? I want you to look in the chat where I have the poster pulled up from the Lefty screen. The poster.
Yeah, the one with the clown and everything.
It's the classic clown, a bear, and
Now,
the
the
dummy
interesting thing
pixelates.
is, looking at that, obviously you can say that's the Afton family, but I think there's one distinction I want to make and you know, in symbolism it is, but in a literal sense, I think there's one different way you can look at it, which might be what is literally going on in FFPS, not what's symbolically going on. And that's that the clown has the bear on a leash. Instead of the clown having, let's say hypothetically, the crying child on a leash, which makes no sense, the clown having what is literally the MCI on a leash, like Circus Baby trying to boss around Ennard, makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, like in the teasers before FNAF 6 came out, it was literally, you're crowding us. You can't tell us what to do anymore. We outnumber you. Elizabeth seemed to have been controlling after Michael getting scooped and throwing her out. It seems to be that she was trying to use the MCI to do her bidding, and that didn't quite work out.
So
the only weirdness.
I also
the
do want to
clown
mention
has the crying
theory.
child on a leash. That makes no sense. Because the clown's supposed to represent baby.
That's what he's saying.
But then baby with the MCI on a leash is way more plausible.
Yeah, I agree.
Why
with
are the
Crystal.
MCI
I see
represented
where
by
he's going, where
Fredbear,
it's more
though?
symbolic. It also ties back to, has anybody heard of
there.
Funtime Aftons? That theory?
Yeah, they're supposed to
like
represent them.
symbolically, yes.
Yeah, it's the symbolic representation of like the fun times being in the style of the Williams family, and I think that's a really good theory where it's like you have Funtime Foxy being for Michael, baby is Elizabeth, Ballora would be Miss Afton. Then you have the bear animatronic, and with the little Bonbon being like the psychic friend Fredbear, and I'm thinking that's why there's not even a true Funtime Bonnie, because William is the one in control. Hell, you can even say if the Springlock suit, because William wears Spring Bonnie, who is the Springlock suit. And then you have the idea of like Michael being trapped in there, how he, you know, he's being forced to be basically doing William's bidding. I feel like even if it's like something like Crying Child's not in Molten Freddy, I think it just adds on to that whole thing of the parallel where even if it's not actually the Aftons, all the Aftons in the Fun Times, it's symbolic with the family members and like who they are.
Yes, chat, we get it. There's 14 characters on the title screen. We get it.
Well, here's an idea, right?
Yeah.
If the bear on a leash does represent the Molten MCI rather than the Crying Child, the bear is wearing a
Nightbot still
birthday
here.
hat.
Sorry, go.
And
what the fuck is Nightbot doing here?
If the bear is wearing a birthday hat and baby has it on a leash, if we take it to mean that Molten MCI stops Happiest Day from happening, could that be why it's wearing
that's
a
why you've been
birthday
talking
hat?
about this. Sorry, I'm so slow. That's what you've been saying.
I just
That's
take
good,
the
that's
birthday
good.
hat saying like I'm just thinking crying like
Crying
CC
Child's
receiver.
birthday, yeah.
I'm just thinking CC receiver. I'm just taking that and using it.
Or just
Like,
CC having a birthday when he died.
I guess what I am gonna have to
true.
figure out ultimately is whether
Ennard has a birthday
that
hat.
poster. Oh, Ennard has a birthday hat.
No,
But Ennard's not a bear.
As
But he
far as you
becomes a
know.
bear.
He becomes a bear.
He becomes Molten Freddy.
Hmm.
Minus Scrap Baby, who's the clown.
So is everyone in here like? Let me just gauge something because we're looking at this poster and we're discussing all this. Of everybody in here, do you not think now after everything we've discussed that the Crying Child is freed before FNAF 6?
I think so, because there's
Yes.
no real reference to him.
But it depends if it would
At
not
all.
work
Like-
that way. It depends.
I would say yes, especially since the only literal clue in FNAF 6 is literally one big happy family, which we just kind of discussed could just be symbolic.
I think one more thing you could also say is that FFPS's true lorekeeper ending does not care about the Crying Child. It is Charlotte and is the MCI, and he is not technically relevant to any of that. He's not
It's not
there.
even listed.
I mean, I feel like the bite victim will get released before 6. I feel like it because she says like I wouldn't let the same happen to you. So the others are still trapped, but the bite victim's allowed
That's-
to be
you know
let
what?
go.
Yeah.
I think after everything we've discussed today, that thing about him being freed early
Yeah.
is the only way to make half of FNAF World make
Well,
sense.
yeah, because I
That
won't
is-
let the
that is awesome.
yeah, the others are still trapped here. I won't let the same happen to you. I'll put you back together so you can be free. The others are still fucked, but you can get out of here.
This live has been surprisingly productive.
You know, I want to ask one question with
Not
that.
as good as the 14th
What,
theory.
like, even
I swear to God.
if it doesn't.
What?
Is it Ennard's hat green and yellow as well?
yeah.
No,
I
it's
mean,
not green and yellow. It's orange. It's orange and yellow. But even then, this poster is like kind of not black and white, but it's kind of faded out. It's kind of hard to make the colors.
You
I wanna
fool!
ask
Innards
one
is all
question.
3. It
Oh,
has the
it
orange
does have
pom pom,
a
but
green.
it's green and yellow swirls.
Why'd you say that, Nero? Why was that important?
What are you looking at? The one on the bear?
Okay, I'm back. So the reason why is because earlier you were mentioning like the thing with like bite victim inside of Ennard, but then
Ennard
maybe
inside
later
of him.
on being.
Yeah.
And you would have had Circus Baby in there, so then when the party hat is removed and becomes just Molten Freddy, that's because Circus Baby K Elizabeth is gone.
I feel like that is Matt Pat levels of analyzing colors, but go for it.
My only issue with this whole thing, because I really like the idea of the baby having the having the Molten MCI on a leash, really cool. Because I've always looked at this and I've been like, that almost feels like a Liza plush. Like if it's bite victim, that almost feels like a Liza plush evidence. Because like, why would the clown have crying child on a leash, unless it's like they have some sort of direct connection? But the only issue I have with it being the Molten Freddy without the bite victim is then where is Lefty? If this is representing all the characters in FFPS,
Lefty, the screen where this shows up
Is Lefty.
Oh, Lefty
so
is.
Lefty would
It's
be there.
Lefty's screen.
Good point.
Yeah,
Good
no,
point.
and yeah.
And it's just like the thing that makes me very certain is the fact that in the text in like the source code before FNAF 6, you literally had the Molten Amalgam being saying, "You're crowning us. You can't tell us what to do."
Mhm.
She was trying to literally control them, but they decided, "Nope, no more. Goodbye," and they throw her out.
Yeah, because then in
Yeah,
that
it
case,
is interesting.
anyway, if
Yeah.
bite victim, we then can't have bite victim be Golden Freddy anyway, because if he's in the MCI
Yeah.
with the Molten MCI, then we have to say that Cassidy can't be. So then it can't
the
be that Cassidy
clown,
and bite victim are.
weird.
It can't be Golden Duo in
Weird.
that case.
Yeah, I've never seen anyone
I'm getting
point that out.
further and
Why
further
would-
away from Golden Duo.
It's weird that the
Wait, okay,
clown
I
is the
want you
one
to repeat-
muzzling the bear. I've never seen that called out before. The
I've
clown's
been trying
the
to
one
figure it out
muzzling
for
the bear.
ages, and I feel like that's the closest. That's the
Can
closest
you-
thing I've ever seen to it.
Could you repeat why you just said like you were going like farther from Golden Duo? I didn't quite catch that.
Okay, so if Molten MCI had the bite victim in it, right? Like if we thing and he is in, then we'd have to say that Cassidy is also in Molten MCI because they supposedly possess the same suit. So
Ooh.
if they were both in there, then that would be 6 into 1, and we only ever talk about 5 into 1.
So I want to point
I mean,
this
the
out.
possession is kind of different though, because he's
I wanna
shattered.
I want to point this out. Molten MCI original version is not canon.
What do you mean by that?
Sorry, when I
The
say Molten
original
MCI,
version of
I'm
Molten MCI, I call this original Molten MCI 5 being in 1. That's not canon
Why?
because we only see 4 endos.
yeah, no,
oh.
I don't think
And-
Golden
and
Freddy's
Golden
in it
Freddy,
anyway.
in any context, has never been ever stated or really shown to ever have been taken apart or with William. Here's the thing: the bare bones version I like to put out is Scraptrap MCI because it's like Scraptrap using like Golden Freddy's parts. Like me and Nero came up with Theorists MCI. I know he's going to make a version of that that's different later. That's the one. The version I'm like, it's like Molten MCI 5 into 1. It has so many issues and it's so starkly just against a lot of the evidence shown in the games. That does not.
I
feel
don't think,
correct.
regardless of what we've been talking about, I don't think Golden Freddy is a part of Molten MCI. But what I'm saying is for people who think that
They
Bite
say
Victim
if
is a
Yendo
part
is
of it.
Golden Freddy, that's in Molten Freddy.
Yeah, I was
Well-
gonna mention Yendo because I gotta make a whole video on Yendo because he's weird.
I think it's a case that Cassidy just looks like whoever the rest of them look like. I'm getting further into the idea that Shatter Victim or whatever Bite Victim is Happiest Day itself, or is represented
That's
as
actually that's the reason why I think Golden Freddy looks the way he does in FNAF 1, because there's no reason for Fredbear / Golden Freddy to be repaired after FNAF 2 in
Also,
any
I just
context.
want to point out,
personally, and the fact is, go ahead.
we've been at 250 viewers consistently this entire time. Thank you guys.
All
That's
right.
crazy.
I know it's
Yeah.
class.
That's
I've been looking at that
insane.
every now and then. It's sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna mention how the fact is, I at this point believe that Golden Freddy, whether he looks like FNAF 1 or FNAF 2, more likely, I believe that he looks completely withered in universe from outwards after like the bite in FNAF 2. especially the fact that in the character encyclopedia, there's no Wither Golden Freddy. It's just Golden Freddy, and he's linked, but he's not even after Freddy. He's linked with the FNAF 2 animatronics. Then you also have the fact that in the movie,
Subscribe to
he
me,
has
it helps.
the withering that matches Wither Golden Freddy. Then you have the fact that if Ultimate Custom Night, he is withered once again, but not called Wither Golden Freddy. He's withered, but he's just called Golden Freddy.
Okay.
I think that might be adding to the theory where I think he just takes on the form of the
Yes.
Freddy and the characters just to kind of look like them. I think
Yeah,
that's
But,
I think so
his
too.
true form is Withered Golden Freddy. Like
yes.
Yes.
forever. Okay, yeah, I like that. I like that.
Yeah, that's why
Yeah,
I think
that
the
was
Endo as
part-
well isn't actually a physical animatronic. It's just what Cassidy looks like because the others are in the fun.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, it's
interesting.
basically Cassidy's approximation of being like, let me try to be a fun time.
Which is kind of failing to do so, but pop off, I guess.
It's good enough.
Yeah,
That's
chat's
what I was-
agreeing
that's
that
why I was
the,
saying-
the leash is to show that Elizabeth is bossy and over-controlling.
Good,
Yeah.
good. We like a little meanie girl, a little British meanie girl.
That's why I was also saying earlier that with that idea why it would kind of be Cassidy was the Fredbear plush because she's taking on the form of the other bandmates as a
And then
as a plush
they're
because the
agreeing with you
animatronics don't
too.
exist yet.
On Wither, they're agreeing with you too that the reason we never see the Golden Freddy like Endo getting melted down or whatever is because that Endo doesn't even play a part. Golden Freddy's spirit is always present,
Yeah, it doesn't
just
exist yet.
mimicking the other kids'
Or-
appearances. So it's
It's-
Yendo because they're all
yeah,
in Molten MCI
yeah.
or whatever, and then it is
I think it was probably
Withered in FNAF 2.
if it
all
was
that stuff.
used. If it was ever used, it was in FNAF 2 and then was destroyed.
Because
If
we see Golden
I think
Freddy
it could be
standing
a
in the
case
drum.
that it's destroyed.
That,
I mean,
that's
it's-
in the 3 to MCI theory. That's actually the part where I actually explained that, like, I believe, even though it's a little bit weird, I put it where Golden Freddy after FNAF 2 is either left alone and Trap uses the parts, or he was scrapped with the toys, and then he just gets the ghostly form after being the spirit, just kind of be following the other ones. It could kind of work either way. I just believe that at this point, post FNAF 2, he retains the look of Wither Golden Freddy, and he does slightly alter his form. Or he just looks like Wither Golden Freddy. That's a bit of a retcon, because, you know, we still see him in FNAF 1, so I'm just, like, having it where
Nightbot,
he transforms ghostly, like
Yeah.
like Underscore said. Also,
Yeah.
I didn't get to say this, I just remembered it. Underscore, I need to give you your flowers for a sec, because your short and your video on Burn Trap, like, with the claws in the vent, that is the one piece of evidence that I needed to just be like, fine, Burn Trap is Mimic. I don't like it, but
Exactly.
because I was still so 50-50 just because of, like, he looks nothing like old Endo, but with that claw, you convinced me. I just got to
Dude,
give you your flowers there.
The
first.
claw is just right. It's right there. You can't.
It is.
You can't deny it at that
I'm just
point.
like, why the heck did they not just model him to look a little bit like Burn Trap, or just be like, he looks like that? You cannot tell me that square-shaped metallic Minecraft-looking head of mimics can fit into Burn Trap's skull.
Yeah, they messed it up, but it's
I
whatever.
love the design, but it just doesn't work.
They're trying their best. That claw mark, great way of fixing it without actually fixing it, but sure. I guess.
There's
The clown in
at
the
this point,
poster
community
has purple and green pants to show that it's an Afton and it's Elizabeth with green eyes.
Look, I've come up in the community. I've come up with a lot of ways to make Scrap Trap make sense. I need to find a way to make Burn Trap make sense.
Yeah, that's the question a lot of people have
Yeah.
is if Golden Freddy's in Molten MCI, how the hell did Cassidy get into Molten MCI? Because it never gets
yeah, I don't
follows
disassembled.
the back. She just straight up. I mean, it's like Michael Brooks. He in the novel trilogy, he didn't melt down Golden Freddy. He just
You just
follows
came
the
with.
pack.
I've
They're just-
started to also believe that Cassidy may have latched onto William after
Yeah,
they
if
spring
she's
locked
the
him.
vengeful
That's-
spirit. Yeah.
That's why I
No matter how
really
many
like.
times
That's
they
why I
burn us.
really like the version of Molten MCI. Like we have 3 suit for that, but it's the original, which is what is it? Scrap Trap MCI, which is that Spring Bonnie. So the simple version, I'll break it down. After the fire of Fazbear Frights, he becomes more damaged, that we see in the cutscene in Sister Location. He turns into Dark Spring Trap. He's much more on it. He's basically on his last legs. What's the one suit that we don't see him take apart in the minigames? Golden Freddy. He finds it, and he's able to do so because now he's an undead
Stormister.
supernatural entity, so, you know, he doesn't need to worry about Cassidy. And they're both Springlock suits, thus making sure they're more compatible. And the fact is, it's like, wouldn't it be yellow? No, Golden Bonnie was yellow, but the decay and the age of a rotten body made it green. just like how a dead person inside of the suit could have also stained in a minute green. Thus is why he has the feet and the muzzle that look very much like Golden Freddy. I don't see any problems with this theory, and it even matches the parallels within the books of Fazbear Frights, where a spirit that's vengeful attaches to William to keep him alive. A spirit who's related to Golden Freddy attaches to William literally until UCN. Like, the theory works. It fits. It's got evidence. Let's just agree and move on.
You also can't forget the fifth endoskeleton that you can find in the sister location bunker in Helpline 1 that we point out in 3 Suit MCI. In Funtime Foxy's hard mode level, there's an Easter egg where an Endo 01 is just roaming around.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, bro, I'm just pointing it out. It works so well.
By the way, you mentioned the FNAF 3 minigames where he's taking apart the animatronics. Dude, okay. How does Cassidy appear once all the other suits are destroyed? Does she match the other spirits by just being a spirit?
Ghost,
Ooh.
a ghost,
I mean, look,
yeah.
like that's the whole thing I have. Like, I think it's just she's able to follow around. Like, we don't even know if that's Cassidy. I feel like it's Cassidy. It makes no sense for it to be really like bite victim, but we'll just say it's Cassidy just to be clear. It's like, I think it's just the idea where it's like after FNAF 2 with it being thrown away or just forgotten about, she's able to appear because she's like not attached, but she's like linked to the other kids in that situation. She was part of the 5 that, you know, the MCI.
They all
and
stick
she
together.
is the vengeful. If she is the vengeful spirit, I mean, bro, she could do UCN. I feel like she could do a whole lot of.
Let me see. Are we getting dunked on FNAF Twitter yet? Let me.
We better not be. All we've said is factual stuff.
After the stream. We will be.
Y'all better be getting dunked for Cassidy Vengeful Spirit. All I'm saying.
No, for
But what if
unhappiest
we
day.
split the soul?
For unhappiest day, we're getting dunked.
When did we stop talking about FNAF 4 and start talking about FFPS and Sister Location and FNAF
Yeah,
World and all this
Because
stuff?
we're talking about
bring it
yellow
back.
eyes,
Honestly,
and then we were
it's still
talking
been good. I'm
about
not
what went
complaining about
wrong.
it. It's been good.
I'll bring it back a little bit with FNAF 4 and World a little bit because they are kind of closely linked. It's the fact. So what do we? Even if it doesn't matter, do we think in some capacity FNAF World was the box, the inside of the box, or related to the inside of the box? Because the fact that you have at some point in the code of FNAF World the box which is unlocked and open is very interesting to me.
Where in FNAF World
thoughts?
or FNAF World is that open box? I just want to ask.
It's in the code. It's in the code of it.
Yeah, but what? It's on a particular level. It's just off screen. Let me look it up. Because I have a crazy idea. I'm just very curious.
It's also the fact that FNAF World does make references before Sister Location to all the FNAF games and eventually the Halloween update. But even then, it makes references to FNAF 1, 2, 3, and 4. It has if the bite victim and the bites with the brain-shaped map is the thing that causes it, and it's like something happened out there, and that was the bite victim with the bite of 83. Then the pieces in the clock ending are setting up FNAF 3's happiest day. I feel like the pieces being put together, it's all the pieces put together, could be FNAF World since it literally references and puts everything together across those 4 games. Thoughts on that? Hell, I feel like the fact that even Scott said, like, with the community accepted that way and it should be forgotten forever, might be the fact that so many people just hated FNAF World and we're just upset about the idea of FNAF 4's lore. It might be the fact that Scott knew, like, this is how it was. Not only was FNAF 4 getting people angry, FNAF World was just disappointing people. So at the end of the series like that, I don't think Scott would have liked that. So I think
I got an annoying question about FNAF 4. Getting back on topic. In the logbook, Cassidy asks, "Was your favorite toy a plastic purple telephone?" And we only see that in the nightmare chambers.
Yeah, that's part of the reason why I think Bite Victim might have to be the dreamer for the nightmare.
He is the dreamer in my eyes. I think he's at least one dreamer.
He's a dreamer.
So
yeah, I think he's a dreamer.
So there's a couple of ways you could take it, because I think Michael, if he's the dreamer, he's dreaming about being the crying child. He's dreaming about being his brother in terror.
You're tiny, so
experiencing it.
Yeah.
Well,
and he also dreams about being, the bed, having the hospital stuff.
Yeah.
So if the crying child's favorite toy was a plastic purple telephone, he would dream about having that telephone in his dream. He was dreaming about being his brother. So you could still say that he's not the dreamer.
William would have just put a bunch of the Crying Child stuff in the experiment rooms, trying to recreate
That's also
whatever happened with them.
yeah, that's true.
The thing is, to me, the proof, no matter how you slice it, says that both Michael and the Crying Child dreamt FNAF 4.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe.
That's the
will not
thing. I
convince
feel
what
like,
Crying
in
Child
my
did.
personal opinion, Crashmaster, this is all me, just me alone. I'm not speaking for anyone else. I feel like I've like, it's weird because it's like I haven't solved FNAF 4, but it's like I feel like I have answers, but then I don't have the full answer. Where it's like, what is FNAF 4's gameplay entirely? I know in part it's Bike Victim dreaming. I know in part it's Michael dreaming. But when it comes to the experiments, I am just stuck because I don't see any reason for it to be Crying Child. Michael can work, but even then, that's still a bit weird. It's like I know at the very least it's both of them dreaming. Whoever's seeing it in real time, that's where I'm stuck.
Boy, do I have a person who could be in the experiment rooms to answer for you.
Not Rory, no!
It's Rory.
No!
Rory in the
Don't give
games.
Raven
Rory in the
credit.
games.
I still don't understand from a point of view of Scott why he even came up with the experiment rooms, because it's the most different from everything else. And
I love grounding
all the
FNAF
rest of it.
4 with more bullshit.
yeah,
True.
but I just don't understand why he would like come to that conclusion that he needed to introduce that, because it doesn't tie into literally anything else. It's just like, oh, and
I mean, I just
also
love
all of
Sci-Fi.
FNAF 4 is like a recreated thing. It's so strange.
It's the thing where I'm like, I'm trying to solve the series on the lens, like, if we get an answer, no matter what it is, if it's an answer from Scott and the lore, I'll take it. But then when I look at stuff like, I believe Tails is in the games, just to be clarified, me personally, and then when I see Dodophobia, I'm like, I take the answer, but I'm like, why? What's this random kid got to do with anything?
Like I said, he's just to make us stop putting the Crying Child and Michael in those rooms.
Bit of an influence theory idea here, but
Yeah, this is
what
the
if,
exact same. It's not like a similar room. This is the exact same room from FNAF 4.
It's the exact same. It even has like
even
doors, like,
the
you can
same
see the phone,
clothes.
the
Even the same
fan.
clothes are coming out of the dresser.
Yeah, the closet's open. You see
Yeah.
the phone, the fan, the
robot.
other toy. It's the exact same. No shot.
Oh,
What's on the
also, we
see
know
the light on the ceiling.
we
too.
know those are the exact things because in Security Breach, those 3 toys are on display in Rockstar Row.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Okay, here's
That's
the
the things too. Here's the
We
weird
made
thing
after
about
the
that
game.
too. I literally am gonna make a video at some point, sometime soon, proving that all the nightmares are real. But then again, it's like, to what extent do I think they're real? I don't
The
know.
video
Is
is
it
just
a illusion to get
How about
space
the
again?
answer Didophobia freaking gives you?
I was just gonna say, like, it's just the video is just an on-screen link to a Didophobia PDF.
I mean,
I-
that's the. I guess I could just cop it out and be like, that's the simple answer. I just know they're real. To what extent, illusion disc, illusion gas, are they built for real or not? I don't know. Just know
By
they're
the way,
real. That's all we know.
About
That's all we
those
need to know,
toys-
really. That's all we
About those toys that Grindchild has, they're on display in Rockstar Row. There's also duplicates of them just around the Pizzaplex. I hope you know that. Like, they are. There's like, you can find the fan in Chica's Bakery.
Yeah, it's even
And-
weirder the fact that in Rockstar Row, there's so many of those pieces and parts that are rusted and old. Those
Yep.
toys are not. They're like in
Well-
pristine condition.
Bear in mind, in my opinion, and unless this is something that or like Steelbook just didn't care about or messed up in some way, because it just doesn't matter, like, universally, they are prizes you can get at the prize counter and Help Wanted. They might just be like Fazbear toys from the 80s that you could just get at the prize counter. Like, that's what their history might have been. That's how the Crying Child has them.
That's true.
Maybe they're on Rockstar Row because of the fact that they did exist, but that doesn't mean they're the originals. That's the only way I can think of it.
Probably, they're probably not the
Someone-
originals.
You know the way I was saying I don't understand how Scott would get to that idea as to like why he would make the nightmares not nightmares.
Yeah.
Someone in chat just answered that so perfectly, and I just wanted to call it out. Like, yeah, I
Okay.
think that makes total sense. Toaster 003 says, I think it was a response to dream theory, so that instead of everything being a dream, nothing is a dream, not even. That seems
That
like
is
such a good idea.
yeah.
Like for
you know
Scott to be
what's-
like,
it's-
how can I disprove it so much that you can't even like argue it? It's like even the stuff you thought was confirmed to be a dream. So I'm gonna make it all real. That's so
You know-
good. That
know,
makes sense.
That goes along with something Cyrus.
Is this just
credit to him
artifacting?
for doing this? What
What is-
exactly?
This weird shit on the side of the Plushtrap hallway. There's like a bunch of black circles.
I think that's the wall. That's just the wall
Well, I'm
because the
looking at the
camera's like on
wall.
an angle.
It doesn't look the same. It might just
me
be
the black
artifact.
circle.
No, because it's not. The camera isn't straight like with the chair. It's on an angle, so it looks like it's like in the corner of the room.
Yeah, I know it is.
Being
I
near
think
the
it's
wall.
probably. I think it's the wallpaper, but just like extremely zoomed in.
Yeah.
It's because the camera is literally as close as you can get it to.
If I was
It's
to say, if I was to be a
interesting that
prank
the
caller, I would
um,
say it's a bunch of illusion discs. It's a bunch of illusion discs taped.
Yeah, the
well,
wallpaper has
you know what
rings
I
on it.
was
The
gonna literally
wallpaper has
say
rings
because
on
it's funny. They look like
Wow.
They look like the
crying.
smellitizers from Disneyland that put out gas. That's on Main Street. They look like smellitizers that Disney World uses.
Wow.
What artifacting or like circles? I don't even see what you're.
You
talking
don't see
about.
this black
I'm
like
looking at the hallway. I think.
on the Plushtrap hallway.
These
the
black, like-
black
yeah, they're
rings
these
that are
black,
like,
like, rings.
right beside the camera.
I might need to tune into the stream. I'm just looking.
Yeah, you
not
need
there.
Oh, he's talking about
Shit.
in FNAF 4 on the cameras on Cipher Location.
Oh,
yeah.
that's probably
They're-
the wallpaper texture.
Yeah, it's annoying because they don't look like that in game. It doesn't look like that in game. There's no like rings.
Yeah. I wish we had such a like a higher res images
Of this,
these, 'cause
yeah.
These look so cool. These look so cool. Just like small and you can barely tell what's going on. Hey,
Chat
do you
don't know
wanna-
what
I wanna get into something
smellitizers
a little
are.
crazy.
Chat, you never been to Disney World?
I have no idea what it. I've never been to Disney World.
Yeah.
I want to
Ooh.
mention something just a little crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah, go ahead.
that's already funny.
I think, and this might be insane. I think, with how Didophobia does its stuff, there's a non-zero chance that all 3 grayed out areas on the map are underground. And I want you to think
Yeah.
about what I just said.
Yeah, I know. We've talked about this before.
the FNAF 4 has
I-
it as
Truman
well.
Show.
This is
I
I
think the
don't
Truman
know
Show is a
about that.
non-zero chance.
I personally believe the fact that when you look at the map in the breaker room and it's showing sister location with the white, but all the rest are grayed out, I think it's implying that those are all above ground. Especially since
Wait a
that means
minute,
like
wait.
that means the Fredbear. That means he made a replica of Fredbear's family diner underground too. By the way.
Yes, I am.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Oh,
Hang on.
Because all the experiment rooms are underground. I used to think they would be above. They're not. They're not above
Wait,
ground. They're
wait,
underground.
wait,
So-
wait.
We've known
Okay,
this
I
'cause
figured
Didophobia.
it out.
Oh,
I figured it out.
he found the
Oh
unwritten
yeah,
truth.
Didophobia would imply that.
What did you
I
figure
didn't.
out?
I didn't.
You got
I didn't
the
figure it
truth.
out. But this is funny. So
Guys.
what if, right? Scott makes FNAF 4. It comes out. His idea is like influence theory, or he's the 5th kid, or who knows, whatever. It comes out. Everyone has no idea what it's about, to the point where they start making up theories that this means this game is the only one that's real, and all the others are made up dreams. It's all fake. What
Oh,
if
I
in
know where this is
response,
going.
Scott says, all right, in my next game, I'm going to make it so that FNAF 4 is the only game that isn't canon. And I'm going to make sure that every
Everything
part
was
of it
Truman
is
Show
fake.
fake.
I almost
And,
forgot it.
and so
I
we're going
just-
back to Cassidy Receiver, we're going back to 5 Kids, we're going back to Puppet First. Bite Victim just doesn't even exist in this series,
Oh,
in this
awesome.
version of events.
Here's
Would
the
be
thing
epic.
about what Unwither Truth just said. Here's the thing about that too, and this is I just remembered it. This is from what I was saying about Cybersquawks. He made a very good video. It's a video on FNAF 2 and 4, how they kind of are a little not great. It's the fact that when you look at the series, it's very clear a lot of it is reactionary to Scott, where sister locations like Dream Theory. Okay, we'll have everything be real. FNAF 3 isn't scary enough. FNAF 4 will be the scariest. FNAF 2 is too much. FNAF 3 will be calmer. FNAF 1, we want more. Here's FNAF 2. And even FNAF 1 is a reaction to Chipper and Sons. Like,
Yeah.
it's the thing where I'm like, I feel like Scott is always just like
Well, he
going
says
to
he
one
uses the
opposite
feedback
end
of
when
his
we want a
last game, yeah.
balance. Yeah, it's
Also,
like he always takes it to the extreme. when
its
we want a
eyes are
balance.
indeed
We want a
possessed.
balance.
Oh. Wait, what?
Why are you saying, oh, we've known this? In the bunker, its eyes are still
No,
spooky eyes.
I'm reading. Sorry, I was reading something in chat. And
Oh, okay.
Um,
Which I think means
so
it was not
he,
just
he
William
pointed
in
out
there.
that-
Oh, you know what? I want to mention this, and it's back on FNAF 4, a little bit sister location, but FNAF 4.
Mhm.
What do people think of the theory that? Okay, so here's something I've been thinking about. Whenever I see 2 people or multiple people who have no connection to my knowledge, and they make a theory that's very similar, and it uses either the same or very different evidence, I take that as being like the fact that 2 people got this route is very interesting and might point to this being important. I think it was Sire Squawks and Mr. Dex Fan did a very did two distinct theories about maybe Crying Child possessing the plush.
Yeah, so did Gibby.
What are your
Gibby did
guys'
as well.
thoughts on that? Here's
Crying
just to be
Child
clear.
possessing the
Just to be clear,
plush?
Yeah,
I
Gibby
don't.
said
I'm
that
not
as
saying
well.
I believe it. I just take notice that when multiple people come up with a similar theory,
Because he
I
dies
take
holding
notice
it.
of that, and I'm like, yeah, it's the it's the fact that like the clues were there to get multiple people to that same direction. I take that as like that could mean something. What do you guys think on bite victim possessing plush? Because I just don't know what to take of it because it's just weird. I
Well,
guess.
I feel
mean,
like just-
he gets freed in FNAF 3. I guess.
I feel like whatever's in it here is the same thing that's in it in FNAF 4. Because clearly it's possessed in this sister location
so
bunker. So I'm guessing whatever
that would
spear is in it
debunk it,
right
right?
now is also in it. Which of course you could add on to Cassidy Plush, because Cassidy Plush would see the events of this and then underscore died. Rest in peace.
I don't know if the eyes mean it's possessed. I know the silver eyes usually that they're possessed in other games, but if this is Scott showing us, oh, this is just the bear sitting in an office with those eyes, is that him again conning its possessiveness by saying, oh no, look, those are actually real eyes, like those are cameras or whatever, whatever
No,
he's saying. He's trying to clarify
I think it's
not
supposed to be possessed.
I agree.
on the desk.
Yes.
I'm torn on it being possessed because it's like we have to basically throw out everything we have in the modern lore about 1985 being the MCI, because Cassie Plush makes no sense there unless we give this to Andrew or some other kid. And I honestly think it's just to be cameras, because we did the whole thing where it's like when they're further away from the house, they become blacked out, but when they're near the house, that's when they have the white eyes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I cannot agree with the being not. Why would they design the plush to look like that? Why would Fazbear Entertainment make a plush with spooky eyes?
Because
look, here's the thing with the whole thing about.
I'm saying, from Scott's point of view, he gave them those eyes as a way of unconfirming that it was possessed. Because people would have said, "Oh, well, it's got those spooky eyes. That means it's definitely possessed." Whereas he's saying, "Well, look, the physical plush on the table has those eyes, and it's obviously just a plush."
Oh, I think it is
this means
possessed
that
on the
in
desk.
universe it had those eyes.
I think the one on the desk is possessed.
I'm
Probably
not against it.
I don't think so, because it doesn't
We
do
mentioned
anything.
about FNAF World how there's the glitch Fredbear and the regular Fredbear. I'm not against it being possessed. I just can't vibe with it being Cassidy.
What did I miss?
Because that means MCI. So me and Unwithered Truth are thinking that it's
much.
more likely the white eyes are saying it's cameras. T-Dread is thinking that it's based on possession. I think it's the cameras, but I can vibe with the idea of it being possessed, but I can't vibe with it being Cassidy, because that means MCI 85 is just gone.
Are you talking about the
desk plush.
the desk plush? Well,
with the white eyes.
the plush down there is at that point. That plush, he's probably not got any possession going on. Like it's been
So you
sitting there
think
for
they
half a few
just
decades.
designed its eyes to look like this
Yep.
for fun?
I'd say William
Fazbear
replaced the
Entertainment
eyes
was
with
just like, fuck
cameras.
it.
Yep.
These are not
just
okay.
for fun.
They don't have a
Just
glow
like that.
though. They don't look
I
like
think
possession
William
work. There's no
replaced-
glow.
William,
Well,
yeah, that's why I'm saying they're cameras.
Yeah,
He
well,
mean,
cameras
replaced
they're
would
either
glow
regular
too.
glowing
eyes.
in the
Those would be
survival
lenses. Those
mode.
would reflect light. These are just dots.
Well, here's one thing I've been thinking
Yes,
about.
reflecting
I
light is
think
literally what a
when
lens
the
does.
animatronics
That's
are
the only reason you can
possessed-
make cameras. Anyway, go ahead.
So here's a combination of both. I think when Fazbear Entertainment sees the animatronics change, like the puppet mask getting the tear marks and Baby's eyes getting green, they just add that and they don't care about the change. They just think, oh, it's William or Henry. They just change the design. Then they make it to the marketing and they give it to all of that. Because then you have the other security puppets with the tears, and you have the survival logbook giving green eyes to Baby, and the puppet getting the tear marks as well. I think if this is the same or it's a different Fredbear plush, that's just Fazbear Entertainment be like, oh yeah, this is just what William or anybody else had. We'll just make a bunch of these and sell them on the market.
Shizu said that the Golden Freddy plush in FNAF 2 has those eyes, which is true.
Oh well,
But I
fuck
also
me.
think that's
Oh.
Also, I think that's it's probably not canon.
I don't.
the same. Yeah, I was gonna say it's probably not canon, but I don't think Michael was collecting. He wasn't. He didn't go back a few more nights. Fritz didn't replay that night a couple of times to get all the. Did his custom night a couple of times.
Do we think that instead of if Fritz he didn't get fired on first day, he just replayed? He really just wanted. He's like, please, I need to get all those plushies, please.
He's a
Fazbear.
true collector.
Oh, might I say as well? So I'm very entertained by the idea that Sister Location just completely retcons FNAF 4 and just says, no, never mind, forget that one. Here's a new direction. But not assuming that. Could we say that with Midnight Motorist, you know, the 87 dice? Could that be another thing that's linking FNAF 4 and 1987? Okay. And if it's the Bite Victim Runaway, then he could potentially... it could be potentially trying to link those two because he's got a link to both years.
Okay, do we actually believe that those dice actually mean anything, or if it's just a gag Easter egg thing? Because I'm like, dice in real life do not have freaking 8s and 7s.
No, of course.
You can't place Midnight Motorist in 87, in my opinion. At least, like.
I'm not placing it.
That means we have like less context
I'm just saying,
than
like,
ever.
I'm just saying, like, there's no other way to like look at those dice being connected as a Midnight Motorist something without it being an 87. And if that's not the case, it's got to be a gag.
The only 87 connection that I can think of, and it's something I thought of, but is that there's presumably William driving in a purple car, and he pulls up to a building and is told that he can't be there. And it's like that's the only connection we have to that in any other game, FNAF 2, when we're told that no one's allowed in or out, especially concerning previous employees. That's the only link I could make to FNAF 2.
Yeah,
but
that's
then I'm
the
like,
only one I can think of. But then why is it called Juniors? It's never been called Juniors.
Yeah, I could see that being a metaphorical name, but I don't think that's the case. Or it definitely isn't now, because Juniors, it's a different building.
That's the thing about this, where I'm like, I look, no shots to Nero, he's gone now. I think he's made a lot of interesting and cool idea and theories with Midnight Motorist in 87, but literally all of the context surrounding FNAF 6 with that minigame just, for me, makes it be like the night after Charlie dies and all that, and I just, with it being in 87, either adds nothing or it's just so mysterious. And the fact that the dice, and I know this is like a really minute point, dice in real life do not have 8s and 7s, and the fact that 8 and 7 and 8-3 just get referenced so much, just to me screams that is much more of a Easter egg. Until we just have more evidence, I just don't see any real reason for why Midnight Motorist is in 87. And if it is, what does that mean? Oh yeah, we already knew Afton. We knew since FNAF 2 Afton wasn't allowed back in the building. And then it adds even less.
It would just be like, oh, Michael, something happened to Michael after that. Like William did something to Mike after that, and Mike was not like Fritz.
So Jaxolotl, awesome name. I like Axolotls. Jaxolotl, guys, the dice are 8 and 7.
I think Chad can tell what I'm doing.
The William number.
Yo, wait, what are you doing?
Jaxolotl said the 8 and 7, add to 15.
Because look at the remote. Look how many keys there are on the remote. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
FNAF 4 minigame layout.
There's 16 things, and then you go. You'd have where the fuck is it?
4, 8, 12, 16.
You'd have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
In observation.
That's what you're counting?
Or observation.
Yeah.
Wait, for each dot?
The animatronics.
No, for each.
No.
That would mean the remote is for the animatronics.
Well, yeah. Well, that would make sense if he's controlling everything. But then again, why would they be in Circus Gallery?
Imagine.
Yeah, he should be.
No prob, Jaxolotl. I'm gonna tell Narrow Raven that because I think he's gonna.
And
be
also,
really
the dot representing Nightmare Freddy would be missing, so it doesn't even make sense. Like, there should be another dot here for Nightmare Freddy, but there's not.
Well, here's the thing: Nightmare Freddy canonically hides under the bed, which is the other dot. I think it's just he can't fit 2 dots.
Well, then where's Fredbear? Because you have.
Well, Fredbear is not real.
I think it's I think Fredbear.
Okay. He's not an actual nightmare.
You have 4 animatronic. You have 4 animatronics. Plus the 1 under the bed that we don't see, that's 5. And I think Nightmare Fredbear is Nightmare, so that counts for both of them.
Well, no, I think Underscore is saying that Foxy's in this side room or something. I think that's what he's saying.
I'm saying that who freaking cares which each dot is, but that is Freddy, Foxy, Bonnie, and Chica, regardless of which one you put it on. That just is. Yeah. Hey, I think you are misattributing what the buttons on that little remote do, by the way. Because you have... Let me just double check this before I say
There's 16 of them. And I do think this remote, because I don't think this is a walkie-talkie. Do we agree, Underscore, this is not a walkie-talkie? Or do you think it is?
It could be, but that's no, I don't no, I don't think it's a walkie-talkie.
No, it looks like more like a remote to me.
I mean, it could have some feature like that, but I don't know.
People have said that the speaker at the bottom is a giveaway.
I've also heard people say that that's a dial. like a circular dial. You can't really tell with the resolution. It looks more like a speaker, though. It looks more like a speaker.
If
You
we
know,
had
I
the
just
model-
find it funny. I find it funny the idea of like that remote is meant to be a walkie-talkie or something, and Scott just had to find the best asset he could to convey it.
Yeah, he's it's funny because he loves modeling machinery. But that's
to
so
me,
simplistic.
my head is that like based on other proof, like the story, like the real Jake, I think that it's meant to be a walkie-talkie, and maybe it's a multi-purpose remote.
It looks
for
more
other
like a
things.
speaker, yeah.
And then the Fredbear plush is just a speaker inside of it. It's the receiver.
Underscore, were you
Because
gonna
I
say
need you to
like the
look into
Fredbear plush
that.
appears in 16 different
No.
locations or something?
Well, I want you to look in the chat.
Okay,
and
where?
look at the image I posted and count
Oh.
how many spots there are on this.
Okay, see, I already knew where he was going, and I didn't even need to look at chat. I already knew he was going. FNAF 4.
Yeah, I mean that's 16.
That's
Right?
Wait, where'd you put it? Oh, the general.
Wait, what?
That's
The top
16.
secret chat.
I see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yep, 16 rip. Yeah, you're right. Okay.
You really
Yeah, I
have to
thought that
count
was
it all
it.
out.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah, chat. In the FNAF 4 minigame map, there are 16 different sets that you visit. There's 16 different sets you visit.
Which is
And there's also
4
16.
parts of the
yeah.
house, about
So I'll pull it up
7
for
of
you.
the main,
FNAF
7
4
or 8
map.
outside, and then like 4 of the of Fredbears. That's
FNAF
what I think the buttons are. I think if
Yeah,
there's
that
a camera
makes
spread around the
sense, that
neighborhood,
makes sense.
it's 16 different like
So
little camera
he's
spots.
channeling which
The
one to
only
speak
issue
out of
is-
or whatever.
Or just view,
Yeah.
either way.
Yeah. See, chat. Look, there's on this
The
remote.
what I
only
think.
issue I have with it is
16
this
buttons.
ignores
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
that we can't.
16 maps.
That
1, 2, 3,
the,
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13,
The
14,
back room
16.
didn't involve the Fredbear plush. That's the only issue I have with it because it's 16, not 15.
Quite a few of
because the Fredbear
Fredbears
plush
don't
seems to be-
either. That is like Fredbears is the issue. Is because it appears everywhere except for a lot of places inside Fredbears.
So yeah, there's 16.
we
16
don't- but we do
sets
hear it
you visit
talking
and
to
16
them.
buttons, chat, on the plush. Or
I
on
think
the remote.
of the 4 places in Fredbears, it only talks in. Does it talk in 2 of them or 1 of them?
2 of them, I think.
2 of them.
Because one of them
Like-
is the run back the other way or whatever.
Okay.
So we're gonna make
No,
the
but
argument.
it says that when you it says it when you try to go that way, right?
Yeah. Oh, it says tomorrow is another day when you get caught in that part. I think.
Okay.
The only weird thing is that
Uh,
do we think there's relevance, like, to go all the way back to FNAF 4? Do we think there's relevance for the fact that the plushie doesn't speak to Bite Victim on night 4 or 5?
It depends if it's a mistake.
Such a weird choice.
It-
No,
I-
it's probably not a mistake.
I'm looking right now. I was hoping they would make a reference to the remote or whatever it was. No, it just says notice the familiar Fredbear plush on the desk and it ignores the remote. I'm like, damn it, Scott! You didn't
Yeah,
want
right.
us to know what that was exactly.
Annoying. Okay, so she's. Let's see. Who wanted me to post this? If you scroll up in chat of it, I'll just repost it. There's the stupid little trading cards from the Fredbear plushies from Sanchi.
Mm-hmm.
And I know the other one, which is about the actual Fredbear plush, not like this freaky looking one. It calls it a walkie-talkie.
Yeah. Oh yeah. To add on to this, I know in some of the merch, I don't know how to take it so serious because I know some of the merch does say it. They call the Fredbear plush possessed Fredbear plush.
I think-
Yeah.
And this is
At
also.
this- I think after
it
all
also
these
says
years,
loves vengeance. So
usually we don't use merch, but possessed Fredbear, at least that name you think would have gotten fixed a long time ago. I think that is
They
technically
still
like
sell
its
that, don't
legal
they?
name or something.
Yeah.
Well, they
Especially
even made
the
new
fact
ones.
that it's used
Who
on
loves
multiple-
vengeance
It's used on
and
not
hates
just
William
one piece
Afton.
of merch. Yeah, the fact that it's not used on one piece of merch, but multiple.
Possessed Fredbear's got to be like its copyright name at this point or something.
But
Like,
if this
gotta-
card, if we take this on face value, this confirms at least like the one you should not have killed plush, whether it's Cassidy plush or not. It
I am not
confirms
subscribing
that-
to Andrew plush no matter what, which is really funny.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. If you
Yeah.
believe Andrew,
Oh.
the one you should not have killed, then you have to believe Andrew plush.
That's the problem I
do-
run into.
well, you
No, I
say I
don't.
have,
Andrew
you
Plush
say I
wouldn't-
have to believe it. You show me one piece of evidence that Andrew is in the game from the game. Fine.
If
No.
the only-
I'm not.
okay.
I'm not saying that he is, but I'm saying if you believe that, you have to believe that. If you take this card at face value, though, I'm actually thinking about it. It kind of would be cool if Andrew, if we just had to include him. If he was the Fredbear plush, that would mean the reason he can't remember is because he died so long ago. He was the first to die, He shouldn't have been the one William killed. Because it started everything. And then he possesses a toy, and then later on goes to possess a load of different toys, stuff from Fazbear's. Like he's not. He's not. You know what I mean?
Interesting.
That is kind of interesting. I mean, the Golden Freddy link even makes sense with the fact that he's in the Golden Freddy / Fredbear plush.
Yeah.
That would be really interesting. I don't think he could ever be the final speaker, like saying "I'll put you back together." That's not him. But like the initial one with like the stark yellow text,
I think that's the
that would make sense. But like probably not still, anyways. Like looking at how FNAF 4 works, probably not.
Yeah. Hey, the drawer from Help Wanted 2
I
is
was
here.
gonna say
Details. He actually got something consistent.
Oh yeah.
He actually got something consistent.
Oh, there is a drawer.
That's the puppet plush drawer. He actually got
cool.
Scott actually got something consistent for once. That's where you get the puppet out of.
Oh,
Cool.
and then they put the thing in there
good on
instead
you,
of on the
Scott.
wall.
Yeah, then they
Wait,
move
how
the
about
keypad.
this?
Good job, Scott. You remembered something.
If Cassidy is actually Charlie's in-game universe name, and Andrew is the 5th victim,
None of this
and
is
he's
clicking in
called
my brain.
Freddy Plush.
None of this sounds okay.
So we're not. It's not a Andrew puppet. No.
Not even, bro. Bro
All
could be
right.
pizza.
I think we've touched on a lot of topics at this point, so I just want to know the one that we've kind of glossed over, the box.
Okay.
Mhm.
And on the box, I have 2 questions. One, what do you think is in it at this point? And 2, does it even matter? Personally, I would say I think it's either I think it's the Golden Freddy mask that the bite victim never got. And I don't think the box matters anymore as of right now, just due to the fact that in Scott's interview, he says that he kind of forgot what it was, and he's not sure. He can
unwithered
even get
truth,
back to
you're
it. So
right.
if it even if there's something in it, he can't. The fact that Scott isn't even sure if he can get back there, I'm like, okay, why do I have to solve it if you're not
Oh
even
my
sure?
god,
wait,
dude!
so
What if the 2
if-
locks are
if
them?
Scott-
Unwithered. What if the 2 locks are them?
Huh?
Look, in the spotlight.
Oh, they're
if the
both
2 locks
they're
are
the only
them?
ones under the light
Yeah.
too.
Yeah. What if the 2 locks are them?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
The-
How does?
yeah.
I don't know how, but you gotta
So,
admit,
yeah.
underscore. You gotta admit that's
okay,
a weird scene composition to repeat.
Yeah,
Completely
they're
black
both
void,
facing each
spotlight, 2
other.
things. Completely
And-
black void,
yes.
spotlight, 2
The,
things.
They're both
by the way-
gold. They're both gold. They're gold locks.
So would that mean okay? Would that mean that the 2 characters? Let's say the box is Happiest Day. Like just throwing that out there.
So the
Does
keys.
that mean that whatever the locks are, is one of them is the crying child, and then
The other
but
one's
then
the
annoyingly
Fredbear
you have
plush.
to decide.
The young golden
you
duo
have to decide,
evidence.
does that mean
The young golden duo.
does that mean the Fredbear plush is Cassidy being important to Happy State or the puppet being important to Happy State? It still doesn't like get you farther.
Whatever
it is a
It
good
would
idea,
at
though.
least mean they're one of them.
Well,
wait,
here's
so
the
hang
thing.
on.
Here's the thing. If we think if bite victim, whether or not it's shatter victim or just regular happiest day, and it's for him, he is needed for the happiest day. Thus, he would be a key.
So
And
so
then-
what? Charlotte tried to open the box with only 1 key and then it failed.
With only one.
Yeah.
Like hypothet-
I think that would be what it was.
meta
I don't think
hypothetically.
it's relevant anymore, but I think that's what it used to be. So we don't necessarily have to take FNAF 6 evidence into account, because what Scott has said about the box is that it's changed over time, and it was a story part that he never followed. And if we're right about him undoing Happiest Day, or saying that Happiest Day is no longer relevant in the modern story,
Unhappiest
then
Day.
he literally
Unhappiest Day
Unhappiest
truth.
Day, he would have thrown away the box because the box was no longer relevant.
So okay,
He
let's look
forgot
at
it
FNAF 4.
forever.
Let's see if we agree, or if we all know what we think. But who in FNAF 4, looking at that, saying the box is the Happiest Day, everybody moving on. Who would you guys think when FNAF 4 first came out was that final speaker? Is it going to be Charlotte or is it going to be Cassidy? Because that's one of the other 2 important for Happiest Day.
So
Which ones do you think it's
original-
going to be?
If I had to take it with the original context and the fact that we did speak about the 1982 clues earlier and it did match the novel, which came out shortly after, I would think that in the original story, Charlie died first, and then she was the one who said, "I put you back together," and then that leads to them both, with her being the one to set up Happy's Day, being the puppet, the final one, and crying child, the one with the golden mask who never got on his birthday. That is the narrative I think the original games had.
And Unwithered, they make sure not even a pixel of Foxy's toe gets into the spotlight. It's just these two characters under that giant light.
Oh,
Any-
not even
any-
a single
On that idea, any changes, any agreements?
So
and
if we
disagreements on
are
what
saying
the original
Charlie
was?
plush and we're saying that the box was Happiest Day, would that mean that like Charlie and something are the keys?
I think I would
that-
agree that's the original intent.
Charlie and the bite victim are the keys to Happiest Day or something?
Yes.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
so.
that could even be the idea of like the story where the woman, if it is Charlie, she tried to free them but couldn't because it was 5, but she needs bite victim. She needs another thing.
I might think that is the even some of that, like Charlotte. I might leaving this think that Charlotte is still the current final speaker of the Fredbear plush, but obviously narrative parts of that have changed. The box is not important.
So at the time,
I mean, if we look,
yeah.
if we wanted to stretch it for timeline, we could say if bite victim is the first, that maybe he survived in the hospital until Charlie died. That's a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. I'd have to pull some other memory crap that's worse.
that is also funny,
Yeah,
underscore,
look,
that you mentioned that.
I'm not saying I would do that. I'm just saying if you want to stretch it.
Because if the Candy Cadet story specifically refers to unlocking, so if Charlie and the Crying Child are meant to represent the locks in that scene, that makes a lot of sense. Because the Candy Cadet story specifically talks about unlocking, because they are the locks. Lamau.
Oh my god. Okay, we need. I wish I kept track of it. What have we solved? I feel like we solved like a few things at this point. and
We
Or
came
at
up
least
with a
we got a
couple
lot
good
of things.
ideas.
I think
We got a lot of
we-
good ideas.
I feel like we literally solved the original FNAF story.
I think we nailed, at least for me, I've walked away with an interesting idea about the shadows and when the Crying Child is freed, aka before FFPS.
Mhm.
I'm so confident in...
So Happiest Day receiver
Happiest
bite
Day
victim.
may possibly
The original
failed,
story FNAF
question
4.
mark?
We got some more stuff for the shadows.
Yeah.
On Happiest Day. Man,
Well,
this stream
it
has
worked for
been
the
super productive.
Happiest Day worked for the bite victim, but not the other kids. I'm assuming. Yeah.
And there's a lot of good evidence for that with FNAF 6 and Sister Location.
Yeah, and
like,
yeah,
Wolves and MCI in some
the
degree.
Keys story.
And
I won't let the same
had
happen
someone
to you.
message me this.
Kind of thing.
I keep seeing someone message me this, and I'm kind of agreeing. Like the idea that we're pitching of maybe Happiest Day frees the Crying Child, but not the rest. That you keep mentioning it, but I don't see. Maybe you'd have to re-explain to me. I don't see how that matches the Candy Cadet story.
So I guess it would just be like her attempt at
So-
Happiest Day, because she says, let me see, what was it? Let me pull the story.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
you know,
it's the one where it says like she could free one of the spirits.
I'm
but she
trying to
can't do
tie
all
it back to the
5.
line of something
So she
went
melts
wrong,
them
but I
onto
won't
it
let
to
the
make it
same
5.
happen to you. So let me see.
I mean, I could see that. Like I think Shizu was saying, I could see that Candy Cadet story maybe matching the original Save Them. If you see that as an original,
Yeah,
Happiest
that's
Day
what I
failed
originally
because it didn't have
said.
the
Yeah,
Crying
that's
Child.
what I originally
that
said.
is-
Yeah,
that is okay.
same here.
Then I would see that. Then I would see that story as Save Them. That would make sense in my mind.
Save them? How would it become
Or-
save them?
It's
Oh,
Well,
sorry,
okay.
sorry, from Lefty DCI. Sorry, I remember now. Sorry.
From Lefty DCI.
No, I know it's from that stream they were talking about it. No, sorry, I understand what you mean.
Got it.
What I was saying
we're
about the
failing
keys-
to free everybody there by melting. them
Yeah,
all
it's the
together.
idea that
What I was
Save Them,
saying about
she
the-
could have used her remnant and her power to free one of them, but she tried to save them all with the animatronics, but she accidentally trapped them all inside of them.
So my issue with that
is it super weirdly contrived for then the Happiest Day to fail twice with Crying Child being freed on, but it like
I mean, look, third
No,
time.
what I would argue. Okay, so here's what I would
So
argue.
I
right?
was relating it back to
So,
saying, like, in the story,
basically
the
what-
puppet tries to release all 5 children, and it doesn't work.
Mhm.
And the only other time we see the puppet trying to
So-
release 5
yeah.
children is Happiest Day. So I think this is literally just saying Happiest Day didn't
Yeah.
work.
okay.
Yeah, I think that's all it's saying. I think it's saying
I don't
maybe
think
bite
that's the.
victim
I
is
don't
the
think
key.
that's the correct answer. I think it is a reasonable one. I think there are bigger stretches
it makes
people have
sense
made.
bite victim is coming together of 5 things. Oh wait, yeah, no, this does make sense. Okay, so if each key if each key represents a memory, we've got 5 of those memories for the 5 MCI kids, right? For the 5 minigames that set up Happiest Day.
Yep.
What if this is implying that if Charlie had gone in, she could have performed Happiest Day for any one of those kids, but bringing them together actually caused none of it to work.
Fucked it up, yeah.
Yeah.
So bite victim represents the 5 different memories. When he's brought together, he is healed. But Charlie thought doing that for everyone would work, but it didn't. It only worked for bringing together.
She was
melting the
hoping
keys
releasing
for
bite
one.
victim would free everyone, basically.
So melting the keys to 1 did
Yeah.
free the crying child, but it did not free
Yeah.
the rest of the 5.
Yes.
And that
It didn't-
takes
the MCI
them
kids.
all. And
Yeah.
and you know what?
Yes.
What? Okay, I
The
want you to
MCI
think about
kids
what
didn't
is
get
the
freed,
start
the
of that
BB did.
story. What is the start of that story? What is she trying to save these kids from?
A burning building.
He's trying to save them from being
Burning building.
Fazbear Frights.
Oh.
No.
Oh, FNAF 6?
FFP. I mean,
Same
they're
thing.
gonna
Hey,
end up
hey,
burning in FFPS
50-50.
anyways.
50-50. I had a 50-50 chance.
They're gonna end up burning in the locked
Oh, wait.
room that is FFPS.
Yeah,
Which
the locked
she
box.
thinks
this
is
is
a
what
happening
I'm
in the
box.
story, but
But hang on.
I mean,
if
you
this
could
is...
say like she tried to do it in FNAF 3, but
Yeah,
that didn't
and
work,
it
so
failed.
they all
And
burned
that was
in
past
the
tense.
end with FNAF 6.
well, the problem is half of them weren't even like technically physically there in 3 at least. Like Molten Freddy's out there somewhere.
Yes, but if we're doing some sort of maybe we're doing it the opposite way around, where it's like instead of bite victim being made up of the other kids, it's like the kids themselves are somehow latching onto the bite victim's memories. So it's important for
Yeah.
him, but not for them. So
Yeah.
I
he
prefer
needs them
that.
all together. But
You
it's
would call
not a
that
case of like
reverse shatter victim or something.
yeah, it's like
Discrepancies.
it's like not the fact that they need him to be put back together. He needs them to be all put into one place because for some reason his memories match on.
See, I'm guessing the
Well, that's what
the
I-
5
I
keys were the
massively
memories. She
prefer that,
brought them all
honestly.
together, and she thought, okay, I'll bring all these 5 things together to create the key to his happiest day, and everyone will be freed.
Mhm.
But the key only worked for
So he's
bite
the
victim,
key.
not the other 4 kids.
Yeah,
Yeah,
And
the
then
other
they
five
have
because
kids.
it
he
burn
is the key.
anyways.
Sorry.
Because he's now
I-
he's now
massively-
together.
And so there's 5.
I
yeah.
massively prefer that over shatter victim. Let's call that, bro. How do we
Yeah.
have unhappiest day? You just propose unshatter victim.
Well, okay, so here's the interesting thing is eventually they're going to burn. There's no memories left to free them. They're going to burn in FFPS. But
Yeah.
does that free them or are they kept around for UCN? And if they're kept around for UCN, is there something that frees them from there?
Yeah, I think it's William maybe
it's the
defeating
thing where
or sorry
I
Henry
personally-
defeating William and stuff. That's
I think
whatever
it depends on
Henry
your
is doing,
interpretation of
hands it.
UCN. To me, I just put it as a simple answer, being that the vengeful spirit and UCN and in William's memories combine to make UCN.
So it's just memories of characters. It's not actually them, which is
'cause-
kind of what you'd think is Help Wanted 2 is doing. Is that's probably not the spirits. That's the memory of them.
Yeah,
what
I'm fine with
Plushtrap
it being the
is.
memories. I have a hard time believing the spirits are still stuck there, especially since
Okay.
it's such a bleak ending for the
Then-
series.
Then FFPS definitely did free them, and their memory,
Yeah.
maybe minus
Oh,
Charlotte or minus
first.
Cassidy, their memory is the only thing that's left in UCN technically.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, in UCN they are
Okay, I'm gonna let us spit. I'm gonna say something stupid here. If under our crackpot theory, the 5 keys are the memories that you assemble in Happiest Day, what's the furnace? She says there was a furnace and 5 keys.
So what puts 5 memories together?
No, yeah. So I'm saying
would
if
it
we're
be-
saying
would
that
it be
yeah.
would it be Molten MCI?
No, that wouldn't make any sense. So if we're under the dumb theory we came up with that it's unhappiest day, the 5 keys are the memories assembled, and she takes all these memories and combines them to try to set the bite victim free. What's the furnace? She uses
Does it
something to
matter?
combine them. No, it doesn't. It would just be interesting.
Would it be maybe metaphorical? I would think metaphorically the fire
World?
Fazbear Frights, where it burns literally
Yeah.
everything else
Yeah, it
besides
could
that.
be.
And then in the rubble, the crying child has been freed, but nothing else worked. That's the closest fire you get.
Yeah.
I can't think of like a metaphorical object or.
I guess it would just be
in,
FNAF
like,
World.
the
Oh yeah, yeah.
spirit
Someone in
world.
chat
Like,
said the
yeah, I
furnace
guess-
is FNAF World. Yeah.
Okay,
She
then
used
That's what I
Yeah.
just said.
World.
I don't
Yeah.
Teeter, I don't know why you're saying it's crackpot when clearly
Am
it's
I mute?
very
No, you're
correct.
good. You're good.
I don't
Okay.
think it is as good
No.
as the
Yeah,
I don't
you
think
did
it's
say
as good as
FNAF
the
World first.
Yeah, I don't think it's as good as the common interpretation, but I think it is not a bad one. I think it's an interesting thought process.
I like where this has gone very much.
So in this
Same
case,
here.
then, what I would then say is, because the thing with the Candy Cadet being 5 into 1, we've all, there's been multiple times people say like, oh, it's all about Molten MCI, it's all about X, it's all about Ennard or whatever. But in this case, we'd have one story about FNAF 3, we'd have one story about Sister Location, we presume, and then one story about, or I guess this would be a story about 4 more so, and then we have a story about 1 to 3 about the MCI.
It even says she put the
With
5
the
keys
Henry
together
and the
in the furnace to
Arthurs.
create a single key, and you combine the 5 keys to make Happiest Day
Yeah,
possible.
that means you kind of have stories
In
that
FNAF
kind
World.
of
So,
expand
yeah, the
across
furnace might be
timeline
FNAF World.
of a lot of
That's
the
good.
most important characters.
I think it's FNAF World in 3 because like the pieces are not being put together in World. They are being set up, but they're not being all put.
Well,
they're
you could
being
say
spread out,
like
technically.
FNAF 3 is the key, the one key. You could say Happiest Day is the one key. It's I don't know. You gotta play around with it.
Yeah, it's
hard.
whatever. I think I'd envision 3
my-
is
my
Mosaic
sticking-
Victim. Whoa,
No.
Mosaic Victim. That is
Mosaic.
great.
I think I'm gonna stick with, for me personally, I'll stick with the memories being the keys, the furnace being
Yes.
FNAF 3. That's where
Yes.
I
I'm.
like
gonna
that.
stick
I
with
like
that
that.
too.
I like
sounds
that.
more like it.
Yeah.
Like here's also another thing in my viewing where if it fits well and it doesn't mess up anything and it's good, why make it overcomplicated?
Because I'll say
Why try to
underscore.
put anything else?
Underscore that version we just came up with, where the keys are Bite Victim's memories and the furnace is FNAF 3. What other interpretation for the first story is there that makes sense?
Wait.
What do you got? What's up?
So this is what FNAF World is all about.
Yeah.
Because Charlie or whoever the Golden Eyes is literally taking Bite Victim's memories and putting them in boxes.
Yeah.
So she's connected. She's the one who connects them to the spirits. She's the one who metaphorically puts them in the furnace and then melts them all together in FNAF 3. Lets Bite Victim do that. So like they're brought together, but it's Cassidy intentionally attaches his memories. So it's not that he like shatters into loads of pieces across things that he's not involved in yet. Charlie literally does it on purpose. Is that what Give Gifts Gives Life is?
I had imagined that might be. Yes.
I mean, I just thought of the thing where
Well, I
you said
mean, what
put the
else is
memories
she
in the
giving
boxes.
them? What else is she
I just
giving
thought of the
them?
thing where it's like you said, put the memories in the boxes. I'm like, what's in the box? It's the pieces put together.
Yeah.
It's his memories put together, and we're saying the plushie is Charlie. Bite Victim is the other lock.
Yeah.
2 locks come
Mhm.
together,
Well-
unlock the box.
Well, Unwithered, imagine he has, let's say he has 5 memories, like 5 hypothetical memory object kind of things. In that little final fadeaway, one of them is split to Freddy plush, one of them is split to Blondie plush, one's Chica plush, one Fox plush, and then a Golden Freddy plush. And then you have saved them where she is giving something that equates this kid to Freddy, this kid to Bonnie, this kid to Chica, this kid to Foxy, and then the Golden Freddy kid. That is probably the memory, is giving that memory to that kid that links them to that animatronic.
We might have got this story. We might have got this story down.
There's so many layers of like meta here, which get annoying, or like metaphorical parallelism. But ultimately, yeah, that is what's happening in Save Them.
I think you mean Give Gifts, right?
In Give Gifts.
The Give Gifts, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's taking Bite Victim's memories away from because he breaks, but all the pieces just stay where they are, and she picks them up and gives them to each of the kids one.
And then brings
That's
those kids
crazy.
together to try to combine his memories.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she's the one. So she's not.
You know,
stuffing
that
them.
actually makes a lot. It's like where the pieces are broken. She could give it to all the Bite Victim if they're right there, but she gives one to each of the kids. Brings the kids with him, tries to see if that'll work, but it doesn't.
Once you put all the memories into the dead bodies and give gifts, that's when Golden Freddy kid appears for half a second.
Freddy shows up.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Now, here's the thing. I hate Shatter Victim for a lot of reasons. I love this theory. What would we call this version? Like,
This is not too far off from Shattered Victim. I hope you know. Like,
I know.
It's
It's like
an
an altered version. I like it a lot better. Like,
I would just call it an expansion. I don't know. I'm not into dumb theory name crap. I'm not
really?
feeding into giving it a crazy name. Dude, Cybersquawks pulls up in his like Alter S,
Alter
Alter
S.
W, Alter all this bullshit, and I did not.
Pulls up in his
Yo,
alter
you
S.
want,
Dude,
bro?
I
You
can't handle
clearly,
this.
you
Alter
clearly.
S.
I need to just I need to send you all of.
I
the
still like
names
Unhappiest
of all
Day.
the versions of Multinet.
But yeah, so we're combining Shatter Victim with a couple of different things.
Yeah, a
And
couple new
we're also-
ideas.
I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but is this part of Shatter Victim where Charlie is the one giving to the MCI? And
I would
is that a
say
part? I've never heard
now.
that before.
I would like to say I subscribe to Shadow Victim, and I would say technically yes. I would say it is basically, or it works with it.
All
No,
right,
it works
all right.
with it, but is
Chat's
that what,
calling
is
it.
that
Chat
like a
is
serious
insisting it be
predictor?
called Mosaic Victim.
No,
I love Mosaic
bro.
Victim. I love it.
Mosaic Victim it
Well,
is.
Mosaic.
Well, there's a big
Worse.
difference between whether it's included or
The
it
chat hath
works with
spoken.
it. And I think it's not so black and white because I mean maybe someone who made Shadow Victim didn't think that's an element of it, but if it fits with it, who cares? It's just an expanding on the original idea.
This theory
Yeah,
doesn't
exactly,
work.
'cause
Neither
the
do
thing
half
is-
of them ever made.
How about Shatter Altered?
I'm not feeding into this.
But it's so fun. It's so fun to make stupid
I'm not
names.
indulging. I'm not enabling. I'm not.
You know, can I
No, 'cause-
share something with you underscore real quick?
What's up?
Look, I'm gonna show you something
Let's
real
take
quick.
a
Just
look.
click. I want to I
No,
want to show.
no,
you something.
I've seen the extent of. I've done
No, but-
tier
but
lists of
look.
all these. It's
Look.
insane.
Hey,
none of this-
look at this.
None of this needs to exist.
So one thing though with Shatter Victim, which I've never heard really explained like this,
Okay.
is the whole thing of Bite Victim dies and then randomly he's just like connected to all the other spirits for no reason. That's the thing
I
I've always
guess
had an
that's
issue
fair.
with Shatter
Like on the
Victim.
surface level, someone would say that. Yeah,
That's what
I
I
see
that's
what
what
you
I've
mean.
heard anyway. So this to me gives me a reason to believe in Shatter Victim, that it's like Happiest Day didn't just happen by accident. It wasn't like Charlie was like, oh wait, yeah, this is I guess he's broken across all these pieces, I'm gonna bring them together or like set it up.
Victim.
It's that she's like literally she's the one like attaching him to stuff on purpose. Maybe I'm just an idiot and I didn't know
I think that's
what
one
Shatter
of the
Victim was,
only
but-
ways you can explain what she's giving in the first place in Give Gift.
So she's
Like,
giving
what
them
is her
pieces of
gift?
Bite Victim.
Yes, I think
yeah.
that's one of the only ways you can make that make sense with current like post FNAF 4 interpretations of stuff.
And it was the Bite Victim's birthday when he died, so she's giving them his gift. Oh my god.
You do it so well.
What, the British like YouTuber clickbait voice?
Yes, you do Ryan so well.
Oh, 8-Bit Ryan.
It's just 8-Bit Ryan, bro.
What's
I
going
like
on,
his- I
guys?
like,
This is Ryan
teacher-
here.
Yes, it's so good.
I like T-Dread's his radio announcer voice.
What the fucking... That's right.
Yeah.
Someone's saying all 5 kids died in the story, so this can't work.
What are they?
Yeah, but
talking
we
about?
would mean that dying represents
Not
failing
being free,
Happiest
yeah,
Day.
not being
Like,
free.
Yeah, I mean the kids are
Surviving would be
already
free.
dead overall, no matter the interpretation.
Okay, look. So there's 3 stories from Canon Cadet in FFPS. There's the
Yeah.
one about
Yeah.
her trying to free them with the keys. That's Charlotte doing whatever Happiest Day stuff. What
Yep.
are the? Maybe I don't know exactly, but what does everyone else in here think the other 2 are?
Sister
I kind of forget
location.
often what they are. No. Be specific about the setting, not the game. Like
Okay.
what is? Who is the characters doing?
Let me
what?
introduce you to Lefty DCI underscore.
No.
The kind
Okay, the other
man
one
melted
was-
the bodies together. The kind
the
man.
guy with the orphans, and then the kid with the snake.
Mm-hmm.
Kid with the snake
So-
seems like this kid with
Michael.
the snake is either Mike
Yeah.
or William,
Uh,
and then the snake is Baby,
Yep.
and the kitten is
Elizabeth. Yep.
Um,
You put it back together.
I mean,
say
it is
it might be a case
5 kittens though, right?
Yeah,
It is
it's
5
all
kittens,
5. It's all
but-
five kittens.
you know what? Actually,
I don't
what
think it'd be
if?
baby
The
in that
thing-
case.
The
Okay,
thing about
hang on,
that
how about
snake
this?
story.
Oh
I
wait,
actually had a crack theory
What-
about this,
what-
but
alright.
go ahead.
I
What
have
you got,
a,
what you
yeah,
got?
I've got an idea. So if this kid with the snake is Michael, and correct me if I'm wrong on any of these, read it. I don't have it right in front of me, but the kid with the snake is Michael. He's got this baby, and he's got the babies in the cage, and the kittens in a cardboard box. If we take the cardboard box to represent Ennard, and we sort of smudge the events a little bit, the kitten is eaten. So that's Elizabeth dying.
Yeah,
the
getting
first
scooped,
time. That's
scooped,
Elizabeth
scooped,
getting
scooped.
killed. She gets churned into pieces. So I guess it would be both dying and being scooped, or becoming
Yeah.
part of baby. Mike goes into the snake, opens it up, puts baby back together, and then puts her into the shoebox with the other 4. That would be him putting her into Ennard.
Yeah.
I don't think that's what
So-
happens in the story.
Another thing that's really this is completely
He leaves it
cracked here,
open.
by the way. Because people were saying, oh, it can't be Elizabeth because it's 5. In night 3, the highest amount of children baby counts in the room at once is 5 total.
Let's see. I think you can I read a bit of the Candy Cadet's story?
Oh, I want
that one-
to do it in my funny voice.
Do you want to read it?
Yeah, which part?
Do it.
Which one?
The snake one. Read
The snake one. All right, here we go, chat.
Because I think there's a very specific piece of it I think you're missing, or I'm missing, and I'll
Alright.
be proven wrong.
When I finish,
He
you
left
can
the
you can
cage
you can
open,
talk
maybe.
about it. Here we go. Now I will tell you a story about a little boy. He had a red snake that he kept in a metal cage, whose hunger could not be satisfied. One day, the boy found 5 baby kittens outside his house. He brought them inside and kept them in a shoebox. He knew that the snake might kill them, but could not bring himself to get rid of the snake. He knew that if he chose one kitten to feed to the snake, it might be satisfied, but he could not choose. So he went to bed, leaving the cage open. The snake went to the shoebox, chose a kitten at random, and ate it. After 5 nights had gone by, the boy was full of regret and cut the snake open. He pieced the remains together and put the kitten back in the shoebox. No.
Okay, so what I was wondering about that is that a story about the snake going and taking one kitten, and then 5 nights later he cuts the snake open and puts the kitten back in the box with the other 4? Or is that the snake taking one kitten per night for 5 nights, and then him stitching all 5 kittens back together?
This is a huge
And
debate.
putting it
This is a
in
huge debate.
It says the snake went to the shoebox, chose the kitten at random, then ate it. After 5 nights had gone by, he cut the snake open.
Yes, so no, underscore saying, did the snake eat a kitten the rest of the nights?
One, did it eat one?
Yeah, 'cause
per
it
night?
just said
or did it
after
eat
Or did
one
it
on the
only
first
one
night and then skip
and then stop? Did it eat only one and then stop
it
eating?
seems to be. It doesn't say it, but the fact that it says the boy was full of regret and cut the snake, he pieced the remains together and put the kitten. He says he put the kitten. Does that mean it's one?
That's it's
Well,
the
it's-
same
I think
thing
it's
with the other
ambiguous
story where
wording
it's,
on purpose.
The other story.
I
refers
put
to-
I put the 5 I stitched the 5 kids together and put the child, like the one
Yeah.
child, but it's 5 kids.
Oh, that
I-
could be. The thing is, that could maybe relate to the
Yeah,
MCI.
the only
if they
problem
are
with that
multi-MCI editor than
underscore
Michael.
is
because he says
the-
Elizabeth. He doesn't say the rest. He just says Elizabeth, which is 1.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're gonna align this story with the themes of the other 2, it should be 5 becoming 1. You'd think it'd be 5 kittens.
It's
killed
annoying
once per night.
because the story
Still
goes out of
the
its
one
way.
way.
The story goes out of its way to say that if it chose one kitten, it might be satisfied.
Yeah,
be
and then it says
something
it chose a kitten. Then it says he pieced the remains together and put the kitten. He says it keeps using singular
Mm-hmm.
pronouns.
So,
I would think
this-
it's Mike because of the fact that in the speech he says, I put her back together. He only says 1, and he doesn't reference any of the other fun times or
Yeah,
anything
if he
like that.
chose
you're
one
saying
kitten,
that
I'd
it
be
is-
satisfied.
So you're saying that it is putting together Ennard.
I'm not
Or
saying
wait,
it's just like
or
I'm
sorry, what-
thinking
what-
that's-
what are you
that's
guys
the first
saying?
thing I can think of.
What are you guys saying the story was about then? Because I might have missed that part.
I think I've changed my mind. The
Oh.
first bit, at least to me, sounds like a guy has a red snake who is hungry, but he can't make up his mind on which one of the kittens it should kill, so he just lets it go at random, and it chooses a snake at random. That sounds like William and Elizabeth.
Yep.
The thing is, I really think that the snake is William, and I think there are clues in FNAF 6 to tell us that. For one, when you listen to a lot of his lines in FNAF 6, William Scraptrap specifically, you hear he enunciates the S, where he's like, how can I
That's
resist a promise such
Only
as
problem
this?
is the red snake.
And then you
Yeah.
have PJ Haywood, his voice actor. Scott said, and he went with the thing where he's like, he's a snake oil salesman. That is also another weird thing with the S enunciation and then the snake.
I still
That
think the
very much
snake is
to me
supposed to
feels
be
like-
baby.
It should be.
Okay, well, you know what?
Like, I'm not saying it can't be. I'm just like, to me, just with the clues,
But
it's
yes,
weird. It
Snake,
might not be William.
Snake in a
Baldwin, but
metal
it's just like,
cage
that's
could
very
also be
weird.
William because he's a snake and he's inside a Springlock suit when he kills children.
Well, let me
It's a metal cage.
let me take us over to the other third story, and maybe how we assess that one will change to what we think of this one.
The
I think
kind
it might.
man.
The third story about the kind man who takes 5 kids in, and then they are all killed by a burglar, and he stitches the bodies together.
The kind
Is that
man
like very
does.
clearly the MCI or something? What do we got going on? What do we think?
Lefty DCI for sure, guys. Yeah.
So, I want to say, T-Dread, if you just had like a robotic filter, I feel like your voice would basically be almost identical to Candy Cadet's.
1-to-1 to Candy Cadet. Yeah. I don't have a soundboard open.
Like with the voice you put on.
When I
with, like,
said,
the-
now
the
I will
voice
tell
you
you
put
a
on, I
story
feel like
about
it'd
a
be pretty
kind
cool.
man who would visit 5
Yeah, just put like a little
Yeah.
bit of put a little bit of a robotic reverb. It would be
I can do
pretty
reverb
sick.
right now, actually. I have live reverb I could do.
A story
reverb.
about a kind man who would visit
Hello.
5 orphans
Here we go.
and bring them
Alright, I got
toys and
reverb now.
gladness.
Whoa.
Oh, perfect.
Now I will tell you a story about a kind man who would visit 5 orphans and bring them toys and gladness.
Awesome.
The man lived alone and lived in fear that someone might break into the house of one of the 5 children. So he adopted all 5 and brought them together in one place, in his own home. He promised them to never leave them, and they promised to always come home and never stay out too late. He left one day to buy food, his heart being filled with gladness, but returned to find that the burglar had chosen his home and killed all 5 children. The man could only afford 1 coffin, so he stitched the 5 bodies together to create a fucking shit. He stitched the 5 bodies together to make one and buried the child. That night, there was a knock at the door.
I got so into that. I forgot it wasn't a recording.
Except
And then when you went,
the
shit, fuck,
experience
I'm
was
so
broken,
thrown
bro.
off.
That's funny.
So is that clearly what like Henry MCI kids brought into Freddy's, and then the killer strikes and kills them all?
So
Is that what's going on?
I like Lefty DCI's interpretation.
I feel like I should think this is a joke, but the more you guys talk about it, the more I feel like I'm missing something.
Oh, have you not seen
did
the
no,
video?
you've not
do
seen
you
Lefty
know
DCI?
what Lefty DCI is?
You haven't
No.
seen... Oh, he hasn't seen Lefty
Oh, no,
DCI.
it's not a joke theory. It's an actual real theory.
It's a real theory.
Dude,
And it's actually really good.
I've been brushing this off like y'all been joking.
No,
No,
watch,
no, no, no,
watch
Lefty DCI
Crying
is a
Out and I's
real
video.
theory.
Crying Out and I made a video
All
on
right,
it.
explain
summarize
it
summarize
rather
it
quickly.
first. Yeah.
I don't want to explain it. It's stupid. We should
Okay.
get...
Okay.
Wait, can I get
Oh,
Crying...
it's
I'll
stupid,
explain
huh?
it. I'll
Crying
explain
Out
it.
actually believes
So
it, though.
the idea is
Crying Out actually believes it. Can we get him in here?
So, okay, I'm getting very mixed signals here. I want you to realize that.
All right, Crying
So
Out's
hang on,
not
hang on.
online.
I'll quickly explain it.
Unwithered, you explain it and I'll correct you.
Perfect. Okay, so in this story, the idea is there's a reference to what is it? Saved them. This? Oh no, that's the chart.
all
So
home
in
in
this,
one place?
basically, there's 5 kids who Henry, being the kind man, takes into his home, which is the FNAF 2 location. He brings them toys, i.e. the toy animatronics and gladness.
Oh, that's funny.
Then William breaks into the building after he's been fired.
after
so he's a
hours,
birth-
after hours.
breaks in.
Oh,
He then he kills the 5 kids. Henry
Save them,
is
save them, save them,
sad,
save them.
or he doesn't want either. I've heard in Crying Out sequel video that he didn't want the police to find them, so he stitches them,
He's
puts
on
them
acid.
into Lefty, and then Lefty comes back to life, and that would mean because in Pizzeria Simulator, Lefty is $5.
$5.
Lefty is the 5th of a 4-band animatronic. He's got
$5,000 as well.
5 swirls
5
around
purple
his
swirls, 5
poster,
purple swirls, 5 purple swirls.
and
He's
you
also
get
valued at
5,000 points.
$5,000.
5,000.
No, he's $5.
$5.
No. I mean, and when you salvage him, if
Yeah, you get
salvage
5,000 points.
Oh yeah,
5,000.
and then you get 5,000 points. Yeah, so
In UCN,
there's
he
a
has
lot of
5
fives
voice lines,
connected
5
to
voice
him.
lines, 5 voice lines. He has 5
I'm
faces,
losing
5
myself.
faces, 5 faces, 5 phases.
And then I think what was the
I
last
mean,
one?
the
Oh,
fact-
he's got the same
fact-
eye
this
as
is a minor connection.
Mangle.
You have the fact that the puppet was the first scene in FNAF 2, and we have the toys.
Yeah, and
Or
so then you'd
FNAF
have
2.
all of the toy animatronics and the puppet in one vessel. 5 of them haunting the robot
Yeah.
and being at the center. Being
Scott,
in its casting call, Scott made sure Lefty is the only character in the entirety of UCN that Scott specified, please make this animatronic sound possessed. Lefty is a possessed sentient bear. Exact wording.
Is it really the
only one? The only one in all of UCN.
Really?
Yep.
Because I was
make
gonna,
this
because I saw
animatronic
that
sound
argument
possessed.
and I was like,
Lefty is a possessed sentient bear.
I was like, that's, I mean, like possessed isn't a, like you could probably describe that, even though possessed.
Yeah, and then some.
Interesting
Its
that's the
voice lines
only
are,
one.
"There's room for one more. Let me make room for you." Yeah, and the idea that what better way to lure the puppet than having desperate kids inside of it. So.
Oh, that's a good one. I don't remember that part.
You okay? Some of it sound interesting. You lost me at Henry covering up.
Yep. That's Cryonide's idea. That's Cryo's idea.
Murders.
That's Cryo's idea. Don't pin that on me.
I'm gonna pass on that.
I think there's alternate ideas you could go with.
No,
you could go with
the
it
problem
being
with
like
Cryonide's version is that it would make him a hypocrite.
Yeah.
The only idea is that he creates a Lefty to maybe then go out and capture the other kids. Or that's the only part.
You'd have to spin it. You'd have to spin it in a way that he does it unintentionally, like they possess Lefty unintentionally, like he doesn't mean for it to happen.
The only issue with it being the MCI is that, first of all, that would imply that there's Golden Freddy in the MCI in Molten Freddy. And it would also imply that Henry had something to do with putting them together, which he didn't do. The MCI put themselves together.
Yeah.
Chat's talking about underscore saying bro doesn't want to accept the truth.
Oh my gosh.
The thing is, for me, Lefty DCI, the DCI is one of those topics that I just don't know what to do with, because I'm so weird with the idea of them even possessing anything just based on like how possession works and what we see in FNAF 2. I only give it a chance because I like Rockstar MCI.
Oh
yeah, and
also just they seem cosmically non-important in the grand.
And then underscore the other thing was
like, here's the thing, Rockstar, it's ironic for me, the Rockstars have more importance in their one game than the toys do in their one game, and I just find that funny, especially since even the Rockstars get more stuff out of UCN than the toys do.
Then the another thing about the story that Cranite and I found, this is reading into it like English class levels. He made them promise to always come home and never stay out too late. That's how Charlie died, because she was out really late outside of Fredbear's and not at home.
This is goofy.
How dare you? How dare you deny the truth? I don't actually believe it. I just think it's interesting. Cryonide's sold on it though. It's funny.
I think it's also just nice in like a sense of like, oh, then we'd have something to do with the MCI or the DCI.
Yeah.
6. The only weirdness is that Henry doesn't reference it at all.
Yeah, it's like, the thing is, even in the Insanity ending, he talks specifically about the MCI and like FNAF 3's Follow Me.
Okay. This first story about the one with the 5
the
keys.
DCI is like forgotten about so much.
What better interpretation do we have than Unhappiest Day for the first story about the 5 keys? The one we just came up with this stream. What better interpretation do we have?
I literally can't think of anything else besides
Genuinely,
the only two interpretations I personally have heard is literally Molten MCI and Charlie with the other kids. That's the only two I've heard of.
Under denial, they're calling
so
him.
addicted to Molten MCI. Everyone is so addicted to Molten MCI. I swear, it's like everybody snorted the novels and like, this is so good.
Genuinely, at this point, I've just been doing Shadow Victim and Molten MCI stuff, but like the expansion of what we've done with like applying how Charlotte does the MCIs and maybe a few failed ones, which parts of FNAF World I've never seen before, really adds to it.
Yeah, underscore. I also came up with this first story being the DCI.
Bruh, talk to me in December 5th when we don't see it happen in the FNAF 2 movie.
That's gonna be so crazy.
If it does happen, that'll be worse. If it does happen, that'll be worse.
Henry shows up at the end with Lefty, and he's like, "Come with
me." He shows up with Lefty at the end.
Talk to me at the end of the year.
Yeah, right.
Undercope.
Dude, this slander, I will not take it.
Yeah, my chat is the DCI fan club, bro. You gotta be careful.
You know, it's
so-
funny. I just realized I think I prefer Lefty DCI than Molten MCI.
Y'all are
No.
freaking crazy, bro.
No, see,
Look,
Molten
you're
MCI.
crazy.
I think,
Do you believe? Actually, you know what? What version of Molten MCI do you believe? Underscore.
You want to know what I think about Molten MCI?
I just want to know what version you believe.
You are going. I'm not gonna. I'm not doing name crap. I'm gonna describe to you. I'm gonna describe to you what I think.
Okay. Okay.
You're gonna have William, and he's gonna go to FNAF 3 minigames, and he's gonna take those endoskeletons. He's gonna take 4 of them, but obviously Charlotte follows. She just follows the pack anyways. So
He means
he melts
Cassidy.
those 4 down. Did I say Charlotte?
You
Frick
did.
me, I guess.
Yeah, you
I meant-
said Charlotte.
Yeah, denying Lefty
He
DCI
melts
will
those-
rot your brain.
He melts those 4 endoskeletons down, and that goes into the fun times. But obviously Cassidy's still following. And then it's the 5 with Elizabeth and Ennard, and then they kick her out, and then that's Molten Freddy. And at some point, maybe the Crying Child was kind of following too, because he just does that, but he got freed by what we're saying tonight. So
Unhappiest
That's-
day confirmed.
So you believe? So that's I'm trying to think. That's no version of Molten MCI as of
Why?
right now.
why is that no?
That's
That's literally
customized.
just like that's literally just
Well, you
how
kind of just
it
said
works
what
in
we
the novel.
came up
You-
with today and baked it into Molten
Molten
MCI.
No,
Yeah,
no, no,
alter
no.
you.
I want to
Even
point
if
this
you
out.
ignore
I
the
want
Crying
to
Child part.
point this
Yeah.
out. When people say, a lot of people in the community, and I mean the vast majority I've heard, when anybody says Molten MCI, everybody just says the 5 original suits from FNAF 1 are
It's-
in Molten Freddy and Ennard. That is not correct.
That is not correct. Okay, I'm
Exactly.
basing what I think off of Novel Trilogy, and Novel Trilogy
Yeah.
shows, hey, he only could have gotten probably the 4 endos.
Well, even in the
Like,
graphic novel.
It's the 4 endos plus Cassidy
It's
because she
4
just
of them.
follows. Is that not a common thing? The 5 suits is not applicable.
No. I'm just letting you know. This is what I know in the community. A vast majority of the community think Molten MCI. Yes, the 5 suits from FNAF 1 are in the Fun Times and Ennard.
Blasphemous.
That's-
It's just
That
it's
yeah, exactly. That's
blasphemous.
what I've been saying.
Literally, Help Wanted has the furnace with 4 endos in it.
Exactly.
Unhappiest day can't work because all 5 kids die in the story, which means CC
So-
couldn't have been freed.
So
The
is my
kids are
happy.
all dead
No.
in all of the
No, no,
stories
he means
anyway.
freed.
It's
So-
hang on,
metaphorical.
That would just
So
mean the
is my
bad
mo-
ending is canon.
He's
Just mean
not-
Happiest Day didn't work. Yeah, it would just
not-
mean the bad ending is canon. Sorry,
yeah,
continue.
no. He's not one of the key. He's not one of the kids. He's the key.
Yes.
Oh,
So
so
he's
he's
represented
not
by
he's
the
not the
kids.
receiver. He's not the receiver in this instance.
No, he
I
is
don't-
the he
I
is
don't-
happiest day.
Oh,
I don't think he's the receiver. Yes. I've never thought he's going to be the receiver, but ultimately he still gets freed.
okay.
Well, it's
can
both,
have
right?
those both
So
at the same
Cassidy's
time.
the one literally
Okay.
getting the cake and putting on the mask, but it's
Yeah,
more
okay.
like
so
it's
combining
more like
all
the
of
puppet
their
is creating
okay.
a
Like,
fake happiest.
When you go
yeah.
and give a kid cake in those other minigames, that's not the Crying Child in the first minigame, and the second minigame, and the third and the fourth. Why would the 5th one have the Crying Child as the 5th one when you really need
The MCI. So it's
Cassidy to beat that?
it is
You really
okay.
do.
So
Oh,
it's
yeah.
the puppet trying to use the Crying Child's memories to assemble a Happiest Day, and she's trying to
Yes.
use the Crying Child to help release everybody. Correct?
Yeah. Oh, that's kind
Okay.
of cool actually, because then
If I
then
had
it's like
to-
I was gonna
if I
say
had
it's
to-
kind of like Charlie was looking at his memories and was going like, I need 4 kids in masks. And I need a Golden Freddy kid. Oh, I've got those.
Bingo.
I'm gonna bring all these kids one by one into this room,
Well,
and we're gonna make it like a happy
I
day for him.
I really just think that the bite victim should be the Golden Freddy mask wearer. But if I had to agree with an interpretation that everybody's like, okay, we agree on one interpretation, this would be my next best choice.
okay, that works.
And then also,
I just have
Cosmically, it doesn't
And then, oh
matter.
yeah, look,
Like,
Yeah.
everything that happens out there has an effect here, and she's saying like, okay, out there, this is the exact scenario that occurred. So in here, we're gonna remake
Yeah.
four masked kids, Fredbear,
Yes.
Party.
Crashmaster, I just think that you couldn't have that scene make sense without Cassidy being there.
That's the thing too. I just like that's the thing. I don't like the idea of Cassidy receiver because the only real there's like the clues that are the proof that's used is either flexible or it's just like bite victim is just like not there and I hate it, which is why I think it makes more
It's-
sense for it. But if we have him being the metaphorical setting of it, that's just the one thing too. It's like, why is it a reverse Fredbear's layout if he's not involved in Happiest Day? And then
Well,
it's
I mean,
like, the kids are all free, but Cassidy just still does UCN. It's just like so much weirdness for me to accept.
I know where we're diverging, and it's Cassidy doing UCN.
Like, okay, do you believe
That's where we're
UCN?
splitting. What? Yeah, it's Andrew.
You think okay, look, here's
Andrew,
the thing.
where's the magic
Besides
spirit?
Fright,
Okay, let me
besides-
pause you. Let me pause you there. I do think that Cassidy's kind of there, though. That's the problem.
I just
So
want to know. I just have in any of the
She's
games
gotta
that
be there.
Andrew's the vengeful spirit.
Fazbear Frights.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's just if you do. It's just if you do.
The only thing I can think of is the gender debate, and that is so negligible.
This guy
It's a
hasn't seen
good enough
14 Theory.
resource, bro.
This guy hasn't seen 14 Theory.
Hang on, crying
I'm not
fright guard.
doing
Listen,
something-
listen, crying fright guard. Okay.
just to be clear, I've struggled with frights being the games. I have made versions where I've come to accept that more. I'm just like so with the idea, but I'm okay. So look, all of frights, no. Stitchline, I'm open to it, even though I don't like it that much.
Yeah.
And this isn't to say that I think Frights is bad. I like a lot of Fright stories. Step Closer is so good. To Be Beautiful is heartbreaking. Like, a lot of the stories are good. It's just like, and this might just be the series in general. I just hate the fact that, like, oh yeah, you could have literally never in the original Scott made games ever have figured out that Andrew is the vengeful spirit. This, like,
Andrew is a vengeful
that's just so
spirit.
lame. That's just so whack.
It is ass
Oh,
writing
hang
if
on.
it's true. It's written like ass, but I mean, Scott's not a
Especially
good writer
since
anyway.
that means we would have never, and not to mention, this isn't even like you need to know about this one book, like the logbook. No, this means you would have never figured out UCN is about Andrew until the 5th freaking book, and then you need to
How
read the
annoying.
rest of it to get his story.
Hey, I'm not here to say that the books were a good decision by Scott. I'm just here to say that's what they do.
Hang on,
Look,
I just
look,
want to.
Here's
I
the
just
thing.
want
Look,
to.
here's the thing. Here's the thing. At this point, the way I'm solving FNAF in 2025 and onward, even if I don't agree with it, if the evidence, look, I wanted Elizabeth to be after
You
the
have two
MCI,
choices,
but the
Crash
proof-
Master.
The proof.
Either the
I
story
have two
is
choices.
either the story is unnecessarily convoluted, or the writing is ass.
And I lean the writing is ass.
I'm not gonna lie, I love Scott. I love that man. I think his writing is just kind of crap in some places. Here's the thing. Look, do I want to solve FNAF, or do I want to make a version of FNAF that I like? I'm gonna solve FNAF, even if that means a lot of the theories I like are not true. That is where I'm in 2025, and that's my videos. That's why I'm like saying my videos are not theories; they are lore videos specifically.
Yeah.
Because I'm just gonna talk about the facts and the lore that no one can disagree on. And if I can't find an answer, that's what you guys are for.
Based.
First, so I just
Unhappiest Day
want to
true,
address
though.
a couple of things just in the.
I want to see
in the-
Twitter filled with
in the
unhappiest day after
comments
this.
or in
Make
the
everyone
chat.
on FNAF Twitter annoyed.
Pretty Raver Girl says we're not considering some sort of theory. If you want to tell us about
Andrew-
what that is. There's another thing with
what theory
people are
is it?
talking a lot about.
Let me see.
This is I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out.
I'm scrolling up.
But I'm trying to find.
Alright, so I love Pretty Raver Girl says, I love how they're mentioning Andrew being vengeful spirit
Yeah.
and still haven't
Help
even
me
considered
see.
our theory. What's the theory then? What's the theory?
Yeah,
That's what I'm
don't
asking.
Gatekeep this shit.
So the other thing is,
Enlighten me.
people are bringing up. I don't know. I feel like this was something that I
That
like, had a
Cassidy
brain
is the
blast
name
on
of
a
the
few weeks
puppet.
ago.
Guys,
Yeah, people are bringing that
Cassidy
up.
is
And
the name of the puppet and the vengeful spirit is crying child.
How about frick all of that?
How
all
about
of
none
it?
of that is true based on all the evidence that we have?
Yeah,
So I want to
don't
address this
agree
because
with
this is
that
something
personally.
this is something that is technically possible because we don't have Charlie's name.
That is true.
It's something that I was like, oh, that would make sense because it's the logbook setting
Cassidy
up
Emily.
happiest day. That would be Charlie, you know. But the only problem with that theory is, in that situation, we then have one of the children who goes unnamed and unused unless we say that Cece is is like the 5th victim of the MCI or something, which I don't know how that works. Because it just becomes a case of then, okay, so then is there only the bite victim and Cassidy in this case, the puppet.
Yeah, I just don't
We don't
like
know that.
Crying
It just-
Child
it just
Vengeful
raises
Spirit.
other
I just don't
questions.
like Crying Child Vengeful Spirit.
I have issues with Crying Child being a vengeful spirit
Yeah.
because it does not fit his character and any version of any theory you work with. Cassidy being Charlie's name in the games, I will only consider that because it's true we have never heard Charlie being the puppet
in
the games. But then it's the thing where it's like some of the names are consistent across the series, so I don't know why they would change it just by being confusing.
I'm getting a snack real quick.
Okay. Also, I'm gonna wrap this up soonish. We've been here for 6 hours.
Yeah, good
my
point.
Yeah, it's just in the case that it is possible, you have a lot more questions left to answer based on the latter half of the series. I think you could make a later in
Yeah, and not to
questions of,
mention,
like-
it's the fact that the vengeful spirit's all about like the one you should have not killed. Mike Hell, screw that theory. That theory is just pure butt. I'm not swearing. That's pure butt. I'm sorry. William did not kill Bite Victim unless you want to be like, but his actions and negligence kill Bite Victim. I'm like, I don't know about that, Chief.
Yeah,
Especially with the fact that
CC turns
like,
vengeful after his own father's negligence and kids.
his own negligence and
I
watching his own
agree,
father
but
kill
only
him.
if you have. I guess in that case, then you have to have a second person separate from vengeful spirit. But
It's the thing
That
is
is
the
weird
theory
then.
possible? Yes. Does it fit what we're shown with the characters and what we know in other continuities? I don't know about that because it's just common sense. Where I know it's a thing where it's like it's weird because it's like, why would she be named something different in another continuity if all the other ones are very very like similar? Then you have the fact where it's like BB is always shown to like always be just like, even in all the other theories you make, you have him just being this scared crying child who runs away from fear and he's always just super scared. Him going to now punish his
my
own
dogs are
dad
tweaking.
in like which is basically like ultimate custom hell. That just feels very
also, William didn't kill him.
uncharismatic for CC.
William didn't
Well,
kill
Yeah,
him.
okay.
that's the thing. That's the thing. The only way you can make that work is like, oh, his negligence is the thing that killed him in a way, but that just feels so just. I don't know about that.
Okay, you got to be real though. Most of those old Crying Child is the person theories had Mike as the player of UCM.
Exactly. That's
the
why.
funny part.
That's when you left. I said Mike Hell, but that
Yeah,
theory
no
is
shot.
butt.
We
I'm
have the
not
man-
swearing. That theory is butt.
Andrew this, Andrew that. We definitely plays William in UCN.
Mhm.
All right, I think we should wrap up.
I can't. I meant to write a script today. Frick all y'all, bro. I'm not getting this shit done tonight.
Well, it's because our discussion was
No,
beneficial,
it's
though.
all
So
good.
that's
No,
good. That's
this
good.
was
All right,
this
so
was actually awesome though. I'm joking. This was actually awesome.
Yeah.
Before we
This
do
is
wrap
very
this up, final thoughts. I feel like we
Well,
did
you shouldn't
actually
have
get a good
neglected.
amount of, even if we didn't quote unquote solve anything 100%. I feel like I'm satisfied with a lot of our answers and what we.
Yeah, we came up with a lot of interesting
I
ideas.
genuinely feel very confident about how the whole FNAF World Happiest Day
Yeah,
relates.
Candy Cadet
Like,
story, shenanigans.
even if Unhappiest Day isn't correct, I really like the idea that Charlie Give Gifts Give Life is part of the setup for Happiest Day.
Yeah,
and
like
that it's like
yeah,
her
and
putting
that's
pieces
that
in
that
place.
mirrors the plushies fading away because it's putting his memories into the others.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even
And,
have a lot
and
of-
just I have a feeling people will rebuttal with this because we don't see Charlie and Freddy Kid, and in this case that would be. But what I would argue is she's in the suit that killed Crying Child, so she already has probably
He's already
the
connected.
closest to connection to him.
Yeah. Honestly, even if half the stuff in here isn't correct, we threw out so many, and
Yeah.
I'm guessing a lot of us have been doing this for a while. We threw out so many crazy ideas I've never even thought of.
Yeah, this
Then
is what we do on the
opening
stream.
up a lot
This is
of
what
that,
we do on
like,
the stream.
Really interesting stuff is gonna change some discussions. I'd hope.
Yeah.
I want to look more into influence theory.
Oh
as
yeah,
well.
we had influence
and
influence
that's-
victim and we had unhappiest day. Those are the two things we came up with this time.
That is something I'm really glad about, where at the very least, if we can kind of like open up some people's ideas, some newer discussions, as long as they're not like super crazy, because
Yeah.
that's what I want to do for 2025. Because I'm gonna be honest, the lore is somewhat chaotic and the community makes it more chaotic in so many places that what I want to do in this year for my channel, I want to kind of help. I want to be I'm calling it the Omega Guide as a temporary
The Sigma
name.
Guide.
It's basically like the Sigma Guide. It's basically I want to be the YouTuber now who's like, okay, here's all the information you need to know. Here's everything canonical. Here's everything we have that's not theory, and use this to help our understanding for the lore. Because there are actually, I've just seen so many people be like, we can't trust this. This is an error. This is this. This is that. But it's like, people just say things, and then people take that as fact when there's no proof. Like, no matter what you say, unless you're Scott Cawthon, you can't say that anything in Fazbear Frights is an error, because nobody on the staff team or Scott has said that. So that's the thing. It's like, if there's two different routes. I want to solve FNAF, even if it means I think there are theories that I made or I like are wrong, because that's not, if just make our own interpretations, that's not solving FNAF. That's making fanning. That's fanfic. And that's not a bad thing, but you have to think about this. Are you trying to solve FNAF, the story that Scott made, or are you trying to make your own version with theories and everything that you like?
Yeah.
Think about that. Even if I've been doing that for a long time, but in 2025 and onwards, I'm going to try to solve the story of FNAF as it currently is, the way Scott Cawthon and the developers are intending us to be. Like, here's the thing. Especially when it's like, look, I had problems being Burn Trap and Mimic. Underscore made that video. Now I'm like, okay, I don't like it. It makes no sense, but he convinced me with so much that it's basically yes.
I will say, if either of you, if Crashmaster underscore Unwilling Truth, if in the next few days, weeks, months, whatever, you find more stuff relating to the idea of Bite Victim influences the things around him later in the series, or Charlie is using the Bite Victim as a vehicle for Happiest Day, if you find anything else, like in the logbook or anything that supports that, message me or put it in the group chat we all have, or we can also put it on Twitter, because those are a couple interesting ideas, and there's a lot we haven't explored with regards to like the logbook and other games that we might be able to find something else that adds to those.
Yeah.
Chat,
do the same.
Chat, do the
Comment
same
or
if you
send
find
messages.
anything for it.
I do have some ideas on Bite Victim and FNAF 4 and his influence. Like, I know there are some interpretations where it's like, maybe the agony is his and it's Shadow, and that's like the nightmares inflicting Michael. Some people think if it's the plush he possesses, maybe that's affecting Michael. There are a few ideas out there to toss around.
All right, underscore final thoughts.
Yeah, I just said I got a few interesting things I want to. I mean, I was struggling to figure out what videos to do soon, but maybe a few of these ideas after I get something Midnight Motorist and Dittophobia out.
God bless your soul.
Some Happiest Day FNAF 3, or even re-looking at FNAF World with some of that
Knowledge,
understanding.
yeah.
Definitely might have to do something about the Fredbear plush.
Oh God. All right, Unwithered Truth.
I want to.
That was a lot of fun. Yeah, I have a lot of new thoughts on this, and it actually just, I kind of understand and like the idea of both Shatter Victim and Cassidy so much more now. Like, at the beginning of the stream, I would have spit on the ground. I would have been like, no, how dare you, it makes no sense. Why would Bite Victim memories, all this, blah, 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 blah. But, like, I'm so satisfied now that I can go, yeah, maybe it is both, kind of, you know, and Shatter Victim then also makes more sense why. So that's the one I'm really, really happy with. It was just great discussing everything. So thanks for having me on.
Crash, I'll let you say your last thing. What was it?
All right. To add on to what Unwithered Truth said, like, the thing is, like, certain theories like Molten MCI and Shatter Victim do irk me for many reasons, but it has been interesting because with Nero, shout outs to him with him letting me on with 3-2 MCI, and now with our talks with a different version of Shatter Victim in a different context. I just do like the idea now of, like, if there's a theory that you kind of don't agree with or you don't like as much, try looking at a different angle, and maybe it might surprise you, because now I'm really a fan of this idea of, like, this altered version, this slight tweak of Shatter Victim, because, trust me, I did not like it, and now I'm like, this actually feels really, really cool narratively wise in general.
Yeah. And
also, just to reply to somebody I the comment passed by this point, it's like, what's hype? Oh yeah, Sombre Ludens. Why Hyperdride's guide isn't enough? Look, if you have time to watch like a 24-hour video and look over all of that, cool for you. I'm making the guide specific, and he talks about a lot of other points. I'm making a guide in the sense of like, this is all of the official, confirmed, 100% lore that is stated, and you cannot disagree with it because
It'll be one page.
Look, here's the thing. And this is like
Hmm.
specifically one of the things is like I hear some of the biggest people in this community and they forget details
Thanks,
a lot.
Crosscourt.
I get it. It's a lot of information. You can't tell me the amount of times I watch Ritos and he's like, "What year was this? Was this like 83? Was this 85?" I'm like, "Please say the right thing. Please say the right thing." I'm like,
yeah, right.
This guy is gonna be specifically for a lot of us who want to solve FNAF in the community because I know there are a lot of things to keep track of, and I go to college for science and research, so I'm basically using those skills for FNAF. So I'm like, don't worry, I'll be the one. I'll be your Omega guide if you need me. Just reach out. I'll give you, like, oh, just to be clear, as the final thing I'm gonna say,
Okay.
basically, the plan for 3-suit MCI was to basically be like a 20-30 minute video. That video, because of me, was almost an hour and a half, and there were literally parts cut out because it would have delayed the video. Just letting you guys know, I will basically take your theories and I will turn it up to 11 to make it as canon as possible.
All right, guys.
So
well,
yeah,
that's
I'm literally gonna crash the system. That's my final thoughts.
W Riz. Anyway.
No, Omega Aura.
Yeah. Okay. That'll be it for today, guys. It's been like almost 7 hours. Massive thanks to Underscore for taking time out of his day to do this. I want to
Yes,
see
sir. This
I
was
want to
fun.
see his sub count go up by at least 14 after the stream.
Don't think so, but
Yeah.
That was a lot of yapping, said someone in the chat.
Oh my
Great.
god, it was. Yeah, I'm glad that I got to go on that big stream with you guys. That was a lot of fun, and I can't wait for more stuff to come in the future. You guys are really fun to work with. So, and Drazzer said
Likewise.
thanks for the peak theories and everything.
Let's go.
WWW.
Shatter Charlie's sweep.
Wait, why are people saying who's blue guy's name? Is that me? Are they talking about me or someone
Yeah,
else?
that's
dude,
you.
you must be blue guy.
I'm assuming you're blue guy because I'm orange. That's
okay.
Crashmaster.
Crashmaster,
Yeah.
and on it's at the 12th Crashmaster.
Yeah, 14
I
of
don't
you
wanna
can sub
plug,
to
I just
him,
wanna let-
too.
If they're curious.
No, do
Yeah,
plug.
look, I'm the smallest. I need the subs, please. I don't want to pay, but please.
Yeah, that's
All right,
Crashmaster.
let's
All right,
do it.
yeah, that's gonna do it for today. Chat, I love all of you. I'm sure that within time we will all accept Unhappiest Day as the only canon FNAF theory to ever exist. Andrew, not the vengeful spirit. In fact, the only character in any of the games is Bite Victim. And any. All right, that's gonna do it.